Welcome back to another story on Cosmic Wand. This time, we're bringing you, What If Harry Potter Was Raised by Gojo Satoru and Awakened Limitless Curse Technique at Hogwarts. Your likes fuel our creativity. Subscribe and stay tuned. Here's the story. Chapter 1, The Strongest Dad in the World. The night Voldemort fell, the sky above Little Whinging tasted like static. Not that anyone on Privet Drive noticed. They were sleeping, every last one of them, tucked into their beige duvets behind their beige curtains in their beige lives. The street lamps hummed. A cat sat on a garden wall, watching the empty road with eyes too intelligent for a cat. And on the doorstep of number 4, a baby slept in a basket of blankets, a letter pinned to his chest like a name tag at a conference, a lightning bolt scar still fresh and angry on his forehead. The baby didn't cry. He should have been crying. It was November, it was cold, and he'd been left on stone like a bottle of milk. But he was quiet, breathing in soft little puffs, and the only movement was the occasional twitch of his tiny fingers, grasping at nothing, or maybe at everything. 6,000 miles away and slightly to the left of reality, Gojo Satoru stopped walking. He was in the middle of Takashita Street in Harajuku, 2 in the afternoon Tokyo time, a bag of crepes in one hand and his phone in the other. People flowed around him like water around a rock. He was tall enough and white-haired enough and generally enough that people gave him space without thinking about it. His sunglasses, round, dark, completely unnecessary given that his eyes were hidden behind a blindfold anyway, caught the weak autumn sunlight. He stopped, and the crepe bag crinkled in his tightening fist. "Ha," he said. Something had just happened. Somewhere far away, in a place that operated on rules he didn't fully recognize, something enormous had died. And something small, something new, was screaming in a frequency only he could hear. Not with sound. With energy. A cursed energy signature that was wrong in every way cursed energy could be wrong, contaminated, fractured, carrying the fingerprint of a death that should have stuck but didn't. Gojo tilted his head. His infinity was always on, always processing the world in layers of information too dense for normal perception. Distance, force, mass, intent, he felt everything within his range parsed into clean mathematical certainty. But this signal was coming from outside his range. Way outside. Outside the normal rules. And it was sharp enough to cut through anyway. "That's new," he murmured. He dropped the crepes into the nearest trash can, a genuine sacrifice, they were really good crepes, and pulled out his phone. No calls. No messages from Jujutsu High. Nobody else had felt it. Of course they hadn't. Nobody else was him. Gojo stood there for approximately 4 seconds, which was 3 seconds longer than he usually needed to make a decision. Then he stepped sideways through folded space and disappeared from Takashita Street, leaving behind only a faint ripple in the air and one very confused street performer who'd been about to ask him for directions. He found the baby 43 minutes later. The 43 minutes weren't spent traveling. Gojo could cross continents in the time it took most people to sneeze. The 43 minutes were spent finding, tracing a signal that didn't behave like cursed energy, through a dimensional membrane he hadn't known existed, into a country he'd never visited, and finally to a street so aggressively ordinary that it almost looped back around to being suspicious. He stood at the end of Privet Drive at 3 in the morning local time, hands in his pockets, and looked at the rows of identical houses. The cat on the wall had left. A very large man on a very small motorcycle had come and gone an hour earlier. Gojo had seen the residual energy trails. And an old man with a very long beard and a very particular kind of power had stood right here, on this spot, and made a decision. Gojo could read the energy signatures like footprints in snow. The old man's power was strange, organized, channeled, structured through something external. Not cursed energy. Something parallel. Something that used intent and focus but routed it through a completely different architecture. Magic. Actual, honest-to-God magic. Gojo's mouth curved into a grin. Well. That's fun. He walked down the street. His footsteps made no sound. Infinity smoothed the air around him into perfect silence, a habit so deep it was unconscious. He passed number 2, number 3, and stopped at number 4. The baby was on the doorstep. Gojo looked down at him. The baby looked up at Gojo. It was a very small baby. Dark hair, already messy even at this age, sticking up in tufts. Round face. And on his forehead, a scar in the shape of a lightning bolt, still faintly red, still faintly radiating. Gojo's 6 eyes parsed the scar automatically, and what he saw made him go very still. There were 2 energy signatures in this baby. One was the child's own, bright, chaotic, enormous for something so small. Magic, presumably. The kid was practically glowing with it. But the second signature was wrapped around the first like a parasite, dark and sharp and aware. It was lodged in the scar, burrowed in deep, and it felt like death. Not the clean, natural kind. The rotten kind. The kind that happened when someone broke the rules of dying and forced a piece of themselves to stay. Someone put something nasty in you, huh? Gojo said quietly. The baby blinked at him. Then it reached up with one tiny hand and grabbed at the air in Gojo's direction. Gojo crouched down. He read the letter pinned to the blankets without touching it. 6 eyes could parse text at a distance, a party trick he found endlessly useful. The letter explained things in a tone that was gentle and absolute in equal measure. The boy's parents were dead. Murdered. The boy had survived something he shouldn't have survived. He was to stay here, with his mother's sister, because of blood protections. Because of safety. Because an old man who felt like a chess master had decided this was the correct square for this particular piece. Gojo read the letter twice. Then he looked at the house. Clean. Neat. A perfectly manicured lawn. And behind the door, he could feel the energy signatures of 3 people sleeping, a man, large and dense and carrying the particular kind of low-frequency hostility that came from a lifetime of small cruelties, a woman, thin and tight and wound like a wire, and a child, already overfed, already loud even in sleep. Gojo had grown up in the Gojo clan. He knew what it looked like when powerful people decided where children should go. He knew what it felt like to be a piece on someone's board. And he knew, with the casual, absolute certainty that came from being the strongest person alive, that leaving a baby on a cold doorstep with a letter was not something a good person did to a child they actually cared about. Blood protections, he said, tasting the words. So the kid's safe as long as he's miserable. Great deal. The baby made a sound. Not a cry, a small, questioning noise, like he was confused about why the tall white-haired man was still talking and hadn't picked him up yet. Gojo picked him up. The baby was warm and surprisingly heavy and smelled like milk and ozone. The moment Gojo's hands made contact, the baby's magic surged, a bright, instinctive pulse that reached for Gojo's cursed energy like a drowning swimmer reaching for a rope. And Gojo's cursed energy, which had never in his life responded to anything it didn't intend to respond to, reached back. Oh, Gojo said. Oh, you're interesting. The baby grabbed a fistful of Gojo's white hair and yanked. Hard. Gojo laughed. It was a real laugh, not the performative one he used to unsettle enemies or the lazy one he used to deflect Nanami's lectures. It was surprised and genuine, and it echoed off the silent houses of Privet Drive at 3 in the morning. All right, he said, detaching tiny fingers from his hair. I get it. You want out of here. Can't blame you, this place is depressing. I've seen curse-infested sewers with more personality. He looked at the letter one more time. He looked at the door of number 4. He looked at the baby, who was now trying to eat his blindfold. Here's the thing, Gojo told the baby conversationally. I am absolutely not qualified to raise a child. I eat convenience store food for 3 meals a day. I've been told I have the emotional maturity of a golden retriever, and I once forgot to feed a cactus. A cactus. He paused. It died. The baby gurgled. But you know what I am qualified to do? Keep things alive that people are trying to kill. And someone out there, he glanced up at the sky, at the fading traces of whatever dark magic had been unleashed hours earlier, clearly wants you dead. And the guy who's supposed to be protecting you left you on a doorstep. He adjusted the baby in the crook of his arm. The kid fit there like he'd always been there. Like the space had been waiting. My name's Gojo Satoru, he said. I'm the strongest sorcerer in the world. You want to come home with me? The baby sneezed directly onto Gojo's blindfold. I'll take that as a yes. Gojo Satoru walked off Privet Drive with someone else's prophesied savior tucked against his chest, and he didn't look back once. Behind him, the letter lay abandoned on the empty doorstep, already beginning to dampen in the November dew. By morning, Mrs. Dursley would open her front door, find nothing, and go about her day. Albus Dumbledore's carefully constructed plan would begin its slow, silent unraveling. And Harry James Potter began his new life by throwing up on the strongest man alive. Gojo raised Harry the way he did everything else, with absolute commitment, zero conventional methodology, and a vague sense that the rules probably didn't apply to him anyway. The first year was chaos. Gojo lived in a sprawling, largely unfurnished apartment in Shibuya. He'd baby-proofed it in the way that only a man with infinity could baby-proof something, which meant that Harry could crawl directly off the kitchen counter and simply, not fall. The air caught him every time, a gentle cushion of manipulated space that Gojo maintained without thinking about it. Harry seemed to find this hilarious. He would launch himself off surfaces with increasing enthusiasm, giggling wildly as the air caught him, and Gojo would watch from the couch with a cup of coffee and a deeply satisfied expression. Natural-born adrenaline junkie, he told Nanami over the phone. Kids got no fear at all. It's great. You are going to kill that child, Nanami said flatly. I'm literally the worst possible person for that to happen around, Gojo said. Nothing gets past infinity. He's safer with me than he'd be in a padded room. The child needs structure. Routine. Normal developmental milestones. He said his first word yesterday. A pause. What was it? Go. As in Gojo. He's trying to say my name. He's a genius. Most children say, go, because it's a simple phoneme, not because they're, genius baby, Nanami. Accept it. Nanami hung up. This was a normal conclusion to their phone calls. Harry's magic showed up early. Not the cursed energy, that came later. But the raw, unstructured wizarding magic that apparently came standard with whatever Harry was started manifesting around 14 months. Gojo came home from a mission to find every piece of furniture in the apartment floating 3 feet off the ground. Harry was sitting in the middle of the living room floor, surrounded by a gentle orbit of books, shoes, and one very confused cat that had wandered in through the window. Gojo stood in the doorway and watched the cat slowly rotate past his head. Okay, he said. New rule, we figure out what the hell this is. He couldn't figure out what the hell it was. Not entirely. Gojo's understanding of energy was rooted in cursed energy, the negative emotional energy generated by human beings, channeled through techniques that were either inherited or developed. Harry's magic wasn't that. It was responsive in the same way, intent-driven in the same way, but the source was different. Cursed energy came from suffering and negativity. Harry's magic seemed to come from, everywhere. From life itself. It was in the air, in the ground, in Harry. It was ambient, universal, and Harry could pull on it instinctively, the way a baby breathes without being taught. It's like cursed energy's weird cousin, Gojo explained to a 2-year-old Harry, who was methodically disassembling a toy truck by staring at it. Same family, different upbringing. Your stuff is more flexible, less specialized. Cursed energy is a scalpel. Your magic is. He watched the toy truck's wheels unscrew themselves and begin orbiting Harry's head like tiny satellites. Play-Doh. You can make it into anything, but it's not sharp until you learn to shape it. Harry looked up at him with wide green eyes. "Do," he repeated solemnly, and the wheels shot across the room and embedded themselves in the wall. "We're going to work on aim," Gojo said. He started training Harry at 3. Not combat, even Gojo had limits, despite what Nanami claimed, but energy work. Awareness. Feeling the flow of cursed energy in the world around him, learning to sense it, learning to let it move through him without reacting. Harry took to it like breathing. His magic and the ambient cursed energy of the world seemed to coexist inside him without conflict, two rivers running parallel, occasionally merging at the banks. Gojo had never seen anything like it. Nobody had. He didn't tell anyone about it. Let the jujitsu elders think the kid was a normal orphan he'd taken in on a whim. Let them underestimate him. Gojo had been underestimated once, when he was young, and it was the last mistake several people ever made. He wanted Harry to have the same advantage. By 4, Harry could sense cursed energy at a distance of 50 meters. By 5, he could channel it, roughly, in uncontrolled bursts that occasionally shattered windows, but he could do it. By 6, he was sparring. Not real sparring. Play sparring. Gojo would stand in the middle of their training room, a converted warehouse in the industrial district that Gojo had purchased with the kind of money that came from being clan royalty, and Harry would try to hit him. He never did, of course. No one hit Gojo. But the trying was the point. "You're fast," Gojo said, leaning back as a small fist passed through the space his chin had just occupied. "But speed isn't enough if your opponent can see you coming. What else have you got?" 6-year-old Harry, breathing hard, sweat-soaked and grinning, didn't answer with words. He reached, not with his hands, but with the energy inside him, and pulled. The air between them rippled. Gojo felt his infinity register the disturbance, an attempt to manipulate the space between point A and point B, crude. Unrefined. Completely instinctive. And absolutely, unmistakably, a spatial technique. Gojo's smile vanished. For one of the very few times in his adult life, he was genuinely, completely taken off guard. He let the technique wash over his infinity harmlessly. It was far too weak to threaten him, but he felt it. Felt the shape of it. The intent to close distance, to compress space, to make here and there into the same thing. It was his technique. Or rather, it was the foundation of his technique. The raw, unformed seed of what would one day become limitless. Harry had somehow, through the fusion of cursed energy and magic, begun developing the Gojo clan's inherited cursed technique. That was impossible. The Limitless was genetic, passed through bloodlines, coded into the very cellular structure of the Gojo clan. Harry wasn't a Gojo. Harry wasn't even a jujitsu sorcerer by birth. He was a wizard, a magical being from a completely different tradition, who had been exposed to cursed energy since infancy and had somehow absorbed it so deeply that his body was recreating techniques that had taken the Gojo bloodline thousands of years to develop. And this was the thought that made Gojo's grin return, wider than before, maybe it wasn't impossible at all. Maybe the Limitless wasn't about bloodline. Maybe it was about understanding. About perceiving the world at a resolution fine enough to manipulate its fundamental structure. The Gojo clan had achieved that through genetics. Harry was achieving it through the fusion of two entirely different energy systems, each one filling in the gaps of the other. "Do that again," Gojo said. Harry did it again. And again. And again. Gojo watched his not son, his stolen from a doorstep, left in the cold, marked by death, impossible kid reach for the fundamental forces of reality with his tiny hands and grab hold, and he felt something he hadn't felt in a long time. Hope wasn't the right word. Gojo didn't do hope, it was too passive, too much like waiting. Pride. That was it. A fierce, burning, irrational pride in a 6-year-old who had no business being this extraordinary, who had been left on a doorstep by people who should have known better, and who was now standing in a warehouse in Tokyo reaching for infinity with the same fearless intensity that Gojo had once reached for it himself. "All right, Harry," Gojo said, crouching down to the kid's level. "New lesson. Forget everything I've taught you about cursed energy. We're going to start over. I'm going to teach you something that only one person in the world can do." Harry wiped sweat off his face and looked up at Gojo with those green eyes, his mother's eyes, Gojo had learned, from the bits of research he'd done into the wizarding world. "What is it?" "It's called the Limitless," Gojo said. "And when you've mastered it, nothing will ever touch you again." Harry was 7 when Gojo sat him down and told him the truth. Not the whole truth. Gojo wasn't stupid enough to dump the full prophecy, the soul fragment, and the magical war on a 7-year-old. But the bones of it. The important parts. They were on the roof of the apartment building, eating convenience store onigiri, watching the sun set over Shibuya. Harry had gotten tall for his age, lean and quick, with his mother's eyes and his father's hair and Gojo's grin, that last one learned rather than inherited. "You're not from here," Gojo said. "You know that." "I know," Harry said, because he did. He'd always known he looked different from the other kids. He spoke Japanese without an accent, it was his first language, but he was clearly not Japanese, and Gojo had never tried to pretend otherwise. "You took me from somewhere. England. There's a world there, a hidden world, inside the regular one. Wizards, witches, magic. Real magic, not cursed energy. That's where your other power comes from. The stuff that isn't like mine." Harry chewed his onigiri thoughtfully. "My parents were wizards." "Yeah. Your dad was James Potter. Your mom was Lily." "They were," Gojo paused. He debated how to frame this. "They were in a war. The bad guy came to your house. Your dad fought him and died. Your mom died protecting you. And somehow, you didn't die. His killing curse bounced off you and hit him instead." Harry's hand went to his forehead. To the scar. He always touched it when he was thinking, an unconscious gesture that Gojo had never corrected because everyone was allowed their habits. "The thing in my scar," Harry said. "Is that from him?" Gojo wasn't surprised Harry knew about it. The kid had been able to sense energy signatures since he was 4. Of course he'd noticed the dark, wrong-feeling thing lodged in his own forehead. They'd discussed it before, in vague terms. This was the first time they were being specific. "Yeah. He put something in you when he tried to kill you. A piece of himself, I think. It's sealed, your infinity keeps it locked down tight, and your magic is. I don't know, digesting it, almost. Slowly. Like your body's trying to break it down and absorb it. Can you get it out? Not without risking damage to you. And right now, it's dormant. It's not doing anything except sitting there being creepy." Gojo watched Harry carefully. "Are you scared?" Harry considered this for a moment. "No." "Good. Because here's the thing about whoever this guy was, maybe, I'm not totally sure he's dead, he was strong in that world. In the wizard world. But he's never dealt with someone like you. He built his power on one system. You've got 2. And you're being trained by me." Gojo's smile was sharp. "There is nobody in any world who is a better teacher than me, because there's nobody in any world who's stronger than me. And by the time I'm done with you, there won't be anyone stronger than you either." Harry looked at him. Then he looked at the sunset. Then back. "Can I finish my onigiri first?" Gojo ruffled his hair. "Yeah, brat. Finish your onigiri." Harry was 8 years old and 23 days when the Limitless clicked into place. They were in the warehouse. It was a Tuesday afternoon in July, hot and humid, the kind of Tokyo summer day that made normal people wilt. Gojo had been drilling Harry on the core concept for 2 years, the convergence of infinity between 2 points, the idea that you could divide the distance between yourself and anything else into infinite halves, and that if you could make that mathematical truth physical, nothing could ever reach you. Harry understood the math. He'd understood the math at 6, Gojo had taught him calculus before he taught him to read, which Nanami had called child abuse and Gojo had called efficiency. But understanding was different from doing. The limitless wasn't an intellectual exercise. It was a state of being. You had to embody infinity, exist in the space between moments, make your body a living equation. For 2 years, Harry had gotten close. Flickers. Moments where the air around him would go still and strange, where thrown objects would slow and stop inches from his skin. But it never held. The cursed energy would slip, or the magic would surge and disrupt it, and the 2 halves of Harry's power would fall out of sync. On Tuesday afternoon in July, Gojo threw a rubber ball at Harry's face. Harry was tired. They'd been training for 4 hours. His cursed energy was low, his magic was fraying at the edges, and he was hungry and annoyed and had hit the point in training where conscious effort started giving way to raw instinct. The ball approached his face. Harry didn't think. He didn't calculate. He didn't reach for cursed energy or magic separately. He just was. The ball stopped. It stopped 3 centimeters from his nose. Not slowed. Stopped. Dead in the air, held by nothing visible, suspended in a gap that was somehow both infinitely small and infinitely wide at the same time. The air around Harry shimmered. Not heat haze, something deeper. The space itself was bending, folding, layering around him in concentric shells of mathematical impossibility. Infinity. Harry blinked at the ball floating in front of his face. Then he looked at Gojo. Gojo had taken off his blindfold. His 6 eyes were fully open, brilliant, vivid blue, the pupils split with the unique iris pattern of his bloodline, and they were locked on Harry with an expression Harry had never seen on his father's face before. Gojo Satoru, the man who greeted special grade curses with a yawn, who'd fought the king of curses with a smile, who treated the apocalypse like a mildly interesting Tuesday, was staring at his son with tears in his eyes. He crossed the room in 3 long strides and pulled Harry into a hug so tight it would have hurt if infinity hadn't been active, which it was, automatically, perfectly, already integrated into Harry's body like a heartbeat. "That's my boy," Gojo said into Harry's hair. "That's my kid. You did it." Harry, who was 8 and brilliant and confused by the sudden emotional display from a man whose primary modes of communication were sarcasm and violence, stood very still for a moment. Then he hugged back. "The ball stopped," Harry said. "The ball stopped," Gojo confirmed, his voice thick in a way he'd deny later. "Nothing's ever going to touch you again, Harry. Not unless you want it to. I'm hungry." Gojo laughed, wet and bright and real. "Yeah. Let's get food. Let's get whatever you want. Let's get everything." They got ramen. 2 bowls each. Gojo didn't stop smiling for the rest of the day. Between 8 and 11, Harry became something that had never existed before. He trained with Gojo every day. Not the grinding, miserable kind of training that produced broken soldiers. Gojo would never do that, because Gojo remembered what it was like to be young and powerful and surrounded by people who saw him as a weapon first and a person second. Harry's training was intense, demanding, and fun. Gojo made it a game. Every technique was a puzzle. Every sparring match was a dare. Every breakthrough was celebrated with food and bad jokes and the particular brand of over-the-top praise that Gojo delivered with such theatrical flair that Harry couldn't help but laugh. But underneath the games, the progression was staggering. Harry mastered infinity at 8. By 9, he'd learned to reverse it, blue, the attraction technique, the power to create a point of negative space that pulled everything toward it. He couldn't use it at full power yet, he was too small, his energy reserve still growing, but he could create localized gravitational pulls strong enough to rip doors off hinges and crack concrete. His magic supplemented his cursed energy in ways that made even Gojo's techniques look different when Harry performed them. Where Gojo's blue was pure mathematical force, Harry's had a wildness to it. The magic made it hungrier, less predictable, more alive. At 10, red. The reversal. The repulsive force. Where blue pulled, red pushed, a blast of amplified infinity that launched anything in its path away at devastating speed. Harry accidentally put a red through the warehouse wall during his first successful attempt, and the resulting shockwave shattered every window in a 2-block radius. Gojo, standing in the rubble, looked at the Harry-shaped hole in the wall. Harry had also launched himself backward. They were still working on Newton's third law, and nodded approvingly. Property damage. That's how you know you're doing it right. And then there was hollow purple. Gojo didn't teach Harry hollow purple. He didn't think the kid was ready, not in power, not in control, not in the understanding of what it meant to wield a technique that unmade matter at a fundamental level. Purple was the convergence of blue and red, attraction and repulsion combined into a single impossibility, and it was the most destructive non-domain technique in Gojo's arsenal. He planned to introduce it when Harry was 15, maybe 16. Harry figured it out at 10.5. He was meditating, something Gojo insisted on, even though Harry found it boring, because infinity required a baseline of mental calm that an energetic 10-year-old didn't naturally possess. He was sitting in the warehouse, eyes closed, running through his energy exercises: expand blue, hold, contract, release. Expand red, hold, contract, release. Blue. Red. Blue. Red. And somewhere in the rhythm, in the space between one breath and the next, the two techniques touched. The warehouse survived. Barely. Harry opened his eyes to find a trench carved through the concrete floor, 6 inches wide and perfectly smooth, extending from his position to the far wall and continuing through it into the alley beyond. The edges of the trench glowed faintly violet. The matter that had been there, concrete, rebar, air itself, was simply gone. Not destroyed. Not displaced. Erased from existence with the casual totality of a god pressing delete. Harry stared at the trench. His hands were shaking. Not with fear, with the adrenaline of something immense moving through him and the realization of what he'd just done. Gojo, who had been getting coffee 3 blocks away, appeared in the warehouse approximately 7 seconds later. He looked at the trench. He looked at Harry. His expression went through approximately 6 phases in 2 seconds, too fast for anyone without 6 eyes to track, starting at terror and ending somewhere around manic glee. "Was that what I think it was?" he said. Yeah. I think so. I didn't mean to, Harry." Harry looked up. "That was hollow purple," Gojo said. "At 10 years old. I didn't figure that out until I was in a fight for my life." He walked to the edge of the trench and looked down. It was smooth as glass. "You did this by meditating. Are you mad?" Gojo burst out laughing. "Mad? Kid, I'm the proudest father in the history of the universe. We're getting cake. We're getting a whole cake. They got a whole cake. Chocolate. They ate it for dinner while sitting on the warehouse roof, legs dangling over the edge, infinity keeping them both safe from any chance of falling." Gojo explained the theory behind purple, how it worked, what it did, why it was the ultimate expression of the limitless. Harry listened with the intensity he always brought to learning, asking sharp questions, poking at the edges of the explanation until he understood it completely. "You can't use that casually," Gojo said, and he was serious now, the rare genuine seriousness that Harry had learned to pay attention to. "Purple erases things. It doesn't break them or move them or burn them. It removes them from reality. That's permanent. That's not something you can take back." "I know," Harry said. "Do you?" Harry met Gojo's eyes, blindfold off, just the two of them on the roof in the warm Tokyo night. "You taught me what it means to be strong. Being strong means you don't have to be afraid, but it also means what you do matters more. Because no one can stop you. Gojo studied his face. Then he nodded slowly. When did you get wise? He complained. You're supposed to be a dumb kid who thinks I'm cool. I do think you're cool, Harry said. You're the coolest person in the world. Damn right I am. Don't forget it. Harry grinned, Gojo's grin, sharp and bright and utterly fearless, and they sat on the roof and watched the city lights and ate chocolate cake with their hands, and for a long moment, everything was exactly right. The letter arrived on a Thursday in late July, 2 weeks before Harry's 11th birthday. It was carried by an owl, which was unusual enough. It came through the window that Gojo always left open because he said closed windows made him feel like a responsible adult, and it landed on the kitchen table between Harry's cereal and Gojo's 5th cup of coffee. The owl was large and tawny and looked extremely put out about the journey from Britain to Japan. It stuck out its leg with the air of a postal worker who was seriously considering a career change. Harry untied the letter. The envelope was heavy parchment, sealed with a crest in red wax, a lion, a snake, a badger, and an eagle around a large letter H. What's that? Gojo asked, not looking up from his phone. Harry opened it. He read it twice, his expression shifting from curiosity to amusement to something more complicated, a kind of distant recognition, like hearing a song he'd known once and forgotten. It's from a school, Harry said. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. They want me to attend. Gojo's thumb stopped scrolling. He looked up. Harry held the letter out to him. Gojo took it. He read it once, quickly. Then he read it again, slowly, his expression hidden behind his blindfold but his mouth doing something complicated. Then he stood up, held the letter at arm's length, and began reading it aloud in the most outrageously dramatic British accent Harry had ever heard. Dear Mr. Potter, Gojo boomed, pacing around the kitchen, we are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Please find enclosed a list of all necessary books and equipment. Term begins on the 1st of September. We await your owl by no less than the 31st of July. He lowered the letter. They await our owl, Harry. They sent a bird and they want us to send it back. With a letter attached to its leg. I think that's their mail system. Their mail system is birds. Yes. Birds. You fight demons for a living. Demons are less ridiculous than bird mail. Gojo dropped back into his chair, grinning widely. So the wizard world wants you back, huh? The Hogwarts place, that's the school your parents went to. Where the old guy with the beard runs things. Dumbledore, Harry said. The one who left me on the doorstep. The one who left you on the doorstep, Gojo confirmed, and his grin got a shade sharper. I've been wondering when this would happen. They've been looking for you, you know. On and off, for years. I've felt the search spells, clumsy things, wide net magic, trying to ping your location. Infinity scrambles them. Harry hadn't known that. They've been looking for me. The boy who lived, Gojo said, leaning back in his chair. That's what they call you over there. Celebrity baby. The kid who survived the unsurvivable. They've got a whole mythology built around you, Harry. Harry processed this. He'd known the broad strokes. Gojo had told him about his parents, about Voldemort, about the night it all happened. But the idea that there was a world out there that knew his name, that had built stories about him, that had been searching for him for a decade, that was new. Do you want to go? Gojo asked. The question was simple, and Gojo asked it simply. No agenda. No leading. Just, do you want this? Harry thought about it. He thought about the magic inside him that he'd never fully explored, that operated on rules he'd only partially figured out through trial and error. He thought about his parents, who had lived and died in that world. He thought about the dark thing in his scar and the man who'd put it there. Yeah, Harry said. I want to go. Cool. Gojo stretched, cracking his neck. Then let's go shopping. The letter says you need a cauldron. A cauldron, Harry. This is going to be amazing. 3 days later, they were standing in London. Gojo had wanted to take the dimensional shortcut, his particular method of folded space travel that was faster than any airplane and significantly more fun, but Harry had pointed out that they needed to arrive at a specific location in the mundane world, and dimensional shortcuts were imprecise at best when you didn't know the exact spatial coordinates. So they flew. First class, because Gojo refused to fly any other way, and because the Gojo clan's money was essentially infinite and Gojo saw no reason not to use it. Harry sat by the window and watched the clouds and practiced running cursed energy through his fingers in patterns, a habit Gojo encouraged because it built control and because the faint shimmer it produced was invisible to anyone without enhanced perception. London was grey and old and busy. Harry liked it immediately. It felt different from Tokyo, less vertical, more layered, with a kind of weight to it that came from centuries of accumulated history. And underneath the mundane surface, he could feel the magic. It was everywhere. Soaked into the old stones, woven through the underground rivers, humming in the air around certain buildings. London was saturated with it in a way that Tokyo, for all its cursed energy, was not. Feel that? Gojo murmured, hands in his pockets, walking through the crowded streets with the easy confidence of a man who knew nothing in this city could threaten him. It's dense, Harry said. The magic here. It's like the whole city is built on top of a ley line. Multiple ley lines. I can see at least 6 major intersections within walking distance. This place is a magical nexus. No wonder they built their secret wizard society here. They found the leaky cauldron, the entrance to the magical world, according to the supplementary information that had arrived with the Hogwarts letter, carried by a second owl that looked even more exhausted than the first, and stopped outside it. To ordinary eyes, it was invisible. An empty shopfront between a bookstore and a record shop, unremarkable, the eye sliding off it like water off glass. But Harry could see it perfectly. His 6 eyes, because that's what they were, functionally if not genetically, his fusion of magic and cursed energy granting him perception that rivaled Gojo's own, parsed the concealment charm in an instant. It was a clever piece of work. A notice-me-not field layered with muggle-repelling wards, anchored to the building's foundations and self-sustaining through ambient magical energy. Cute, Gojo said, looking at the invisible pub with his own 6 eyes. Good for keeping out normal people. Wouldn't stop anyone with actual perception abilities for more than a second. Should we go in? After you, kid. It's your world. Harry pushed open the door to the leaky cauldron, and the wizarding world got its first look at the boy who lived. The pub was dark and shabby, full of strange people in strange clothes drinking strange drinks. A few heads turned when the door opened. Most turned back. A young boy and a tall man, foreigners by the look of them, nothing special. Then the bartender, a bald man with a gummy smile, glanced up from the glass he was polishing and froze. "Bless my soul," he whispered. "Harry Potter." The pub went silent. Harry felt every eye in the room snap to him. He felt the sudden spike of emotional energy, shock, excitement, disbelief, reverence, like a wave of heat from an opened oven. Behind him, Gojo's presence was calm and amused and utterly unconcerned. Harry Potter. The bartender came around the bar, hand extended, eyes shining. "Welcome back, welcome back." "An honor, sir, a great honor." Harry shook his hand. "Thanks. Nice place." "I'm Tom, sir. The barman." "We've been hoping, Lord, everyone's been hoping, Harry Potter, in my pub," and then the dam broke. People surged forward. Hands reaching out to shake his, voices overlapping, names he didn't know attached to faces he'd never seen, all of them looking at him with that same expression, wonder, relief, the particular reverence reserved for messiahs and celebrities. Harry stood in the middle of it, smiling politely, shaking hands, and felt nothing. Not discomfort. Not pride. Just a calm, centered awareness that came from years of meditation and training and the knowledge that he was, at this moment, the most dangerous person in this building except for the man standing behind him. Gojo, for his part, was enjoying the spectacle immensely. He leaned against the bar with his arms crossed, watching his kid handle the crowd with effortless grace, and radiated the smug satisfaction of a parent at a school play. "Excuse us," Harry said eventually, gently but firmly extracting himself from a woman who'd grabbed his arm and was weeping openly. "We've got shopping to do." Tom the bartender led them to the back, to a small courtyard with a brick wall, and showed them the pattern, 3 up, 2 across from the trash can. Harry memorized it instantly, filed it away in the mental architecture Gojo had taught him to build. The wall opened. The bricks rearranged themselves, folding away into an archway, and beyond, "Whoa," Harry said. Diagon Alley stretched before them, narrow and winding and alive. Shops crammed together at impossible angles, windows full of impossible things. Cauldrons. Broomsticks. Telescopes. Owls. Books that moved. Quills that wrote by themselves. Robes that shifted color. And people, hundreds of them, flowing through the street in a river of pointed hats and flowing cloaks, the air above them thick with owls and the occasional escaped magical creature. Magic was everywhere. Not the background hum of London's ley lines, here it was active, saturating every surface, every object, every person. Harry's enhanced perception lit up like a fireworks display. He could see the enchantments on the shops, the wards on the windows, the charms on the merchandise. Each one was unique, handcrafted, carrying the signature of the witch or wizard who'd made it. It was beautiful. It was messy. It was utterly unlike the clean, mathematical precision of cursed energy techniques, and Harry loved it immediately. Gojo looked at Diagon Alley with his blindfold and saw all of this and more. He saw the structural enchantments that held the alley in a spatial pocket that was bigger on the inside than the outside. He saw the layered wards that kept it hidden from the mundane world. He saw the ambient magical field that kept the whole thing running, a self-sustaining ecosystem of power that had been accumulating for centuries. "Not bad," he said. "Bit disorganized. But not bad." "Coming from you," Harry said. "Your apartment looks like a bomb hit it. My apartment is an organized chaos system. There's a difference." There really isn't. They shopped. Gojo was, predictably, a nightmare. He picked up everything. He examined everything. He asked the shopkeepers questions that ranged from genuinely insightful to deliberately annoying. In the apothecary, he opened 17 jars of ingredients, sniffed each one, and declared that the Eye of Newt smells like Nanami's cooking. In Flourish and Blots, he bought every book on magical theory they had, not for Harry but for himself, because, "I need to understand what these people think they know about energy manipulation." In the Cauldron shop, he heated one with red, just a tiny pulse, invisible to anyone without perception, and nodded approvingly when the pewter held up. Good quality. Not cursed energy resistant, but then, nothing here is. The real moment came at Ollivander's. The shop was narrow and dusty and packed floor to ceiling with narrow boxes. The air inside was thick with magic, not ambient, but concentrated, layered, the accumulated residue of thousands of magical items stored in close proximity. It made Harry's perception sing. An old man appeared from between the shelves. Pale, wide-eyed, with a soft voice that somehow carried perfectly in the cluttered space. He looked at Harry and his eyes went to the scar immediately, then away, then back. "Ah," said Ollivander. "I wondered when I'd be seeing you, Mr. Potter. It seems only yesterday your mother and father were in here buying their first wands." He turned those moon-pale eyes on Gojo, and for the first time, his expression shifted into something Harry didn't expect, uncertainty. "And you, sir? You are, not a wizard." Gojo smiled. "Nope. But you are not a muggle either." "Definitely not." Ollivander studied him for a long moment. "How very curious," he said, and left it at that. He turned back to Harry. "Well, Mr. Potter. Let's find your wand. The wand chooses the wizard, of course." The first wand was beechwood and dragon heartstring. Harry picked it up and felt absolutely nothing. No connection. The magic in the wand was inert against his energy, like trying to plug a Japanese appliance into a British outlet. The second was maple and phoenix feather. Closer. A spark when he touched it, a flicker of resonance, but then his cursed energy surged in response and the wand flinched. Like a living thing recoiling from something alien. The third, fourth, fifth, and sixth wands produced similar results. Ollivander's expression went from professional confidence to academic curiosity to something approaching obsessive fascination. He was pulling boxes from deeper and deeper in the shop, muttering to himself, occasionally shooting glances at Gojo that were equal parts suspicion and intrigue. "Tricky customer," Ollivander murmured. "Very tricky. Your energy, Mr. Potter, it's unusual. I've never felt anything quite like it. 2 systems at once. No wonder the wands are confused." "They can be confused?" Harry asked. "Wands are quasi-sentient. They have preferences. And yours seem to be." He trailed off, then disappeared into the back of the shop. He was gone for several minutes. When he came back, he was carrying a box that was older than the others, dusty in a way that suggested it hadn't been opened in a very long time. "I wonder," Ollivander said softly. "Yes, I wonder." He opened the box. Inside was a wand, 11 inches, holly, with a single feather at its core. Harry could see it with his enhanced perception, the feather glowing like an ember inside the wood, radiating a warm, fierce energy that was unmistakably phoenix. "Holly and phoenix feather," Ollivander said. 11 inches. Nice and supple. Harry picked it up. The wand sang. There was no other word for it. The magic in it leapt to meet Harry's magic, 2 halves of a harmony finding each other across a crowded room. Warmth flooded his hand, raced up his arm, filled his chest. The wand's magic wrapped around his own, and Harry's cursed energy, rather than recoiling, harmonized with it. The 2 energy systems, magic and cursed energy, braided together through the wand's core, and for a moment, Harry's perception went white with the intensity of it. He exhaled. Sparks shot from the tip, not the usual shower of harmless light. These were violet. Deep, rich, impossible violet, the color of hollow purple, and they left tiny trails of warped space in the air before fading. Ollivander made a noise. It was a very small noise, somewhere between awe and alarm. "Curious," he whispered. "Very curious." "Sorry," Harry said. "The phoenix whose tail feather is in your wand gave another feather. Just one other. It is very curious that you should be destined for this wand, when its brother gave you that scar." The shop went very quiet. Gojo's smile didn't change, but his posture shifted almost imperceptibly, a settling, a readiness, the way he stood when he was paying real attention. Harry looked at the wand in his hand. The brother to Voldemort's wand. The instrument of his parents' murder had a twin, and it had chosen him. "Cool," Harry said, and slipped the wand into his pocket. Ollivander blinked. Gojo snorted. And they left the shop, stepping back into the warm chaos of Diagon Alley, the afternoon sun cutting gold through the narrow gap between rooftops. "You good?" Gojo asked quietly as they walked. Harry smiled. It was his own smile, not Gojo's sharp grin or his father's roguish charm, but something uniquely his. Calm. Certain. Ready. "I'm good," he said. "Let's go to Hogwarts." They had 3 weeks before September 1st. Gojo spent them training Harry harder than he'd ever trained him before, not because he was worried, Gojo didn't worry, or if he did, he'd sooner eat his own blindfold than admit it, but because he wanted Harry to be operating at his absolute peak when he walked into that school. The sessions were different now. More focused. Less playful. Gojo drilled domain expansion theory, which Harry couldn't execute yet but needed to understand conceptually. He ran Harry through combat scenarios against multiple opponents. Gojo cloned himself with simple illusions, a trick he'd picked up from a cursed spirit years ago, and forced Harry to fight while maintaining infinity, using blue and red tactically, and keeping his magical reserves untapped. The wizard world doesn't know about cursed energy, Gojo said during a break, tossing Harry a water bottle. To them, you're a wizard. A weird one, sure, but a wizard. Some of them are going to underestimate you. Most of them. That's fine, let them. But some of them are going to be afraid of you, and those are the ones you need to watch. The Dumbledore guy. Dumbledore's the big one. He's the strongest wizard in Britain, from what I've gathered. Very old, very smart, very used to being the most powerful person in the room. Gojo's expression shifted. I don't think he's evil. I think he's someone who's carried the weight of an entire world on his shoulders for so long that he started seeing people as tools. Means to an end. He left you on that doorstep because he decided that was the best move for his long game. Not for you. For the game. And you think he's going to have a problem with me? I think you're going to be the biggest variable he's ever encountered. You were supposed to grow up small and scared and grateful for any scrap of kindness the wizard world threw you. Instead. Gojo gestured at Harry, tall for his age, lean and athletic, wearing his power with the easy confidence of someone who'd been training since he could walk. You're you. And that's going to make people nervous. Should I hold back? Gojo went quiet for a moment. When he spoke, his voice was unusually serious. No. Never. If you hold back, you're letting other people decide what you're worth. You're letting their comfort set the limit on your potential. I spent years pretending to be less than I was because people around me couldn't handle the truth. It didn't protect them. It just made them weak. And when the real threats came, they weren't ready. He paused. Be who you are, Harry. All of it. If the world can't handle you, that's the world's problem. Harry held his gaze. Then he nodded. Good. Gojo's grin snapped back into place like a light switching on. Now hit me. You know I can't hit you. Not with that attitude. Come on. Blue, red, whatever you want. Try to land one before September. Harry didn't land one. He didn't expect to. But the trying, the constant, joyful, relentless pushing against an immovable object, made him sharper. Faster. Hungrier. September 1st. King's Cross Station was crowded and loud and smelled like diesel and coffee. Gojo walked through it like he owned it, drawing stares from every direction, the blindfold, the white hair, the sheer physical presence of a man who radiated power the way the sun radiated heat. Harry walked beside him, pushing a cart loaded with his trunk, his owl cage. Gojo had insisted on buying a snowy owl, which he'd named Snowball, and which Harry had renamed Hedwig, a name he'd found in his History of Magic textbook. On his hip, his wand. In his veins, 2 kinds of power. On his face, a grin. They found the barrier between platforms 9 and 10. Harry could see the magic in it, a spatial fold, not unlike the techniques he used, compressed into a thin membrane between 2 pillars. Walk through the membrane, step into the folded space, emerge on the other side in a place that existed alongside the mundane station without intersecting it. Clever, Harry said. I've done better with a napkin and a hangover, Gojo said. But sure. Clever. They walked through the barrier together. Platform 9 3/4 opened up before them, a long platform, a scarlet steam engine, hundreds of witches and wizards and children in a chaotic swirl of goodbye hugs and floating trunks and shrieking owls. Magic saturated the air. Emotion saturated the air. The beginning of something energy that comes with new journeys and new places. Harry looked at the train. In a few minutes, he'd be on it. Heading toward a world he'd never known, to learn a kind of power he'd only half explored, surrounded by people who thought they knew who he was based on a scar and a story. He felt the lightning bolt mark on his forehead pulse gently, the dark fragments stirring, sensing the magical density around it, pressing against the walls of infinity that kept it caged. "Hey," Gojo said. Harry looked up. Gojo crouched down. He didn't need to anymore. Harry was tall enough that the height difference was shrinking every year, but he did it anyway, an old habit from when Harry was small, and put a hand on Harry's shoulder. "You're going to be great," he said. No sarcasm. No deflection. Just the simple, absolute conviction of a man who had never in his life said something he didn't mean. Not because of the Limitless. Not because of your magic. Because you're you. You're the best kid in any world, and if anyone gives you trouble, I know, Harry said. You'll come through the wall and destroy the entire school. I was going to say, call me, but yeah, that too. Harry laughed. And then, because he was 11 and about to leave home for the first time, and because Gojo was the only parent he'd ever known and the best one he could have asked for, he hugged him. Hard. The way he had at 8, when infinity first clicked and the world changed. Gojo hugged back. Just as hard. All right, Harry said. Use the bird. I want to see the bird mail system in action. You're ridiculous. I'm the strongest. I get to be ridiculous. It's in the contract. Harry pulled back, grinning. He grabbed his cart. He looked at the scarlet train, the billowing steam, the new world waiting on the other side. See you at Christmas, old man, Harry said. Old man? I'm 28. Practically ancient. I'm disowning you. Love you too. And Harry Potter, son of James and Lily, raised by the strongest, carrying infinity in his bones and magic in his blood, walked toward the Hogwarts Express, and he didn't look back. Behind him, Gojo Satoru stood on platform 9 3/4 with his hands in his pockets and his blindfold hiding eyes that were definitely not wet, absolutely not, and he watched his son disappear into the crowd. He stood there for a long time after the train pulled away. Then he took a breath, smiled his sharpest smile, and walked back through the barrier. The wizarding world wanted Harry Potter back. They had no idea what they were getting. The train was chaos. Good chaos, the kind of loud, buzzing, excited chaos that happens when hundreds of children are crammed into a moving vehicle and given unsupervised access to magical candy. Harry found an empty compartment near the back, stowed his trunk, and let Hedwig out of her cage. She hooted at him, nipped his finger affectionately, and settled on the luggage rack to sleep. Harry stretched out, propped his feet on the opposite seat, and looked out the window as London's grimy edges blurred past. He could feel the other students. Not individually, at this distance, people's energy signatures blurred together into a general haze, but as a collective presence. Hundreds of young witches and wizards, their magic bright and uncontrolled, filling the train with a warm, chaotic glow. It was like sitting inside a furnace, if furnaces were powered by excitement and sugar. The compartment door slid open. A boy stood in the doorway. Tall for 11, gangly, red-haired, with a long nose and a smudge of dirt on his cheek. He was carrying a battered trunk that was slightly too big for him and a rat that looked like it was trying to sleep through the entire experience. Anyone sitting here? The boy asked, nodding at the empty seats. Everywhere else is full. Go for it, Harry said, pulling his feet off the seat. The boy dragged his trunk in, shoved it under the seat with the particular gracelessness of someone who'd never quite figured out what to do with his arms, and dropped into the opposite seat with a relieved exhale. Thanks. I'm Ron. Ron Weasley. Harry. Harry Potter. Ron's eyes went wide. Then wider. Then they dropped to Harry's forehead, searching for the scar. Finding it, and snapping back to Harry's eyes with the guilty speed of someone who'd just been caught staring. "Are you really?" Ron said. "I mean, sorry, it's just, everyone knows about you. My mum's told me the story about 1,000 times. The one where I was a baby and someone tried to kill me and failed. Yeah. That one. It's a weird thing to be famous for," Harry said. "I was 1 year old. I didn't really do anything." Ron stared at him for a second, then let out a startled laugh. "I never thought about it that way. But yeah, I suppose it is a bit odd. Congratulations, you survived a thing you don't remember. Not exactly a talent, is it?" Harry grinned. He liked this kid already. There was no pretension in Ron Weasley, no calculation, no awe that lasted longer than a moment. He'd been surprised, sure, but he'd moved past it in seconds and was now sitting across from the most famous child in the wizarding world with the same easy comfort he'd sit across from anyone. "You're a wizard, then?" Harry asked. "Pure blood, yeah. Not that it matters much, there's 7 of us kids, so it's not like we're exactly wizarding royalty. My brothers are all at Hogwarts already. Bill and Charlie have left, but Percy's a prefect this year, won't shut up about it, and Fred and George are in 3rd year. They're, well. You'll meet them. Sounds like a full house. You've no idea. What about you? I mean, obviously everyone knows about your parents, but where've you been? The story was always that you went to live with Muggles." Harry considered how much to share. Gojo had left this to his discretion: tell them whatever you want. Just don't bore them. Nobody likes a boring origin story. "I was raised in Japan," Harry said. My adoptive dad, found me when I was a baby and took me in." "Japan? Wicked. Is your dad a wizard?" "No. He's something else." "Something else like what?" "Something else like, the strongest person in the world." Ron blinked. "What, like, arm wrestling?" "My brother Charlie's pretty strong. He works with dragons." Harry laughed, a genuine, surprised laugh that came from the delightful absurdity of someone comparing Gojo Satoru to a dragon handler. "Not exactly arm wrestling. But that's cool about your brother. Dragons are real." "Oh, mate, are they ever? Charlie's in Romania with them. He's got burn scars all up his arms and he thinks they're brilliant. He's mental." They fell into conversation with the ease of 2 people who were predisposed to get along, Ron talking about his family, his worries about living up to his brothers, his deep and passionate feelings about Quidditch, "It's the best sport ever invented by anyone, and I will die on this hill," and Harry listening, asking questions, offering fragments of his own life in return. He didn't talk about cursed energy or the Limitless or Hollow Purple. Not because he was hiding them, Gojo had explicitly told him not to hide, but because it wasn't relevant yet. Ron was talking about life. Harry wanted to listen. The candy cart came and Harry bought one of everything, because he'd inherited Gojo's sweet tooth along with his grin. Ron pulled out a squashed sandwich and tried to pretend he wasn't eyeing the pile of wizard candy, and Harry pushed half of it across the seat without comment. Ron protested. Harry insisted. Ron caved with the speed of a boy who really wanted a chocolate frog. "My brothers told me about these," Ron said, opening the frog's box. "Everyone's got a card, famous witches and wizards," the frog leapt. Harry's hand snapped out and caught it midair without looking, a reflex honed by years of training, fast enough that Ron actually flinched. "Blimey," Ron said. "That was fast. Sorry. Reflexes." Harry handed the frog back. "Who's on the card?" "Dumbledore. Again. I've got about 6 of him." Ron studied the card, then tossed it to Harry. "Here, you can have it." Harry looked at the card. An old man with a long silver beard and half-moon spectacles smiled gently up at him, then wandered out of the frame. Albus Dumbledore. Headmaster of Hogwarts. The man who'd left him on a doorstep. Harry put the card in his pocket. Something to remember. The compartment door opened again. This time it was a girl, bushy-haired and slightly breathless, with an expression of focused determination that Harry recognized immediately. It was the expression of someone who needed to be the best at things, not out of arrogance but out of a deep, driving need to prove they belonged. "Has anyone seen a toad?" she asked. "A boy named Neville's lost one." "No toads here," Ron said. "Just a rat and an owl." The girl's eyes swept the compartment, cataloging everything, the candy, the boys, the owl on the luggage rack, and landed on Harry. On his scar. Her eyes widened. "You're Harry Potter," she said. "I've read about you in Rise and Fall of the Dark Arts and Great Wizarding Events of the 20th Century and, that's a lot of books," Harry said. "I like books," she said, with the faintest edge of defensiveness, like she was used to this being a criticism. "I'm Hermione Granger, by the way. I'm Muggle-born. First witch in my family. I've been reading everything I can get my hands on since I got my letter. It's all absolutely fascinating. Did you know that the ceiling of the Great Hall at Hogwarts is bewitched to look like the sky outside? I read about it in Hogwarts, a history." "I didn't know that," Harry said. "That's impressive magic. Sustained environmental illusions are hard, you need a stable anchor point and a continuous feed of magical energy." Hermione's rapid-fire monologue stuttered to a halt. She looked at Harry with an expression of pure, startled delight, the expression of someone who'd thrown a ball and had it thrown back instead of ignored. "You know about magical theory?" she said. "Some. I've been studying the fundamentals for a few years. My background is in a different system, so I tend to approach wizard magic from a structural perspective." Hermione sat down. She sat down the way a chess player sits down at a board, with intent, with focus, with the clear signal that she was not leaving until she'd gotten what she came for. "What do you mean, a different system?" she asked. Ron looked between them with the expression of a man watching a tennis match played at superhuman speed. "Cursed energy," Harry said. Have you heard of jujitsu? The martial art? The sorcery. It's a different tradition. Not wizard magic, it operates on different principles. Cursed energy is generated by negative human emotions and can be channeled through techniques that are either inherited or developed. I've been trained in it since I was a child." Hermione's eyes were very wide. "There's an entire parallel magical system that isn't in any of the books I've read. It's not widely known in the wizarding world. Different communities, different traditions. But it's real, and it interacts with wizard magic in interesting ways." "Show me," Hermione said. Not asked. Said. With the absolute command of a girl who had found the most interesting thing in the world and was not going to let it escape. Harry held out his hand, palm up. He let a thin tendril of cursed energy coil above his palm, visible as a faint distortion in the air, like heat haze, but controlled, precise, moving in a slow spiral. Then he layered his magic over it, a simple Lumos effect, not through his wand but through raw intent, because he'd been doing wandless magic since he was 4, and the spiral lit up, glowing soft gold interwoven with the darker shimmer of cursed energy. "Oh," Hermione breathed. "Oh, that's beautiful." Ron leaned forward. "Is that what they teach in Japan?" "That's what my dad taught me," Harry said, closing his fist and dispersing the energy. "Hogwarts is going to teach me the rest." Hermione had approximately 8,000 follow-up questions. She got through about 30 of them before the train began to slow, the lights outside shifting from countryside gold to the deep purple of a Scottish evening, and the announcement came that they'd be arriving at Hogsmeade Station in 10 minutes. "We should change into robes," Hermione said, standing up. "I've already got mine on. I'll go help Neville find his toad." "But Harry," she paused at the door, looking back at him with an expression of fierce, delighted curiosity. "We are absolutely continuing this conversation." She left. Ron exhaled. She's intense, he said. She's brilliant, Harry said. You see the way she processes information? She'd be terrifying with any kind of combat training. Ron looked at him like he'd just suggested they adopt a blast-ended scrut. Combat training? For the book girl? The most dangerous person in any fight is the one who understands the rules well enough to break them, Harry said, and it was Gojo's voice coming out of his mouth, Gojo's philosophy worn smooth by years of repetition. She's already started. She read every book before she even got on this train. She's mapping the system. Give her a year and she'll know things the professors don't. Ron considered this. You think about things differently than most people, don't you? Probably. Is that a problem? Nah. Ron grinned. It's wicked. Hogsmeade Station was cold and dark and the air smelled like pine and lake water. Harry stepped off the train and immediately felt the shift. The ambient magic here was wild. Not the organized, human-shaped magic of Diagon Alley or the Hogwarts Express. This was raw, environmental, the magic of ancient forests and deep water. It pressed against his perception like something alive and curious. Fur's years. Fur's years over here. A giant of a man was calling from the end of the platform. And Harry meant giant. The man was easily twice the height of a normal person, 3 times the width, with a massive tangle of black hair and a beard that could have housed a family of badgers. His energy signature was enormous, not in terms of power, but in terms of warmth. He radiated kindness the way a bonfire radiated heat. That's Hagrid, Ron whispered. Gamekeeper. Bit mad, but everyone likes him. Harry liked him immediately. They followed Hagrid down a narrow path through dark trees to the edge of a black lake. Boats waited at the shore, small, enchanted, self-navigating. Harry, Ron, Hermione, and a round-faced boy called Neville, who had found his toad, largely due to Hermione's efforts, climbed into one. The boats moved without oars, cutting silent paths across the dark water. And then the castle came into view. Harry had seen a lot of impressive things. He'd watched Gojo level a building with a flick of his wrist. He'd seen hollow purple erase matter from existence. He'd looked at Tokyo from the top of the sky tree with 6 eyes active, the entire city parsed into a web of energy and motion and light. Hogwarts was different. It sat on a cliff above the lake, massive and ancient, a sprawl of towers and turrets and battlements that defied architectural logic. Light blazed from 100 windows. The walls were thick with magic, not just enchantments but history, centuries of accumulated power soaked into every stone, every brick, every inch of mortar. Harry's enhanced perception showed him the ward structure, layered and interlocking, a masterwork of protective magic that must have taken dozens of witches and wizards generations to build. The castle itself was almost alive, aware of its inhabitants, responsive to their presence, a vast magical organism that had been growing and evolving for 1,000 years. Beautiful, isn't it? Hermione whispered. Yeah, Harry said. It really is. Beside him, the dark thing in his scar stirred. Not painfully. Almost, hungrily. Like it recognized this place. Like it was coming home. Harry pressed infinity tighter around it, sealing it in, and smiled at the castle like a challenge. I'm here, he thought. Let's see what you've got. The sorting hat had been doing its job for roughly 1,000 years. It had sorted the ambitious, the brave, the clever, and the kind. It had looked into the minds of some of the greatest witches and wizards in history and sent them to their houses with confidence and certainty. It had never, in 1,000 years of operation, hesitated. It hesitated with Harry Potter. Harry sat on the stool in front of the entire school. The Great Hall was everything Hermione had described, cavernous, candlelit, with a ceiling that showed the night sky, stars blazing in an ocean of dark velvet. 4 long tables filled with students. A high table where the professors sat. And at the center of the high table, watching Harry with eyes that twinkled like the stars above, an old man with a long silver beard and half-moon spectacles. Dumbledore. Harry met his eyes for a fraction of a second as McGonagall lowered the sorting hat onto his head. In that fraction of a second, he felt Dumbledore's awareness brush against his, not a deliberate probe, just the passive perception of a very powerful wizard in close proximity. Harry's infinity deflected it automatically, a stone skipping off a still lake. Dumbledore's twinkle flickered. Just for an instant. Then the hat settled over Harry's eyes, and a voice spoke in his head. Well, well, well. The hat's voice was dry, amused, and very old. It rustled through Harry's mind like pages in an antique book, and immediately ran into a wall. Good heavens! What on earth? Harry's mental defenses were not wizard defenses. They were not a clemency or whatever the magical equivalent was. They were the result of 10 years of mental training under a man who could process the entire visible universe in real time, structures of cursed energy woven through his consciousness like steel through concrete, layered with the mathematical certainty of infinity itself. The sorting hat could not get in. Young man, the hat said, with the patient irritation of a librarian dealing with a locked book, I need to see your mind to sort you. That is how this works. Sorry, Harry thought back. Force of habit. Give me a second. He lowered his defenses. Not all the way, the dark fragment stayed sealed, locked behind infinity, and certain memories, training with Gojo, the specifics of his techniques, stayed behind walls of their own. But he let the hat see enough. His personality. His values. His desires. The hat was quiet for a very long time. I have never, it said slowly, encountered a mind like this. You have the courage of 10 Gryffindors. The ambition, not for power, but for excellence, that would make any Slytherin proud. A mind that Ravenclaw would kill for. And a loyalty to those you love that runs deeper than blood. So what's the problem? Harry thought. The problem is that you are balanced. Terrifyingly so. Most children lean one way or another. You lean all ways at once, and you do it with a conviction that suggests someone very deliberately raised you to be complete. Harry smiled inside his own head. Thanks, Dad. Gryffindor would temper your power with fellowship. Slytherin would sharpen it. Ravenclaw would deepen it. Hufflepuff would ground it. The hat paused. But you don't need tempering, or sharpening, or deepening, or grounding. You need a challenge. You need something that will push back against you. And the house that pushes hardest, the house of the brave and the reckless and the ones who throw themselves into the fire because it's the right thing to do, the hat's brim opened wide. Gryffindor. The hall erupted. The Gryffindor table exploded in cheers, especially from 2 red-haired twins who were banging the table and chanting, "We got Potter," at the top of their lungs. Harry pulled the hat off, handed it to a visibly surprised McGonagall, and walked to the Gryffindor table with the easy, unhurried stride of someone who had just done something mildly interesting and was ready for the next thing. He sat down between Ron, who'd been sorted into Gryffindor moments earlier and was still red-faced with relief, and Hermione, who was practically vibrating with excitement. The cheers continued. People were reaching across the table to shake his hand, clap his shoulder, shout welcomes. Harry smiled and nodded and shook hands and, beneath it all, reached out with his perception to the high table, where Albus Dumbledore was watching him with an expression that was warm and grandfatherly and did not reach his eyes. Behind those half-moon spectacles, Harry could see it, the rapid recalculation. The adjustment of plans. The quiet, controlled alarm of a man realizing that the piece he'd placed on the board 11 years ago had been moved by someone else. Harry met his gaze across the great hall. I'm not what you expected, he thought. Good. He turned back to Ron, who was loading his plate with everything within reach, and Hermione, who was already explaining the history of the sorting ceremony, and the Weasley twins, who were trying to convince him that the third-floor corridor would definitely kill him in a fun way, and Neville, who was feeding his toad under the table, and the warmth and noise and chaos of 100 children beginning a new adventure together. Above them, the enchanted ceiling showed a sky full of stars. Beneath Harry's skin, infinity hummed. In his pocket, his wand, brother to the wand that killed his parents, pulsed gently with warmth. The first night at Hogwarts. The beginning of everything. Harry ate his feast, laughed with his friends, and felt, for the first time in a place that wasn't home, like he might belong here after all. At the high table, Dumbledore watched, and thought, and began to plan. In the back of the hall, a man in a purple turban clutched his goblet with trembling hands, and the face on the back of his head whispered and whispered and whispered. And in Harry's scar, sealed behind walls of infinite space, something ancient and terrible and patient felt the proximity of its own fragmented soul, and smiled. Chapter 2, Platform 9 3/4. The morning after the sorting feast, Harry woke at 5. This wasn't unusual. Gojo had trained his internal clock with the ruthless efficiency of a man who believed sleep was a negotiable concept. 5 a.m. meant movement. 5 a.m. meant an hour of energy work before the world had the decency to be awake, when the ambient noise of human consciousness was at its lowest and the flow of cursed energy through the atmosphere was clean and uncluttered. Harry slipped out of bed without a sound. Infinity dampened his movements automatically, footsteps silent, displaced air smoothed to nothing, the faint rustle of fabric muted to zero. The Gryffindor first-year dormitory was a circular room at the top of a tower, 5 four-poster beds arranged around a central heating stove, thick red curtains drawn around each one. Ron was snoring in the bed next to his. Neville was curled in a ball with his toad on his pillow. 2 other boys, Seamus Finnegan and Dean Thomas, introduced briefly the night before, were dead to the world. Harry moved through the room like smoke and was out the door before any of them stirred. The common room was empty. Fire burned low in the grate, casting warm orange light across worn armchairs and battered tables. Harry crossed it, climbed through the portrait hole, the fat lady murmured something in her sleep but didn't wake, and stepped into the corridor beyond. Hogwarts at 5 in the morning was a different creature than Hogwarts at night. The torches had dimmed to embers. The portrait slept. The suits of armor stood motionless in their alcoves. And the castle's magical presence, that vast, ambient awareness Harry had felt since arriving, was quiet. Not absent. Quiet. Like a sleeping animal, breathing slowly, dreaming old dreams. Harry walked. He didn't have a destination. He was mapping. This was another Gojo lesson, drilled into him since childhood: when you enter a new environment, learn it. Walk every corridor. Open every door. Find the exits, the blind spots, the choke points. Know the terrain better than anyone else, because terrain was advantage, and advantage was survival. His enhanced perception unfurled as he walked, reading the castle's structure in layers. The physical architecture was first: stone walls, flagstone floors, staircases that moved. He'd been warned about those, on mechanical magical pivots anchored to the castle's ward structure. Behind the physical was the magical, enchantments layered like geological strata, the oldest buried deep in the foundations, the newest laid over the top like fresh paint. He could read the age of each spell by its energy signature. Some were centuries old. Some were older than the castle itself, wards from the original founders, still pulsing with the power of 4 of the greatest witches and wizards in British magical history. And behind the magical, threaded through everything like a nervous system, was something Harry hadn't expected: the castle was aware. Not sentient, not in the way a person was sentient, but aware in the way a forest was aware. It knew where its inhabitants were. It responded to them. The staircases didn't move randomly, they moved according to patterns that reflected the needs and habits of the people inside, 1,000 years of accumulated behavioral data processed through a magical intelligence that was vast and slow and ancient. Harry filed this away. It was useful information. The castle was an ally, if you knew how to listen to it. He explored for an hour. He found the kitchens. Behind a painting of a fruit bowl, you tickled the pear, according to a helpful ghost who drifted through a wall and seemed delighted that someone was up this early. He found the library, locked, but he could feel the books through the door, thousands of them, each one radiating its own magical signature, a dense thicket of accumulated knowledge. He found 3 secret passages, 2 hidden rooms, and 1 corridor that tried to lead him in a circle until he pushed cursed energy into his feet and walked straight through the spatial distortion like it wasn't there. By 6, he was on the astronomy tower, the highest accessible point in the castle. The sun was rising over the Scottish Highlands, painting the sky in shades of rose and gold, and the lake below was a mirror of dark water reflecting the dawn. Harry sat on the parapet, feet dangling over a drop that would kill anyone without infinity, and ran through his morning exercises. Cursed energy first. He cycled it through his body in the patterns Gojo had taught him, core to extremities and back, building flow, building control. His reserves were deep for his age, deeper than they had any right to be, the fusion of magic and cursed energy giving him a capacity that Gojo estimated rivaled mid-tier professional sorcerers. Not Gojo level. Not yet. But growing. Then magic. He pulled his wand, holly and phoenix feather, already warm in his hand, already eager, and practiced basic spells. Lumos. Nox. Wingardium Leviosa, he'd read ahead in the textbooks. The wand channeled his magic with a precision that wandless casting couldn't match, focusing it through the phoenix feather core like light through a lens. But it also channeled his cursed energy, which was unexpected and fascinating. The 2 energy types braided through the wand's core and emerged as something unified, something that was neither purely magic nor purely cursed energy but a synthesis of both. Harry spent 20 minutes experimenting. He cast Lumos and layered cursed energy over it, and the light shifted from white to deep violet and tripled in intensity. He cast the levitation charm on a loose stone and then fed blue into the spell, and the stone didn't just float, it shot toward him like a bullet, pulled by the gravitational technique amplified through magical intent. He caught it with infinity and set it down gently, grinning. The wand changed things. It was a multiplier, an amplifier, a bridge between his 2 systems that made them work together instead of in parallel. Harry could feel the possibilities branching out like a river delta, every wizard spell he'd read about in his textbooks, filtered through cursed energy, enhanced, transformed. He was going to enjoy classes. "You're up early." Harry didn't startle. He'd felt the energy signature approaching for the past 30 seconds, human, magical, old, carrying the particular resonance of enormous power held in careful check. He turned his head. Albus Dumbledore stood at the tower door, dressed in robes of deep purple, his silver beard catching the dawn light. He looked gentle. Grandfatherly. His blue eyes twinkled behind half-moon spectacles with what appeared to be warm amusement. Harry's perception told him a different story. Beneath the warmth, beneath the twinkle, Dumbledore's energy was coiled tight. Alert. Assessing. The old man had come here deliberately, had felt Harry's energy work from wherever he slept, or didn't sleep. Harry suspected Dumbledore slept about as much as Gojo did, and had come to investigate. "I like mornings," Harry said. "Good time to train." Dumbledore walked to the parapet and stood beside him, looking out at the sunrise. He didn't comment on the fact that Harry was sitting on a ledge with 100-foot drop beneath him. He didn't warn him to be careful. He simply stood, hands folded behind his back, and breathed in the Scottish air with every appearance of enjoyment. "Your guardian," Dumbledore said, conversationally. "Mr. Gojo. A remarkable individual." "The most remarkable," Harry agreed. "He was not easy to find. When we discovered that you were no longer at your aunt and uncle's home, there was considerable alarm. We searched for many years." "I know. He told me about the search spells. They didn't work." "No. They did not. Whatever protections Mr. Gojo placed around you were unlike anything we had encountered. Our tracking charms simply stopped. As if they had reached a boundary that could not be crossed." Dumbledore turned those blue eyes on Harry. "I admit to significant curiosity about the nature of those protections." "Infinity," Harry said. "It's called infinity. He said it plainly, without evasion. Gojo had been clear, don't hide. Don't play games. Let them see you. Let them understand, or fail to understand. Either way, you lose nothing by being honest about what you are. Infinity, Dumbledore repeated, tasting the word. A mathematical concept. The quality of being without limits or end. Also a defensive technique. The convergence of an infinite series between any 2 points. Nothing reaches me unless I allow it. Your tracking spells hit the boundary and the distance between them and me became, functionally endless. Dumbledore was quiet for a moment. That is not magic as we understand it. No. It's cursed energy. A different system. I use both. Both. Another pause. And how long have you been able to do this? Since I was 8. But I've been training in cursed energy since I was 3. Dumbledore's expression didn't change. The twinkle didn't waver. But Harry felt the shift in his energy, a deep, careful recalibration, like a navigator discovering the map was wrong. Not alarm. Not fear. Something more controlled. Dumbledore was a man who planned in decades, and he'd just learned that the foundation of 10 years of planning was built on sand. Your parents would be proud of you, Harry, Dumbledore said quietly. It was a good move. A precise move. Drop the interrogation, pivot to emotion, remind the boy of his connection to the world Dumbledore controlled. Harry recognized it because Gojo had taught him to recognize manipulation, not with resentment, but with clarity. Understanding someone's tactics didn't mean you had to dislike them. It just meant you couldn't be played. I think so, Harry said. I hope they'd be proud of the person raising me, too. Another silence. The sun was fully up now, the lake shifting from dark mirror to dappled gold. If you ever need anything, Harry, Dumbledore said, my door is always open. Thank you, Professor. Dumbledore inclined his head. Then he turned, robes sweeping the stone floor, and walked back down the tower stairs. His footsteps faded into the castle's morning quiet. Harry sat on the parapet for another minute, watching the sunrise, thinking about chess. Then he went to breakfast. The great hall at breakfast was a riot of noise and light and food. Harry had barely sat down at the Gryffindor table before Ron materialized beside him, hair sticking up at 5 different angles, eyes still puffy with sleep, but his attention fully locked on the platters of sausages and eggs and toast. Where'd you go this morning? Ron asked through a mouthful of bacon. Your bed was empty when I woke up. Exploring. At 5 in the morning. Best time for it. The castle's different when it's quiet. Ron gave him a look that suggested Harry was slightly insane but in an acceptable way. You're weird, mate. Good weird. But weird. Hermione appeared on Harry's other side, bag already packed, books already organized, hair already battling against the Scottish humidity with the tenacity of a losing army. She had a copy of Magical Theory by Adalbert waffling open beside her plate and was reading while simultaneously eating toast and taking notes. I've been thinking about what you said on the train, she said without preamble. About cursed energy being generated by negative human emotions. That's a fundamentally different theoretical basis than wizard magic, which is usually described as an innate biological trait channeled through a wand. But if cursed energy is emotional in origin and wizard magic is biological, how do they coexist in the same person? Wouldn't they conflict? Harry poured himself pumpkin juice. That's what I spent the first 6 years of my life figuring out. The short answer is they don't conflict, they complement. Wizard magic is broad and flexible. Cursed energy is precise and powerful. Magic is the canvas. Cursed energy is the brush. Hermione's quill was moving so fast it was leaving sparks. And your infinity technique, you said it's based on convergent infinite series. That's Zeno's paradox applied as a physical force. Is the mathematical structure of the technique what gives it its properties, or is the math a metaphor for an underlying energetic reality? Ron stared at her. It's breakfast, Hermione. Knowledge doesn't observe mealtimes, Ron. That's the most terrifying thing anyone's ever said to me. Harry laughed. Both, he told Hermione. The math is real, infinity literally creates an infinite subdivided space between me and everything else. But it's maintained by cursed energy, which means it requires mental focus and emotional stability. If I lost concentration or got overwhelmed emotionally, it could drop. Has that ever happened? Not since I was 9. Hermione looked at him, and Harry saw the moment she did the math in her head, an 11-year-old who had maintained a theoretically impossible defensive barrier for 2 continuous years without a lapse. Her eyes widened fractionally, then narrowed with the focused intensity of someone filing critical data. We're going to have a lot of conversations this year, she said. Looking forward to it. Schedules arrived with the Morning Post. First-year Gryffindors had Transfiguration on Monday mornings with McGonagall, followed by History of Magic with Binns, and then, Harry's eyes caught the line at the bottom of the schedule, Double Potions with the Slytherins on Friday afternoon. Potions is with Snape, Ron said, his face doing something complicated. Fred and George warned me about him. He's the head of Slytherin. Hates anyone who isn't in his house, and he really hates Gryffindors. Why? Dunno. Just does. He's supposed to be brilliant at potions but terrible at being a human being. Harry glanced at the high table. The teachers were eating breakfast in various states of morning readiness. McGonagall was prim and alert, eating porridge with military precision. The tiny Professor Flitwick was perched on a stack of cushions, engaged in animated conversation with a witch Harry didn't recognize. And at the far end, a man in black robes with lank dark hair and a hooked nose was staring directly at Harry with an expression of such focused, concentrated loathing that it was almost impressive. Harry met his gaze. The man, Snape, presumably, didn't look away. His dark eyes were flat and hard, and behind them, Harry's perception caught something unexpected, not just anger, but pain. Deep, old, marrow-level pain, wound tight around a core of guilt so dense it had its own gravitational pull. This wasn't generic dislike. This was specific. Personal. This man looked at Harry and saw something, or someone, that caused him agony. Harry held Snape's gaze for 2 seconds, 3, 4. He didn't flinch. He didn't look away. He'd been stared down by Gojo Satoru with the 6 eyes fully open. Nothing a potions professor could muster was going to make him blink. Snape looked away first. It was subtle, a shift of the eyes, a turn of the head toward his coffee, but it happened, and Harry noted it. Harry? Ron said. You all right? Fine. Just getting a read on the staff. He turned back to his breakfast. Transfiguration first. Let's go. Professor McGonagall was exactly the kind of teacher Gojo would have respected and then driven insane within 48 hours. She stood at the front of the Transfiguration classroom, a large, airy room with high windows and desks arranged in neat rows, and delivered a speech about the seriousness of her subject, the dangers of carelessness, and the absolute certainty that anyone caught misbehaving would leave and not come back. She was Scottish, sharp, and unyielding, and she demonstrated her point by transforming her desk into a pig and back again. The class was suitably awed. Harry was more interested in the mechanics. His enhanced perception tracked the transformation in real time. The spell restructured the desk's matter at a molecular level, reassigning physical properties through a magical matrix that held the new form stable. The pig was real, breathing, warm, organic, but the desk's magical signature persisted underneath, a blueprint waiting to be reasserted. It was, fundamentally, a controlled alteration of reality, and it operated on principles that were fascinatingly similar to certain cursed energy techniques. Today, McGonagall said, we will be attempting to turn a match into a needle. She distributed matches. The students began, with varying degrees of success, to point their wands at small pieces of wood and demand that they become metal. The room filled with muttered incantations, the occasional spark, and the pervasive smell of singed wood. Harry looked at his match. He looked at his wand. He considered the transformation. A match was wood and phosphorus. A needle was steel. To transform one into the other, you needed to restructure the material completely, different molecular bonds, different crystalline structure, different physical properties. The spell, as described in the textbook, provided a magical template that guided the transformation. The wand focused intent. The incantation shaped the template. Harry pointed his wand at the match and cast the spell. But instead of relying purely on the magical template, he layered cursed energy through his wand alongside the magic, using it to see the molecular structure of the match in real time and guide the transformation with the same precision he used when manipulating space for blue. The match didn't become a needle. It became a senbon. 3 inches of perfectly forged steel, sharp as a razor, balanced for throwing, the kind of needle Harry had practiced with since he was 7 because Gojo believed in diversified combat skills. It gleamed silver on his desk, catching the light from the high windows. The room went quiet. McGonagall walked over. She picked up the senbon, turned it in her fingers, and examined it with the careful eye of a master transfigurer. Her expression cycled through surprise, confusion, professional assessment, and something that might have been grudging delight. "This is not a sewing needle, Mr. Potter," she said. "No, ma'am. It's a throwing needle. I'm more familiar with the structure. You transformed a match into a weapon. A balanced weapon. Check the weight distribution." McGonagall looked at him over the top of her square spectacles. A very faint smile tugged at the corner of her mouth. 10 points to Gryffindor for an exceptional first transformation. And a recommendation to aim for sewing needles in the future. "Yes, Professor." She walked away, and Harry caught Hermione staring at his senbon with naked fascination. On his other side, Ron was grinning. "A throwing needle," Ron muttered. "Bloody hell." Behind them, a blond boy with a pointed face, Draco Malfoy, sorted into Slytherin the night before, was staring at Harry with an expression that wasn't anger or jealousy. It was something more unsettling. Calculation. The cold, careful assessment of someone measuring a threat. Harry felt the stare. He didn't turn around. He didn't need to. History of magic was taught by a ghost, which Harry found fascinating and everyone else found narcoleptic. Professor Binns drifted through the blackboard at the start of class, apparently unaware that he was dead, and began lecturing about the International Statute of Secrecy in a monotone that could have been weaponized as a sleeping charm. Within 10 minutes, half the class was unconscious. Ron was drooling on his textbook. Seamus had given up entirely and was building a tower out of ink bottles. Harry listened. Not because Binns was a good teacher, he was, by any metric, the worst teacher Harry had ever encountered, and Harry had once watched Gojo try to explain calculus using sock puppets. But the content was interesting. The International Statute of Secrecy, enacted in 1689, established the separation between the magical and mundane worlds. It was the foundation of modern wizarding society, the reason magic was hidden, the reason wizards and witches lived in parallel to the non-magical world. And it was, Harry realized, the reason nobody in the wizarding world knew about cursed energy. The statute separated wizards from muggles. But it also separated wizards from every other magical tradition on Earth. Jujitsu sorcerers. Shamans. Whatever other practitioners existed in cultures the British wizarding world had never bothered to learn about. The statute wasn't just about hiding magic, it was about controlling it. Defining what counted as magic, who counted as magical, and excluding everything that didn't fit the model. Gojo had once told him that the most dangerous form of power wasn't strength, it was the power to define reality for other people. To decide what was normal and what was abnormal, what was acceptable and what was threatening. The wizarding world had done exactly that, drawing a line around their own tradition and calling everything outside it either non-existent or dangerous. Harry wrote this in his notes, next to the actual history content. Hermione, who was the only other person still awake, glanced at his parchment and raised an eyebrow. He showed her. She read it, frowned, and wrote in the margin of her own notes, "That's a significant institutional blind spot. What are the implications for threat assessment?" Harry wrote back, "They can't defend against what they don't know exists." Hermione's frown deepened. She underlined the sentence twice and added 3 question marks. This was, Harry reflected, the beginning of a beautiful friendship. The first week established a pattern. Harry attended classes, absorbed the material at a speed that alarmed some professors and delighted others, and spent every free moment either training or exploring the castle. Ron became his constant companion, easy, loyal, funny, with an instinctive emotional intelligence that cut through Harry's tendency toward analytical distance. Hermione became his intellectual sparring partner, challenging his theories, demanding explanations, building her own understanding of cursed energy from the fragments Harry shared. The 3 of them fell into orbit around each other with the gravitational inevitability of bodies that were always meant to be a system. But it was Friday's double potions that broke the week's comfortable rhythm. The dungeons were cold. Not just physically, the ambient magical temperature was lower here, the castle's warmth fading as you descended into stone corridors that predated the upper floors by centuries. The potions classroom was a large, vaulted chamber with stone walls and a ceiling that dripped with condensation. Shelves lined every surface, packed with jars of preserved ingredients that Harry's perception automatically catalogued: flobberworm mucus, boomslang skin, lacewing flies, things that flickered with residual magical properties. The Slytherins were already seated when the Gryffindors arrived. Draco Malfoy sat in the front row, flanked by 2 large boys who appeared to function as a combination of bodyguards and bookends. He watched Harry enter with that same calculated stare, mouth curved in a smile that didn't warm his eyes. "Potter," Malfoy said. "I hear you turned a match into a weapon on Monday. Very impressive for someone raised by Muggles." "I wasn't raised by Muggles," Harry said, taking his seat. "And thanks." The casual dismissal of the insult seemed to throw Malfoy off. He'd prepared for defensiveness or anger, Harry could see it in his posture, the way he'd leaned forward expecting a confrontation. Instead, he got nothing, and the nothing sat between them like an unanswered question. Before Malfoy could recalibrate, the door slammed open. Snape swept in like a bat given human form and bad news, robes billowing behind him, and took the front of the room without preamble. He didn't introduce himself. He didn't welcome them. He looked at the class with the expression of a man forced to babysit and launched directly into speech. "You are here to learn the subtle science and exact art of potion making," Snape said. His voice was low and controlled, the kind of quiet that commanded attention more effectively than shouting. "As there is little foolish wand-waving here, many of you will hardly believe this is magic. I don't expect you will really understand the beauty of the softly simmering cauldron with its shimmering fumes, the delicate power of liquids that creep through human veins, bewitching the mind, and snaring the senses." He paused. His eyes found Harry. "Potter. Our new celebrity." The word dripped with contempt. The Slytherins shifted with the anticipatory energy of an audience that knew the show was about to start. The Gryffindors tensed. Harry met Snape's eyes. "Good morning, Professor. Tell me, Potter. What would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood?" Harry knew. He'd read the textbook cover to cover on the train, and his memory, enhanced by years of mental training, was functionally perfect. The draught of living death. A sleeping potion so powerful it mimics the appearance of death. Snape's expression didn't change. "And where would you look if I told you to find me a bezoar?" "The stomach of a goat. It's a calcified mass that neutralizes most poisons." Still nothing. "What is the difference between monkshood and wolfsbane?" "Nothing. They're the same plant. Also known as aconite." Silence. Harry could feel the room holding its breath. This wasn't how the script was supposed to go, he could see it in Snape's energy. The man had prepared questions designed to humiliate, to establish dominance, to put the celebrity child in his place. He hadn't prepared for the celebrity child to answer them correctly, calmly, and without a trace of nervousness. Snape stared at Harry for a long moment. Something moved behind his eyes, not the contempt he'd entered with, but something more complicated. A recalculation, maybe. Or a recognition. "It seems fame isn't everything," Snape said, and turned away. "Well? Why aren't the rest of you writing this down?" The class scrambled for quills. Harry opened his notebook and began writing, and beside him, Ron let out a breath he'd been holding for 30 seconds. "Merlin," Ron whispered. "I thought he was going to hex you." "He's a teacher, Ron. He's not going to hex a student." "You clearly haven't heard about Snape." The practical lesson was a boil-cure potion, and it went smoothly until it didn't. Harry's potion was perfect. Not just competent, perfect. He approached potion-making the way he approached energy work, with precise control, analytical attention to cause and effect, and a willingness to deviate from the textbook instructions when his understanding of the underlying principles suggested a better approach. He adjusted his flame temperature twice based on the color changes in the potion, added the porcupine quills at a slightly different angle than the textbook specified because the orientation affected dissolve rate, and produced a potion that was exactly the shade of blue the textbook described, with a smooth consistency and no residual particulate matter. Snape stopped at his desk. He looked at the potion. He looked at Harry. His face was a mask, but Harry's perception caught the micro-expressions, surprise, annoyance, and beneath both, that same deep pain. "Acceptable," Snape said, and moved on. Ron's cauldron chose that moment to emit a sound like a distressed cat and begin smoking. Neville, 2 rows back, had somehow produced a potion that was not only the wrong color but appeared to be moving independently, crawling up the sides of his cauldron with a determination that suggested malicious intent. "Longbottom!" Snape snapped. "Did you add the porcupine quills before taking the cauldron off the fire?" Neville went white. The potion chose this moment to breach the cauldron's rim and cascade onto the floor, where it began eating through Neville's shoes. Neville yelped, stumbling backward, and boils began erupting across his hands and arms where the potion had splashed. Harry moved. He didn't think about it. He didn't calculate. A classmate was in pain and the caustic potion was spreading. Harry pulled his wand, channeled magic and cursed energy simultaneously, and cast a modified freezing charm, wandless magic laced with cursed energy to amplify the effect. The potion flash froze across the floor, halting mid-spread, crystallizing into harmless solid. At the same time, he extended a thin shell of infinity around Neville's hands, not touching the skin but creating a barrier that prevented any further contact with the potion. The room went silent. Harry was already beside Neville, examining the boils with clinical attention. "You need to get to the hospital wing. These need proper treatment. The potion's acidic component has already broken the skin." Neville stared at him, still white-faced, but the pain in his expression was fading. The infinity shell was blocking nerve signals from the affected area, a trick Harry had developed for managing training injuries. How did you take him to the hospital wing?" Harry said to Seamus, who was closest. "And tell Madame Pomfrey the potion had a porcupine quill reaction, so she'll know which antidote to use." Seamus took Neville by the arm and hurried out. The class remained frozen. Snape was staring at Harry. Not with contempt. Not with anger. With something that looked, for the first time, like genuine attention. Like he was seeing Harry, actually seeing him, rather than the ghost of whoever he saw when he looked at Harry's face. "Mr. Potter," Snape said. His voice was carefully neutral. "What did you just do?" "Froze the spill and isolated the contact points. Standard triage. You froze the spill without an incantation. And the barrier around Longbottom's hands, that was not a spell I recognize." "It's not a spell. It's a cursed energy technique. The words hung in the cold dungeon air. 28 students stared at Harry. Snape's dark eyes were unreadable. "Remain after class, Mr. Potter," Snape said. Then he turned away and began vanishing the frozen potion with sharp flicks of his wand. "The rest of you, back to work. And if anyone else adds quills before removing their cauldron from the flame, they will join Mr. Longbottom in the hospital wing as a matter of personal choice." The class resumed. Harry returned to his desk. Ron was watching him with an expression of open amazement. Across the room, Malfoy was watching him with something else entirely. When class ended and the other students filed out, Harry stayed. Ron lingered at the door, clearly unwilling to leave Harry alone with Snape, but Harry caught his eye and shook his head slightly. Ron hesitated, then left. Snape waited until the door closed. Then he sat on the edge of his desk and looked at Harry with none of the theatrical hostility of the lesson. His face was tired. Old. He looked like a man carrying something heavy that he couldn't put down. "Cursed energy," Snape said. "I assume this is what Dumbledore was referring to when he told the staff you had unconventional training." "Dumbledore told the staff about me?" "In the vaguest terms possible. He said your guardian had trained you in a non-standard magical tradition and that we should be prepared for unusual demonstrations." Snape's lip curled. "He did not mention that you could perform wandless magic at 11 or create energy constructs that are beyond anything in our classification system." "Dumbledore doesn't know everything about what I can do," Harry said. "Nobody does except my father." "Your father." The word came out sharp. "Barbed." Snape's carefully controlled expression cracked, and for a second, the raw emotion beneath was visible, not hatred, not really, but something tangled and wounded and decades old. James Potter was my biological father," Harry said calmly. "My dad is Gojo Satoru. He's the one who raised me." Snape went still. The crack in his composure sealed. He studied Harry with a different quality of attention, less combative, more searching. "You have your mother's eyes," Snape said quietly. "People keep telling me that." "Did your guardian tell you anything about her?" "Some. He didn't know her personally. He found me after she died." Harry paused. He could feel the pain radiating off Snape like heat from a forge, and his perception, honed not just for combat but for understanding, read the shape of it. "You knew her." It wasn't a question. The grief was too specific, too sharp, too present after all these years. This wasn't a man mourning a stranger. Snape's face closed like a door slamming. "This conversation is over. You are dismissed, Mr. Potter." Harry stood. He walked to the door. Then he stopped. "Professor. Whatever happened between you and my parents, it's their story. Not mine. I'd rather we started fresh." Snape said nothing. Harry left. In the corridor outside, he leaned against the stone wall for a moment and breathed. The encounter had been more emotionally dense than anything he'd faced in classes, and he needed a second to process. Snape was a complicated man. Wounded, angry, brilliant, carrying a guilt that had calcified into cruelty. He'd looked at Harry and seen James Potter's son and hated that. But he'd also looked at Harry and seen Lily's eyes and something in him had shattered. Harry filed this away too. Snape was not an enemy. Snape was a puzzle. "All right?" Ron's voice. He was waiting at the end of the corridor, leaning against the wall with the studied casualness of someone who'd been listening at the door. "All right," Harry said. "Let's find Hermione. I want to get to the library before lunch." "You're the only person I've ever met who says, 'Let's go to the library,' and makes it sound like, 'Let's go on an adventure.' Everything's an adventure if you're paying attention." Ron rolled his eyes, but he was smiling. They walked together through the dungeon corridors, footsteps echoing off ancient stone, and the castle breathed around them. Saturday morning brought two things: the first flying lesson, and the first real crack in Hogwarts' understanding of what Harry Potter was. The lesson was held on the grounds, on a flat stretch of lawn between the castle and the Forbidden Forest. 20 broomsticks lay in neat rows on the grass. Madame Hooch, the flying instructor, a woman with short gray hair, yellow hawk-like eyes, and the stance of someone who'd rather be in the air than on the ground, stood at the front and began with basic instructions. Stand beside your broom. Extend your hand. Command it up. Up, shouted 20 students. Ron's broom shot into his hand on the first try. Hermione's rolled over reluctantly. Neville's didn't move. Malfoy's responded instantly, and he wore the satisfied smirk of someone who'd been flying since he could walk. Harry looked at his broom. He'd never ridden one. Gojo's method of aerial movement was far more direct: spatial manipulation, gravitational control, the ability to effectively cancel gravity's pull on his body and move through the air under his own power. Harry had been flying since he was 9. Just not on a stick. Up, Harry said, and let a thread of cursed energy flow through his voice. The broom didn't rise to his hand. It leapt. It shot up so fast it blurred, and Harry caught it reflexively, his fingers closing around the handle with the casual precision of a boy who'd been catching things moving at much higher speeds for years. The wood vibrated in his grip, the enchantments on the broom resonating with his dual energy in a way they clearly hadn't been designed for. The flight charms were meant to respond to magical intent. Harry's intent came wrapped in cursed energy, and the broom was reacting like a racehorse that had just been fed lightning. Good, Madame Hooch said. Now, mount your brooms, grip the handle, and on my whistle. The whistle blew. Neville's broom shot into the air. It wasn't controlled. It wasn't intentional. Neville's grip was wrong, his weight was wrong, his panic was feeding the broom's flight charms in a feedback loop of terrified magical energy. The broom spiraled upward, Neville hanging on white-knuckled, 20 feet, 30, 40, Madame Hooch reached for her wand. Harry was already in the air. He hadn't used the broom. He'd dropped it. In the fraction of a second between Neville leaving the ground and Madame Hooch reaching for her wand, Harry had cancelled his own gravity with a pulse of cursed energy and pushed, launching himself upward with the same technique Gojo used for aerial combat. He hit 40 feet in 2 seconds. Neville was spinning, losing grip, the broom bucking like a living thing. Harry reached him, grabbed the back of his robes with one hand, and extended infinity around both of them with the other. I've got you, Harry said. Let go of the broom. I can't, I'll fall, you won't fall. I promise. The certainty in his voice cut through Neville's panic. The boy's fingers unclenched. The broom shot away, riderless, and Neville dropped, and stopped. Suspended in the air, held by a field of manipulated space that cradled him as gently as a hammock. Harry floated beside him, standing on nothing, the wind ruffling his hair, looking for all the world like standing in midair was the most natural thing in the world. Because for him, it was. You're okay, Harry said. Breathe. I'm going to bring us down. He lowered them both, slowly, smoothly, touching down on the grass as lightly as leaves. Neville's legs buckled the moment he felt solid ground, and Ron was there to catch him, and Hermione was there to fuss over him, and the entire class was staring at Harry with expressions ranging from awe to disbelief to, in Malfoy's case, something that looked a lot like fear barely masked by contempt. Madame Hooch approached Harry. Her hawk eyes were very wide. Mr. Potter, she said. You flew. Without a broom. Yes, ma'am. How? Gravity manipulation. I cancelled the gravitational pull on my body and used directional force to control movement. Madame Hooch opened her mouth. Closed it. Opened it again. That's not possible. With all respect, Professor, you just watched me do it. A choked laugh from somewhere in the class. Ron, probably. Madame Hooch's expression went through several rapid transitions and settled on something between professional admiration and existential concern. We'll need to discuss the implications of this with the headmaster, she said. For now, are you still interested in learning to fly on a broom? It may feel somewhat redundant. Harry grinned. I'd love to learn. Every skill's worth having. He mounted his broom for the first time and kicked off. The enchanted flight charms caught his weight and the broom rose smoothly, and Harry felt the fundamental difference immediately, where his own flight was pure control, broom flight was partnership. The broom had its own magical momentum, its own personality, its own preferred ways of moving. He had to work with it, not command it. He loved it. It was like the difference between running and riding a horse, less precise, less controlled, but there was a wild joy to it that his own clinical gravity manipulation didn't have. Harry leaned forward and the broom accelerated. He banked, climbed, dove. Wind screamed past his ears. The ground rushed up and he pulled out at the last second, skimming the grass, and the broom responded to his intent with an eagerness that bordered on enthusiasm. The flight charms were feeding off his energy, both kinds, and the broom was performing at a level that second-hand school equipment had no business reaching. He flew loops around the astronomy tower, dove through the gap between two buttresses, and touched down on the lawn in a perfect landing, dismounting while the broom was still moving with the fluid grace of someone who'd been training their body since they could walk. The class applauded. Even some of the Slytherins. Malfoy didn't applaud. He stood rigid, watching, his face a carefully constructed mask. But his hands, Harry noticed, were clenched at his sides. Knuckles white. The calculated assessment from the first day was cracking, and beneath it was something raw, the desperate, competitive fury of a boy who had been told his entire life that he was exceptional and was now watching someone redefine the word. After the lesson, as the class walked back to the castle, Malfoy fell into step beside Harry. His two flankers, Crabbe and Goyle, hung back, giving them space. "Potter," Malfoy said. His voice was controlled, polished, every consonant placed with the precision of someone who'd been trained in rhetoric since childhood. That was quite the display. "Thanks. My father will be interested to hear about it. Your father's Lucius Malfoy, right? I've read about your family." Something shifted in Malfoy's expression. Interest, maybe. Or wariness. "What have you read?" "That the Malfoys are one of the oldest pureblood families in Britain. Wealthy. Well-connected. Politically influential." Harry paused. "And that your father was a known associate of Voldemort during the First War." The name hit like a slap. Several students within earshot flinched. Ron, walking behind them, sucked in a breath. Malfoy's composure cracked visibly, a flash of genuine alarm, quickly suppressed. "We don't say that name," Malfoy said. "Why not? He's a person. People have names. He's not just a person. He's a wizard who killed a lot of people and then lost to a baby. He's got a name. Voldemort. See? The sky didn't fall." Malfoy stared at him. The alarm was fading, replaced by something more complex, a cocktail of fascination and resentment and the first stirrings of genuine respect, which Malfoy clearly hated feeling. "You're not what anyone expected, Potter," Malfoy said. "Good. Expectations are boring." Malfoy held his gaze for a moment longer. Then he turned and walked toward the castle with his entourage, back straight, chin high, every line of his body communicating a composure that Harry's perception told him was paper-thin. Malfoy was afraid. Not of Harry specifically, of what Harry represented. The destruction of a hierarchy that the Malfoy family had spent centuries building. In the pure-blood world, power came from blood and name and gold. Harry was proof that power could come from somewhere else entirely, and that it could be bigger. Harry watched him go and felt, unexpectedly, a twinge of sympathy. He knew what it was like to measure yourself against something immovable. He did it every day, against Gojo. The difference was that Gojo made the gap feel like an invitation. "Come up here, kid, the view is incredible." Harry suspected that whoever Draco Malfoy was measuring himself against made the gap feel like a judgment. That was brilliant, Ron said, catching up. The flying, I mean. Not the part where you said you know whose name in front of a Malfoy. That was just mental. Ron, I've been saying his name since I was 7. It's a word. Words aren't dangerous. Tell that to someone who's been cursed. Fair point, actually. Harry conceded it with a nod, and they went to lunch. The first Gojo care package arrived the following Wednesday. It came by owl, not one owl but 6, because apparently the package was too heavy for a single bird. The owls arrived at breakfast in a formation that suggested military precision, descended on the Gryffindor table like a feathered airstrike, and deposited a large box directly in front of Harry's plate. The box was wrapped in paper covered with cartoon cats. This was not unusual. Gojo's aesthetic preferences were aggressively whimsical. "What's that?" Ron asked. Harry opened it. Inside, packed with the chaotic precision that was Gojo's signature organizing style, were 12 boxes of Japanese convenience store sweets, specifically, the exact brands that Harry had grown up eating and that were unavailable in Scotland, a handwritten note, 3 sealed containers that hummed faintly with cursed energy, and a pair of sunglasses identical to Gojo's own. Harry put the sunglasses on. They were too big for his face. He looked ridiculous. "Those are awful," Hermione said. "They're perfect," Harry said, and kept them on. He opened the note. "Hey kid, hope you're not bored. British food is terrible but you already knew that. Enclosed, snacks, non-negotiable, training supplements, the containers, use them in private, 1 per day, you'll know what to do, and the sunglasses because you need to establish a brand. Personal branding is important, Harry. I didn't become the most famous sorcerer in the world by dressing like a normal person. Nanami says hello. He's lying. He said, tell the boy I hope his education is proceeding satisfactorily, which is Nanami speak for hello. Megumi asked about you. I told him you were infiltrating a foreign magical society and he gave me the look. You know the look. How's the food? How are the classes? Have you punched anyone yet? Don't punch anyone. Actually, if someone deserves it, punch them a little. Use your judgment. The old man with the beard, Dumbledore, sent me an owl. An actual owl. To my apartment in Tokyo. I don't know how it found me and frankly I'm impressed. He wants to discuss your educational development. I told him I'd visit at Christmas. He doesn't know what's coming. I'm going to wear my most obnoxious outfit. Be strong. Be smart. Be you. Love, the greatest dad in all dimensions. P.S. If anyone asks, the training containers are candy. They are not candy. Do not let anyone else touch them. Harry folded the letter and put it in his pocket, smiling. Ron was already investigating the sweets with the single-minded focus of a boy who took snack evaluation seriously. Hermione was eyeing the cursed energy containers with transparent curiosity. What are those? She asked, pointing. Training tools. My dad sends them regularly. They're sealed cursed energy constructs, I use them for energy exercises. You can't touch them. Cursed energy can be harmful to people who aren't trained to handle it. Hermione's expression shifted from curiosity to frustration to determination in about a second. Then train me. Harry looked at her. She was completely serious. Her chin was set, her eyes were bright, and she was radiating the particular intensity of Hermione Granger when she decided something was going to happen. Cursed energy isn't like wizard magic, Harry said carefully. It's generated by negative emotions. To use it, you have to learn to process and channel those emotions without being consumed by them. It takes years of practice and most people never develop the sensitivity for it. I'm a fast learner. I know you are. But this isn't about fast. This is about, he paused, searching for the right words. Okay. Give me your hand. Hermione held out her hand. Harry took it. Gently, with the precise control of someone who'd spent years learning to modulate his energy to non-harmful levels, he channeled the barest thread of cursed energy through their point of contact. Just enough for her to feel it. Hermione gasped. Her hand jerked, and Harry let go immediately. What was that? She breathed. That was cold. Dark. Like the moment before you cry, but turned into electricity. That's cursed energy. That's what it feels like. And to use it, you'd need to live in that feeling, learn to shape it, learn to hold it without letting it shape you. He looked at her seriously. I'm not saying you can't. I'm saying it's not something you pick up from a book. Hermione was quiet for a moment. She flexed her hand, feeling the lingering ghost of the sensation. Then teach me the theory, she said. I'll worry about the practice later. Harry smiled. Deal. The sunglasses stayed on for the rest of breakfast. Percy Weasley, Ron's prefect brother, told Harry they were against dress code. Harry thanked him for the information and kept wearing them. Fred and George Weasley, from further down the table, gave him a standing ovation. 2 weeks into term, Harry found the dog. He was on one of his early morning exploration routes. He'd been systematically mapping the castle's corridors, finding the secret passages, learning the movement patterns of the staircases. He'd already discovered the room of requirement, a room on the 7th floor that appeared when you walked past a certain stretch of wall 3 times while thinking about what you needed, although he hadn't told anyone about it yet. He was saving it. The 3rd floor corridor on the right-hand side had been declared off-limits by Dumbledore at the welcoming feast, out of bounds to everyone who does not wish to die a most painful death, which was a remarkable thing to say to a school full of children and virtually guaranteed that every child in the school would become obsessed with what was behind the door. Harry had noted the prohibition and added it to his mental map as a point of interest. He hadn't investigated immediately because he was in no rush. But at 5 a.m. on a Tuesday in late September, his exploration route brought him to the 3rd floor corridor, and his perception caught something through the door that made him stop. There was a living creature behind that door. A large one. Its magical signature was dense and multi-layered, literally multi-layered, as if there were several overlapping consciousnesses operating the same body. And beneath the creature's signature, Harry could feel something else, a complex magical construct, layered protections, enchantments stacked on enchantments like a puzzle box. Something was being guarded. Harry opened the door. The room beyond was large and dark. The creature inside was a dog. An enormous dog with 3 heads, each one the size of a small car, currently asleep on the stone floor. Its breath came in thunderous snores that shook dust from the ceiling. Underneath its massive paws, Harry could see the edge of a trapdoor set into the floor. Harry stood in the doorway and studied the Cerberus with professional interest. It was a magical creature, Greek in origin, if his reading was correct, bound to guard duty by enchantment. The 3 heads operated semi-independently but shared a single body. The magical bindings were strong but not cruel. Whoever had placed the dog here had done so with care for the animal's well-being. He also noted the trapdoor. And the protections he could feel beneath it, layers and layers of them, stretching down into the earth below the castle, each one different in character and complexity. Something very valuable was hidden under this castle. And Dumbledore had placed it behind a series of obstacles that included a 3-headed dog and a warning that was perfectly calibrated to attract the curiosity of brave, reckless children. Interesting. Harry closed the door quietly, leaving the Cerberus sleeping, and walked back to Gryffindor Tower with his mind working. At breakfast, he sat down between Ron and Hermione and said, casually, "There's a 3-headed dog on the 3rd floor guarding a trapdoor." Ron choked on his pumpkin juice. Hermione dropped her fork. "A 3-headed, what?" Ron sputtered. "Cerberus. Greek mythological creature, magically real. About the size of a small elephant. 3 heads, lots of teeth. Sleeping when I found it." You went to the forbidden corridor, Hermione said. Her tone was caught between disapproval and fascination was winning by a wide margin. I went to the forbidden corridor, Harry confirmed. There's a trapdoor under the dog. Below the trapdoor, there are multiple layers of magical protections. Something important is down there. And you just walked in. Weren't you worried about the dog? It was asleep. And I've got infinity. The worst it could do is drool on me. You're insane, Ron said admiringly. I've been thinking about this, Harry continued. Dumbledore announces at the feast that the corridor is forbidden and anyone who goes there will die. He says this to a castle full of children, in front of the entire school, making absolutely no effort to actually prevent access. The door was locked with a simple Alohomora-level charm. A first year could get through it. Hermione's eyes narrowed. You think it's deliberate? I think Dumbledore wanted people to know something was there. Specifically, I think he wanted someone to investigate. Why would a headmaster want students poking around something dangerous? Ron asked. Maybe it's a test. Maybe it's a trap. Maybe both. Harry took a sip of pumpkin juice. There's something else. There's a presence in this castle that feels wrong. I've been sensing it since the first night. It's dark, really dark. It reminds me of the thing in my scar. Not the same signature, but the same flavor. The table went quiet. Ron and Hermione exchanged a glance. Where? Hermione asked. It moves. It's strongest around one of the professors, but it's not coming from them, it's more like it's attached to them. Like a parasite. Which professor? Harry hesitated. Not because he was unsure, he'd narrowed it down within the first week. But accusing a teacher based on energy signatures that nobody else could perceive was a delicate matter. Quirrell, he said. Ron blinked. Quirrell. The defense against the dark arts bloke. The one who's scared of his own shadow. The turban, Harry said. Have you noticed his turban? It smells like garlic, he says, but that's not what I sense under it. There's something alive in there. Something conscious. And the dark energy is centered on it. Hermione was very still. Harry, that's a serious accusation. I'm not accusing him. I'm telling you what I perceive. Something is wrong with Quirrell, and it's connected to whatever is hidden under the third floor. I can feel it, whenever Quirrell passes the third floor corridor, his energy spikes. Whatever is down there, he wants it. A long pause. The great hall bustled around them, students eating, owls delivering mail, the morning sun slanting through high windows. So what do we do? Ron asked. Harry looked at him. Then at Hermione. Right now. We gather information. Hermione, can you research what might be valuable enough to hide in a school under multiple magical protections? Something that someone, potentially Voldemort's agent, would want badly enough to infiltrate Hogwarts to get? Hermione nodded, already mentally composing search parameters. Ron, you've grown up in the wizard world. What do you know about Dumbledore's recent activities? Anything unusual? Anything that might connect to something being moved into Hogwarts for safekeeping? Ron scratched his chin. Well, my brother Charlie mentioned something over the summer. Something about a break-in at Gringotts. The Wizard Bank. Someone tried to rob a vault, but it had been emptied earlier that same day. It was in the Daily Prophet. When? July. Before term started. Harry felt the pieces click. A vault emptied just before a break-in. Something moved from a bank, the most secure location in the wizarding world, to a school. Protected by obstacles. Guarded by a Cerberus. And now, someone inside the school was trying to get to it. We need to find out what was in that vault, Harry said. Hagrid, Ron said suddenly. Hagrid was with you in Diagon Alley, wasn't he? When first years get their school supplies, Hagrid usually does the tour. He takes everyone to Gringotts to access their vaults. Harry hadn't gone with Hagrid, he'd gone with Gojo. But the connection was useful. You think Hagrid might know what was in the vault? Hagrid knows everything that goes on in this castle. He just can't keep a secret to save his life. Harry grinned. Then let's pay Hagrid a visit. Hagrid's hut sat at the edge of the forbidden forest like a child's drawing of a house, smoke puffing cheerfully from the chimney, a crossbow leaning by the door, a garden full of things that Harry's perception identified as both magical and slightly dangerous. The man himself answered their knock with a booming welcome and ushered them inside with the enthusiasm of a very large golden retriever. The hut's interior was one room, crammed with everything a gamekeeper might need and quite a lot of things he probably didn't. A massive boarhound named Fong immediately attempted to sit on Harry's lap, and was prevented from doing so only by the laws of physics. Hagrid put the kettle on and began producing rock cakes that lived up to their name in a literal, geological sense. Great ter see ya, Harry, Hagrid said, beaming. Been wanting ter have ya down. How's school? How are ya settling in? Good, thanks. Classes are interesting. Professors are mostly great. Hagrid's beam dimmed slightly. Mostly. Snape's, complicated. Ah. Professor Snape. Yeah, worry about him, Harry. He's like that with everyone. Bit rough around the edges, but Dumbledore trusts him completely. Harry filed this away. Dumbledore's trust was worth noting, both as information and as a data point about Dumbledore's judgment. They talked for a while. Hagrid asked about classes, about friends, about what it was like being raised in Japan. Blimey. Japan. Always wanted to go. They've got some incredible magical creatures out there, Japanese water dragons, kitsune, all sorts. Ron ate rock cakes with the stoic determination of someone too polite to stop. Hermione asked Hagrid about magical creatures with the kind of targeted curiosity that was actually aimed at building rapport for later information extraction. Harry watched his friends work. Ron's genuine warmth and Hermione's genuine interest weren't faked, they actually liked Hagrid, which was easy because Hagrid was enormously likable. But they were also, consciously or not, creating the conditions for the question Harry needed to ask. He waited for a natural pause, then said, Hagrid, do you know what's hidden on the third floor? Hagrid's cup froze halfway to his mouth. How do ya know about that? Dumbledore mentioned it at the feast. The Forbidden Corridor. Well, yeah, shouldn't be asking about that. That's between Professor Dumbledore and Nicholas Flamel. Hagrid went pale. He put his cup down. I shouldn't ha' said that. I should not have said that. Nicholas Flamel. Harry didn't react. Beside him, he felt Hermione's attention spike like a voltage surge, and he knew she'd caught the name and was already cross-referencing it against every book she'd read. It's all right, Hagrid, Harry said gently. We won't tell anyone. Yeah, shouldn't be poking around in this, Harry. It's dangerous, and Dumbledore's got it well in hand. I'm sure he does. We were just curious. They left Hagrid's hut 20 minutes later, stepping into the cool October air. The moment the door closed behind them, Hermione grabbed Harry's arm. Nicholas Flamel, she said. I know that name. I've read it somewhere. Give me time, I'll find it. Take all the time you need. We're not in a rush. We're not. Ron said. You said there's someone in the castle trying to steal whatever it is. And whatever it is, it's behind a three-headed dog and multiple layers of protection. It's not going anywhere tonight. We have time to be smart about this. Harry looked at the castle, rising above them against the grey Scottish sky. Rushing is for people who are afraid they'll lose. We're not going to lose. Ron looked at him. You know, when you say things like that, I almost believe them. Good. You should. Come on, I want to check something in the library before dinner. They researched. Hermione dove into it with the bottomless energy she brought to every intellectual challenge, pulling books from the library shelves with the systematic ferocity of a girl who treated research like combat. Ron contributed his knowledge of the wizarding world, the political landscape, the family histories, the cultural context that Harry and Hermione lacked. And Harry provided the analytical framework, connecting dots between disparate pieces of information, building a model of what was happening at Hogwarts and why. It took Hermione 2 weeks. 2 weeks of library visits, cross-referencing, and the kind of obsessive page-turning that made Madame Pants, the librarian, eye her with a mixture of respect and concern. She found it on a Tuesday evening, in the Gryffindor common room, and nearly knocked over an armchair in her rush to reach Harry and Ron. "The Philosopher's Stone," she whispered, dropping a book on the table between them. It was notable magical discoveries of the 14th century, and it was open to a page about Nicholas Flamel, an alchemist, over 600 years old, the only known maker of the Philosopher's Stone. "It produces the elixir of life. Whoever drinks it becomes immortal." Ron whistled low. "No wonder someone wants to steal it." Harry stared at the page. The elixir of life. Immortality. And somewhere in this castle, a man with a dark entity attached to the back of his head was trying to get his hands on it. "Voldemort," Harry said. "You think Quirrell is working for you-know-who?" Ron asked, his voice dropping. "I think the thing under Quirrell's turban is Voldemort. Or what's left of him. The night he tried to kill me, his body was destroyed, but I've always known he wasn't completely dead, the fragment in my scar proves that. If he survived as some kind of spirit, he'd need a host body. And he'd need the elixir of life to get a real body back." The common room buzzed with background noise, students chatting, a gobstones game in the corner, the fire crackling. The three of them sat in a bubble of silence, processing the implications. "We should tell Dumbledore," Hermione said. "Dumbledore already knows," Harry said. "Think about it. He moved the stone from Gringotts to Hogwarts. He set up the protections. He hired Quirrell, knowing, or at least suspecting, what was riding along with him. He announced the corridor was forbidden in front of the entire school." Harry paused. "Dumbledore is running a game. I just don't know what the endgame is yet." "Maybe the endgame is catching you-know-who," Ron suggested. "Maybe. But you don't catch a dark wizard by hiding his prize in a school full of children. You catch him by setting a trap somewhere isolated and springing it yourself. Dumbledore's the most powerful wizard in Britain. If he wanted Voldemort gone, he could handle it personally. Instead, he's waiting. For what?" Harry touched his scar. The dark fragment pulsed faintly against infinity, restless, aware. "For me, maybe. The prophecy, the reason Voldemort came after my family, said I had the power to defeat him. Maybe Dumbledore's waiting to see if that's true." "That's horrible," Hermione said. "Using a student as bait. It's strategic. I don't like it, but I understand it. Dumbledore thinks in decades. He's not being cruel, he's being efficient." Harry's expression hardened. "The difference is, I'm not going to play his game by his rules. If Quirrell makes a move for the stone, we'll deal with it. On our terms." Ron said. Harry looked at him. "You're in this, Ron. Both of you are. Unless you don't want to be." Ron straightened. Something shifted in his posture, a firming, a settling. The uncertain boy who worried about living up to his brothers was still there, but overlaid now with something steadier. "I'm in. Obviously I'm in. Someone's got to watch your back while you're being terrifyingly competent." Hermione nodded, her expression fierce. "I'm in too. But we do this smartly. We research the protections. We prepare for what's down there. And we don't go until we're ready." "Agreed," Harry said. "We've got time. And I want to know exactly what we're walking into before we walk into it." They bent their heads together over the book, 3 first years planning a confrontation with the darkest wizard of the age, and the fire crackled and the common room hummed, and outside the windows, the Scottish night pressed dark and close against the glass. October became November. The leaves turned. The castle grew cold. And the dynamic between Harry and the Hogwarts establishment continued its slow, fascinating evolution. Professors were divided. McGonagall respected Harry with a crispness that bordered on affection. He was the best Transfiguration student she'd had in years, approaching the subject with a theoretical depth that made her lessons feel like conversations between colleagues rather than instruction. Flitwick was openly delighted by him. The tiny charms professor had taken to using Harry's dual energy approach as a teaching example, with Harry's permission, demonstrating how different magical traditions could enhance standard spell work. Sprout in herbology found him attentive and careful. Binns didn't notice him, but Binns didn't notice anything, including his own death. Snape remained complicated. Their Friday potions lessons had developed a particular rhythm. Snape would attempt to provoke Harry, Harry would respond with calm competence, and the provocation would die in the gap between them like a wave hitting a breakwater. Snape never found a crack. He also never stopped looking for one. And occasionally, in unguarded moments, Harry caught Snape watching him with an expression that wasn't hostility at all, that was closer to grief, and wonder, and a terrible, confused tenderness that Harry suspected Snape would rather die than acknowledge. Quirrell was the most interesting. The defense against the dark arts professor maintained his facade, stammering, nervous, clutching his garlic-scented turban. But Harry's perception tracked the dark energy beneath the surface constantly, and the more time he spent in Quirrell's classes, the more he understood the dynamic. Quirrell was a host. The thing under his turban was a passenger, and it was the passenger that was in control. Quirrell's stuttering, his nervousness, some of it was genuine. The man was terrified, not of his students but of the thing attached to him. He was a man who'd made a devil's bargain and was slowly being consumed by the terms. Harry almost felt sorry for him. Almost. Then he'd feel the dark energy probe toward his scar during class, a gentle, testing touch, like fingers on a locked door, and the sympathy would evaporate. Whatever was left of Voldemort was aware of Harry. It was watching him through Quirrell's eyes, studying him, trying to understand what he was. And it was patient. Terrifyingly patient. Harry kept Infinity at full strength whenever he was near Quirrell, and began doing targeted mental exercises, building additional layers of defense around his scar, reinforcing the seal on the soul fragment, preparing for the possibility that the passenger would eventually stop watching and start acting. In the meantime, he trained. He used the Room of Requirement, which he'd told Ron and Hermione about and which had become their unofficial headquarters. The room could become anything you needed. Harry needed a training space, and the room provided one, a large, high-ceiling chamber with reinforced walls, padded floors, and an ambient magical dampening field that contained the worst of his energy blasts. He trained alone in the mornings. Blue drills, red drills, controlled purple experiments, tiny ones, surgical, nothing like the trench he'd carved in the warehouse. He practiced Infinity against magical attacks, testing which wizard spells could penetrate his defenses and which couldn't. The answer was, almost nothing could. The Killing Curse was the theoretical exception. It was an absolute effect spell that didn't require physical contact, bypassing the spatial barrier entirely, but everything else, from stunning spells to blasting hexes to transfiguration attacks, hit the infinite divide and stopped dead. He also practiced with his friends, which was new and which changed things more than he expected. Ron, it turned out, was a natural strategist. Not an obvious one, he didn't study tactics or read strategy books. But put him in front of a chessboard, or describe a combat scenario, and his mind became something remarkable. He could see patterns in complexity, find weaknesses in systems, predict opponent behavior with an intuitive accuracy that had nothing to do with enhanced perception and everything to do with a deep, instinctive understanding of how people thought. Harry discovered this during a chess game. Their third chess game, actually, Harry had won the first two using analytical precision and enhanced cognitive processing, essentially brute-forcing the game through superior calculation. In the third game, Ron beat him in 14 moves. Harry stared at the board. How? Ron shrugged, ears pink with the particular shade of embarrassed pride that was uniquely his. You play like a computer, mate. All calculation, no intuition. You were 3 moves ahead of me the whole game, but you couldn't see the sacrifice because it didn't make mathematical sense. Sometimes the best move is the one that doesn't make sense. Harry filed this away. It was valuable, a blind spot in his approach, the result of being trained by a man who operated on mathematical absolutes. Gojo's combat style was built on certainty. Ron was reminding Harry that uncertainty had power too. Hermione's contribution was different. She couldn't fight. She had no combat training, and her physical abilities were standard for an 11-year-old girl who'd spent most of her life in libraries. But her mind was extraordinary. She consumed information about the protections guarding the stone at a rate that made Harry's enhanced cognition look casual, cross-referencing, extrapolating, building models of what they'd face based on fragment data about each professor's specialties. The dog is Hagrid's contribution, she told them during a planning session in the room of requirement. It's a Cerberus, Greek origin, guardians of thresholds. Typically subdued by music. Hagrid mentioned having a fondness for them, and his relationship with the animal suggests he provided it. Music? Ron said. We have to sing to it. Play an instrument, more likely. A flute or a harp. Hermione consulted her notes. Below the dog, we can expect protections from each contributing professor. McGonagall will have set something involving transfiguration. Flitwick will have set something involving charms. Sprout will have contributed something botanical. Snape will have set a logic-based challenge, his classes emphasize precise, analytical thinking. And Quirrell. Quirrell's protection is the one I'm most interested in, Harry said. If he's working for Voldemort, his protection might be designed to be bypassed by Voldemort's agent. Or it might be genuinely challenging. If Dumbledore set up these protections, Quirrell wouldn't have dared sabotage his contribution without raising suspicion. And Dumbledore's own contribution? Hermione asked. The Mirror of Eriste, Harry said. Ron and Hermione looked at him. I found it last week, Harry explained. In an unused classroom on the 4th floor. It's a large, ornate mirror with an inscription around the frame, Eriste stra eru oit ube kafru oit unwosi. Reversed, it reads, I show not your face but your heart's desire. What does it show? Ron asked. Harry was quiet for a moment. He'd stood in front of the mirror for 10 minutes, looking at what it showed him. He'd seen himself, as he was now. Standing in the room of requirement, but older, 15, maybe 16. And behind him, reflected in the mirror's surface, were people. Gojo, blindfold off, grinning. A man with messy black hair and glasses, James Potter, he'd realized with a jolt that nearly broke his composure. A woman with red hair and green eyes. Lily. His mother. They were all together. All alive. All proud. And beside Harry in the mirror, standing close enough to touch, were Ron and Hermione. Not as they were now, as they would be. Older. Stronger. Still there. The Mirror of Eriste showed him a family. The one he had and the one he'd lost, merged together, whole and complete and unbroken. Harry had looked at the mirror for 10 minutes, felt what it was trying to do, the pull, the addiction, the desire to stay and stare and never leave, and turned away. Because Gojo had taught him that the past was a place you visited, not a place you lived. And the future the mirror showed him wasn't a gift. It was a promise he had to earn. It shows what you want most, Harry said simply. And I think Dumbledore's using it to hide the stone. The only person who could get the stone out of the mirror would be someone who wanted to find it but not use it. Anyone who wanted immortality would see themselves using the elixir, not retrieving the stone. That's brilliantly devious, Hermione said. That's Dumbledore. They sat in the room of requirement, their room, now, their space, and planned, and prepared, and grew into something more than 3 kids who'd met on a train. They grew into a team. November brought Quidditch. Harry had been recruited for the Gryffindor team within 2 weeks of the flying lesson. McGonagall had watched him from her office window, apparently, and had made an unprecedented exception to the first-year broomstick rule. He was the youngest seeker in a century, and the news had traveled through the school's gossip network at approximately the speed of light. The first match was Gryffindor versus Slytherin, and the entire school turned out for it. Harry suited up in the Gryffindor changing room, surrounded by his teammates, Oliver Wood, the mildly obsessive captain and keeper, Fred and George, the beaters, who were treating the entire event as a combination sporting fixture and comedy show, and the 3 chasers, Angelina, Alicia, and Katie, who were focused and fierce and very good at their jobs. "Right," Wood said, for the 4th time. "Remember what I said about formation, Oliver," Fred said. "If you say, 'Remember what I said' one more time, I'm going to hit you with a bludger." "I'm just saying, we know. We've trained. We're good. Let's go fly." They flew. The Quidditch pitch was enormous, a large oval field with 3 goal hoops at each end, surrounded by stands packed with screaming students. The sky was gray and cold and perfect for flying. Madam Hooch blew her whistle and 14 broomsticks shot into the air, and the game began. Harry climbed. He went high and fast, above the main play, scanning the pitch for the snitch. His enhanced perception made the search almost trivially easy. He could see the tiny golden ball's magical signature from hundreds of meters away, track its erratic flight path, predict its movement. But he held back. Not because he wanted to draw out the game, because he wanted to experience it. The speed, the wind, the roar of the crowd, the violent joy of competitive flight. It was different from training. It was fun. Below him, the game was fierce. The Gryffindor chasers were aggressive and coordinated, and the Slytherin team was equally matched. Bludgers screamed across the pitch. The quaffle changed hands a dozen times in the first 5 minutes. The crowd roared with every goal, every near miss, every spectacular save. Harry spotted the snitch 4 minutes in. It was hovering near the Slytherin goal hoops, a flash of gold against the grey sky. He leaned forward, his broom responding to his intent, and something hit his broom. Not a bludger. Not a physical impact. A spell. Harry's enhanced perception caught it in real time, a targeted jinx, subtle enough to be invisible to the naked eye, designed to disrupt the broom's flight enchantments and send the rider into an uncontrolled spin. It was coming from the stands, from a specific point in the teacher's section. From Quirrell. The jinx hit Harry's infinity and stopped. Dead. The broom didn't even wobble. The infinite series between the spell and Harry's body reduced the jinx's effective force to 0, the same way it reduced everything else. Harry didn't slow down. He leaned into his dive, the broom screaming downward, and the snitch tried to flee, a desperate, darting escape toward the ground. Harry followed it. 300 feet of vertical descent in 4 seconds, the wind tearing at his robes, the ground rushing up, and at the last possible moment, his hand closed around the snitch. He pulled out of the dive 6 feet from the ground, flipping his broom horizontal in a maneuver that drew a collective gasp from the entire stadium, and held up the golden ball. Gryffindor won. The stands exploded. Red and gold banners waved, students screamed, and Harry landed on the pitch to be immediately buried under a pile of celebrating teammates. But his mind was elsewhere. Quirrell had tried to curse his broom. In front of the entire school. In front of Dumbledore. The parasite was getting bold, or desperate. After the match, in the chaos of the locker room celebrations, Harry caught Ron's eye and held up one finger. Later. Ron nodded. That evening, in the room of requirement, Harry told them what had happened. "He's escalating," Hermione said, her face pale. "If he's willing to attack you publicly, he's running out of patience." "Or he's testing me," Harry said. The jinx was strong enough to crash a normal rider's broom, but it wasn't strong enough to actually kill anyone. A fall from that height would cause injury, not death. He wanted to see how I'd react. Whether I'd be vulnerable. And you weren't, Ron said. No. And now he knows that. Ron leaned back in his chair, thinking. His eyes had that distant, chess-playing focus that Harry had learned to recognize and respect. That changes his math, Ron said slowly. If he tried a subtle approach and it failed, his options narrow. He can try a stronger direct attack, risky, because Dumbledore's watching, or he can go for the stone and deal with you later. If I were him, I'd go for the stone. While Dumbledore's focused on Christmas preparations, the staff are distracted, and the school is half empty. Harry nodded. Christmas. That's when he'll move. That gives us 6 weeks, Hermione said. 6 weeks to prepare. And one wild card, Harry added. My dad's coming for Christmas. Ron and Hermione exchanged glances. They'd heard about Gojo. Harry talked about him regularly, stories, anecdotes, training memories. They had a picture of a tall, white-haired, blindfolded man who was simultaneously the most powerful and the most ridiculous person alive. They had not yet met him in person. Your dad, Ron said carefully. The strongest person in the world. Yep. Coming here. To Hogwarts. Yep. Should I be worried? Harry grinned, Gojo's grin, sharp and bright. Absolutely. The weeks before Christmas were dense with preparation. Harry intensified his training. He pushed his blue to new limits, broader radius, finer control, the ability to create multiple gravitational points simultaneously. He refined his red until he could modulate the repulsive force from a gentle push to a wall-breaking blast with the precision of a volume dial. He practiced purple in the room of requirement, creating tiny, controlled instances, the size of a marble, then a golf ball, then a tennis ball, learning to scale the technique's destructive power without losing control. He also trained his wizard magic, separately and in combination with cursed energy. He discovered that certain wizard spells, when enhanced with cursed energy, produced effects that were categorically different from either system alone. A shield charm reinforced with infinity created a barrier that was both magically and spatially impenetrable. A disarming charm powered by blue didn't just knock a wand from someone's hand, it pulled it across the room with gravitational force. A stunning spell enhanced by red didn't stun, it launched. The fusion of systems wasn't just additive. It was multiplicative. Each one amplified the other, creating possibilities that neither could achieve alone. Hermione completed her map of the protections. Ron refined the tactical plan, multiple contingencies, fallback positions, communication signals. They were as ready as 3 first-years could be. And then it was December 20th, and the train took most of the students home for Christmas, and the castle settled into the quiet, cold, expectant stillness of winter. And Gojo Satoru came to Hogwarts. He arrived on Christmas Eve. He did not use the front gate. He did not announce himself. He simply appeared in the Great Hall during dinner, stepping out of folded space with the casual ease of a man walking through a door, wearing a floor-length white fur coat over his usual outfit, his round sunglasses perched on top of his blindfold, carrying 2 shopping bags full of wrapped presents. The Great Hall had approximately 30 people in it, students who'd stayed for the holidays, the professors, Dumbledore. Every single one of them froze. Yo, Gojo said, raising one hand in a lazy wave. Merry Christmas. Where's my kid? Dad. Harry shouted from the Gryffindor table, equal parts delighted and mortified. You were supposed to come through the door. Doors are for people with no imagination. Gojo crossed the Great Hall in long, easy strides, his white coat sweeping the flagstones, his presence filling the room like a physical force. Students and professors alike felt it, an instinctive, primal awareness that something very powerful had just entered the space. Not threatening. Not aggressive. but present in a way that made the air feel heavier, the room feel smaller, the world feel more real. He reached the Gryffindor table and ruffled Harry's hair with the practiced affection of a decade of fatherhood. "You've grown. You been eating enough? The food here looks suspicious." "The food's fine. Dad, you're making a scene." "I'm always making a scene. Scenes are my thing." Gojo turned, surveying the great hall with visible appreciation. "Nice place, though. I like the ceiling. Very dramatic. Who are your friends?" Ron and Hermione were staring. Ron's mouth was slightly open. Hermione's eyes were doing the rapid analysis thing they did when she encountered new information. "This is Ron Weasley," Harry said. "And Hermione Granger." Gojo studied them. Behind his blindfold, his 6 eyes parsed their energy signatures, their physical condition, their emotional states. He saw a red-haired boy with a strategist's mind and a heart loyal enough to anchor a ship. He saw a brown-haired girl with an intellect that burned like a forge and a determination that could bend steel. He smiled. Not his sharp grin. A real smile. "You're the ones keeping my kid company," Gojo said. "Thank you." Ron started, then stopped, then started again. "You're really tall. 6'3". "It's a burden." "And you teleported into the Great Hall." "I did." "It's a different burden." Hermione stood up and extended her hand. "Mr. Gojo. Harry's told us a great deal about you. Your theoretical framework for cursed energy manipulation is fascinating. I have questions." Gojo shook her hand with exaggerated formality. "I like this one," he told Harry. "She's going to take over the world." "Give her time," Harry said. At the high table, Dumbledore rose. He walked down from the staff platform with measured, unhurried steps, his purple robes trailing, his expression one of warm welcome. But Harry, watching with enhanced perception, saw what Dumbledore's smile was working to conceal: intense focus, careful evaluation, and the faintest edge of something that might have been alarm. Gojo Satoru had just bypassed every ward on Hogwarts Castle, wards that were supposed to be impenetrable, and appeared in the most protected room in the school as if they weren't there. Because to Gojo, they weren't. "Mr. Gojo," Dumbledore said, extending his hand. "Welcome to Hogwarts. I am Albus Dumbledore." Gojo took his hand. 2 of the most powerful beings in their respective worlds stood in the Great Hall of Hogwarts and shook hands with pleasant smiles that concealed entirely different calculations. "Professor Dumbledore," Gojo said. "Thanks for the invite. Love what you've done with the place. Very Harry Potter." He glanced at Harry. "No pun intended." "Pun absolutely intended," Harry muttered. "Perhaps we might speak privately," Dumbledore suggested. "I've been looking forward to discussing Harry's progress." "Sure. But later. It's Christmas Eve, my kid's right here, and I brought presents." Gojo held up the shopping bags. "Also, I brought sake, because I assume British wizard alcohol is terrible." Dumbledore's twinkle, against all odds, brightened. "You might be surprised. I have a rather excellent bottle of mead in my office." Challenge accepted. The evening dissolved into warmth. Gojo distributed presents, Japanese sweets for the table, a new chess set for Ron, custom pieces that bickered with each other in Japanese, which Ron found utterly delightful, a complete set of advanced magical theory texts for Hermione with Gojo's personal annotations in the margins. "These are priceless," Hermione breathed, clutching them to her chest, and for Harry, a small wrapped box that contained a simple silver ring. "What's this?" Harry asked. "Wear it," Gojo said. Harry put it on. The ring hummed. Cursed energy flowed into it and it activated, a communication device, Harry realized. A link between this ring and its twin, which Gojo wore on his own hand. Distance independent. Dimension independent. A direct line between father and son that nothing in any world could sever. So you can always reach me, Gojo said, quietly enough that only Harry heard. No matter what. Harry looked at the ring on his finger. Then he looked at his dad. Thank you. Don't get sappy on me. It's Christmas, not a funeral. But Gojo's voice was thick, and he ruffled Harry's hair again, harder this time, and Harry let him. Later, much later, after the students had gone to bed and the castle was quiet, Gojo and Dumbledore sat in the headmaster's office and talked. Harry wasn't there. But Gojo told him about it afterward, in the way he always told Harry things, honestly, directly, and with exactly enough humor to make the heavy parts bearable. He's smart, Gojo said. They were sitting on the astronomy tower, their spot, because Harry had claimed it and Gojo approved. 2 a.m. on Christmas morning, the sky blazing with stars, the Scottish cold held at bay by infinity. Smarter than I expected. He's got a plan for everything. 3 backup plans for each plan. And he cares about people, in his way. But his caring is, structural. He cares about the world the way an architect cares about a building. It's a system. And you're a load-bearing wall. What does that mean? Harry asked. It means he needs you. The prophecy, he told me about it. Well, he told me some of it. I could tell he was holding back. But the gist is, you're the only one who can take down Voldemort permanently. Something about the night your parents died created a connection between you and him, and that connection is the key. The soul fragment. Yeah. He knows about it. He's known since the beginning. And here's the thing, Harry, he didn't remove it. He could have tried. He's powerful enough, and he's had 11 years. He chose to leave it in you. The wind blew across the tower. Stars wheeled overhead. Because he needs it there, Harry said. Because he needs it there, Gojo confirmed. I don't know the full plan yet. But it involves you, and it involves that fragment, and I don't think Dumbledore's endgame is one where you come out unscathed. He paused. I told him that. What did he say? He said he hoped it wouldn't come to that. He said he was working on alternatives. He said a lot of things that were very eloquent and very kind and added up to, I will sacrifice this child if I have to. Gojo's voice went flat. Hard. The playfulness gone, replaced by something cold and absolute. And I told him, no. I told him that you are not a sacrifice. That you are not a weapon. That you are my son, and if his plan requires your death, then his plan is wrong, and he needs a new one. Harry was quiet for a long moment. What did he say to that? Gojo smiled. It was the sharp one. The dangerous one. The one that enemies saw right before hollow purple erased them from existence. He said he understood. And I could tell he meant it. But I could also tell he hadn't changed his mind. He just decided to keep his plans quieter. Gojo looked at Harry. I'm not going to let anything happen to you. You know that. I know. And I'm not going to stop anything from happening to you, either. Because you're not a kid who needs protecting. You're my student, and you're almost ready to stand on your own. If Voldemort comes, you'll face him. And you'll win. Not because of the prophecy. Because you're stronger than him. Harry looked at the stars. He thought about Dumbledore, sitting in his office, playing a game that spanned decades. He thought about Voldemort, a wraith in a turban, waiting for the right moment. He thought about the stone, hidden behind traps and puzzles. And he thought about his friends, asleep in Gryffindor Tower. Ron, who saw what others missed. Hermione, who understood what others couldn't. 2 people who'd chosen to stand beside him, not because of a prophecy or a scar, but because he was their friend. I'm not going to die, Harry said. And I'm not going to let anyone else die, either. Not my friends. Not even Dumbledore's plans. Gojo grinned. Full, bright, genuine. That's my boy. They sat on the tower in the Christmas dark, father and son, the strongest and the almost strongest, and watched the stars turn over Hogwarts. Below them, the castle slept. The protections hummed. The three-headed dog snored above a trapdoor. And in a room on the third floor, a man in a turban stared at a mirror and whispered to the face that whispered back, and their patience, ancient, hungry, terrible, grew thinner by the hour. Christmas was over. The game was almost ready to begin. Chapter 3, Infinity at the Feast. Christmas morning in Gryffindor Tower smelled like wood smoke and wrapping paper. Harry woke at 5, as always, but didn't get up immediately. He lay in the four-poster bed with the red curtains drawn around him and listened to the castle breathing. Snow had fallen overnight. He could feel the shift in ambient temperature through the walls, the muffled quality of the air, the particular silence that came when the world was covered in white. Hedwig hooted softly from her perch by the window. From the next bed, Ron was snoring with the reliable rhythm of a boy who could sleep through cannon fire. At the foot of Harry's bed, a pile of presents. This was new. Not the presents from Gojo, those had been given last night. These were different. Wrapped in wizard paper that shimmered and moved, tagged with names Harry recognized and names he didn't. He sat up, cross-legged, and began opening them. Ron's mother had sent him a hand-knitted sweater. Emerald green, with a large golden H on the front. Harry held it up and stared at it for a long time. Mrs. Weasley had never met him. She knew him only as Ron's friend, the boy her son wrote home about. And she'd knitted him a sweater. He put it on. It was slightly too big and incredibly warm, and it felt like being hugged by someone who meant it. There was a package from Hermione, a book called Theoretical Principles of Transdimensional Magic, with a note that said found this in a second-hand shop in London. Made me think of your dual energy theory. Happy Christmas, Hermione. Harry opened it and found dense, fascinating text about the boundaries between magical systems. He read 3 pages before forcing himself to stop and save the rest. Ron stirred. His eyes opened, bleary and unfocused, and locked onto the pile of presents at his own bed's foot with the instant alertness of a boy who took Christmas mornings very seriously. Presents, Ron said, as if confirming a long-held theory. He attacked the pile with enthusiasm. They opened gifts side by side, comparing, trading candy, arguing about whether chocolate frogs counted as breakfast. Ron, obviously yes. Harry, only if you ate 3. Ron's sweater was maroon. She always makes mine maroon, he groaned, and had a large R on the front. Fred and George thundered down the stairs wearing their own sweaters, grabbed Ron, and tried to drag him outside for a snowball fight. Give me 10 minutes, Ron protested. I haven't even, now, Ronald. Snow waits for no man. They disappeared. Harry finished his presents, finding the last one at the bottom of the pile, an unmarked package, no card, wrapped in silvery cloth. He opened it, and fabric spilled out across his lap like liquid moonlight. An invisibility cloak. Harry recognized it immediately. His perception told him what his hands already felt. This was no ordinary garment. The enchantments on it were old. Not centuries old. Millennia. The magic was layered so deep and refined so thoroughly that it had become part of the fabric's molecular structure, inseparable from the material itself. This wasn't an enchanted cloak. It was a deathly hallow. A perfect artifact. A note fell from the folds. Your father left this in my possession before he died. It is time it was returned to you. Use it well. No signature. Harry didn't need one. The handwriting was precise and elegant, and the parchment carried a faint magical signature he recognized from every interaction he'd had with the headmaster. Dumbledore. Harry ran the cloak through his fingers. His father's cloak. James Potter's. The man he'd never known, who'd fought and died in a war Harry was apparently destined to finish. It was the first physical thing Harry had ever held that belonged to his birth parents, and the weight of it, emotional, not physical, settled on his shoulders like snow. He folded the cloak carefully and placed it in his trunk, beneath his clothes, next to the silver ring from Gojo. 2 inheritances. 2 fathers. 2 kinds of protection. Then he pulled on Ron's mother's sweater, grabbed his own cloak, the regular one, and went outside for the snowball fight. The grounds were blinding white. Snow covered everything, the lawns, the Quidditch pitch, the rooftops, the trees of the forbidden forest standing like dark sentinels against the pale sky. The lake had frozen at the edges, and something large moved slowly beneath the ice in the deeper water, visible as a dark shadow. Ron, Fred, and George had established a fort near Hagrid's hut and were pelting each other with snowballs of increasing size and dubious accuracy. Hermione was sitting on a cleared bench near the castle entrance, reading, because of course she was reading, but she looked up when Harry appeared and smiled. "Happy Christmas," she said. "Happy Christmas. Good book. Your dad's annotations in the margins of Principles of Magical Harmonics are better than the actual text. He's rewritten half the theory from the ground up." "That sounds like him." A snowball hit Harry in the side of the head. Or it would have, if Infinity hadn't caught it. The snowball stopped 2 inches from his temple, hung in the air for a surreal moment, and then dropped to the ground with a soft puff. "Oi!" Fred Weasley shouted from behind the fort. "Did that snowball just stop?" "That's cheating," George added. Harry grinned and turned Infinity off. "Fair point. No powers. Throw again." Fred threw. Harry dodged normally, ducking under the snowball with the quick, economical movement of a trained fighter, scooped up snow, packed it in a single motion, and returned fire with an accuracy that was entirely physical skill and zero supernatural enhancement. The snowball hit Fred directly in the face. "War!" Fred bellowed, snow dripping from his eyebrows. "George, it's war." What followed was the most tactically sophisticated snowball fight in Hogwarts history. Ron organized the Weasley side with the instinctive command of a natural general, flanking maneuvers, suppressive fire, diversionary tactics that used George as bait while Fred circled around for ambush strikes. Harry responded with the fluid adaptability Gojo had trained into him, reading their patterns, predicting their movements, turning their own momentum against them. Hermione joined Harry's side after 15 minutes, not because she was good at throwing snowballs, she wasn't, but because she'd calculated the optimal angles of attack from the bench and was shouting trajectory corrections with the precision of an artillery spotter. 3 degrees left, Harry. Ron's behind the bush at your 7 o'clock. You can't have a spotter. Ron yelled from behind the bush. That's, Harry's snowball caught him mid-sentence. The fight devolved into laughter and chaos and frozen fingers. By the time they stumbled back inside, red-faced and soaked, the great hall was set for Christmas dinner and the smell of roasting turkey filled the castle like a warm fog. Gojo was already at the Gryffindor table. He'd apparently spent the morning terrorizing the castle. Harry heard secondhand from a breathless third year that, the tall Japanese man, had been seen walking up the side of the astronomy tower like it was a sidewalk, had engaged the poltergeist Peeves in a conversation that left Peeves visibly shaken, an unprecedented event, and had spent an hour in the library reading advanced magical theory at a speed that made Madame Pants break her own silence rules to ask if he was actually absorbing the content. Your dad's terrifying, Ron said happily, loading his plate with everything within arm's reach. In a good way. Fred and George want to adopt him. They can't have him, Harry said. Gojo caught his eye from down the table and raised an eyebrow. Harry tapped the silver ring on his finger and Gojo grinned and tapped his own. Connection confirmed. The small gesture carried more meaning than a conversation. I'm here, you're here, everything's fine. Christmas dinner was enormous. Turkey, ham, roasted potatoes, Brussels sprouts, cranberry sauce, Christmas crackers that exploded with real magical effects, tiny fireworks, live mice in party hats, one that produced a complete admiral's hat that Dumbledore wore for the rest of the meal. The house elves had outdone themselves. The great hall glittered with ice and holly and enchanted snow that fell from the ceiling and vanished before it touched anyone's head. Harry ate and laughed and pulled crackers and watched Gojo attempt to explain Japanese New Year traditions to Professor Flitwick, who was perched on a stack of books and absolutely riveted. He watched Ron stuff himself until he turned slightly green, and Hermione sneaking bites of pudding while pretending to read, and Fred and George setting off a chain reaction of wizard crackers that sent Professor McGonagall's hat spinning across the room. It was, Harry thought, exactly what Christmas was supposed to be. Not because it was perfect, but because it was loud and warm and full of people who were glad to be in the same room. After dinner, as students drifted toward the common rooms and professors lingered over mulled wine, Harry slipped away. Not to train. Not to investigate. Just to walk. He took the invisibility cloak, his father's cloak, still strange and wonderful in his hands, and wandered the castle alone, invisible, footsteps silent with infinity, a ghost among ghosts. He wasn't looking for anything. He was just, being. In the castle where his parents had gone to school. Walking corridors they'd walked, passing classrooms where they'd learned. James Potter had worn this very cloak, had walked these very halls, had been young and alive and full of a future he didn't know would be cut short. Harry ended up in front of the mirror of Eriste. He hadn't planned to. His feet had carried him there, following some instinct he didn't fully understand, through an unused classroom on the 4th floor where dust motes hung in the air and the mirror stood against the far wall, massive and ornate, its golden frame carved with the reversed inscription. Harry took off the invisibility cloak and looked into the mirror. The image was the same as before, but sharper now. Christmas must have heightened whatever emotional frequency the mirror operated on. Harry saw himself, older, standing tall. Behind him, Gojo with his blindfold off, 6 eyes blazing blue, one hand on Harry's shoulder. James Potter beside him, laughing at something, glasses crooked, hair as messy as Harry's own. Lily, green eyes shining, her hand reaching toward the glass as if she could touch her son through the surface. And Ron and Hermione, standing close, part of the family portrait as naturally as if they'd always been there. Harry looked at the mirror for a long time. Then he said, to the empty room, "I know you're there, Professor." A rustle of fabric. The shimmer of a disillusionment charm dissolving. Dumbledore stepped out of the shadows near the door, his expression caught somewhere between impressed and chagrined. "I should have known you'd sense me," Dumbledore said. "Your perception is remarkably acute. You've been watching the mirror. Waiting to see if I'd come." Dumbledore walked forward and stood beside Harry, both of them facing the glass. His reflection appeared in the mirror too, but different, separate from Harry's vision, showing Dumbledore something Harry couldn't see. Whatever it was made the old man's expression go soft and sad. "The mirror of Eriste is a powerful artifact," Dumbledore said. "It shows us nothing more or less than the deepest, most desperate desire of our hearts. A happy man would look into it and see himself exactly as he is. An unhappy one. You don't look like a happy man right now," Harry said. Dumbledore glanced at him. The twinkle was absent. In its place was something raw and old and too heavy for a single person to carry. "The mirror will be moved tomorrow," Dumbledore said, and Harry heard the subject change for what it was, a door closing. "It does not do to dwell on dreams and forget to live. My dad says something similar. He says the past is a place you visit, not a place you live. Your guardian is a wise man, in his way. He's the wisest person I know. He just hides it behind terrible jokes." A ghost of a smile crossed Dumbledore's face. "I have known many powerful people in my long life, Harry. Warriors, scholars, politicians, visionaries. Your guardian is unlike any of them. His power is..." Dumbledore searched for the word. "Absolute. I have never encountered a magical signature like his. It exists outside every framework I understand. That's because it's not magic. Not your kind. No. It is not." Dumbledore turned to face Harry fully. I imagine he told you about our conversation. He tells me everything. Then you know my concerns. And my hopes. I know you think I'm important. I know you have a plan. And I know my dad told you I'm not a piece on your board. Dumbledore was quiet for a moment. When he spoke, his voice was careful and stripped of performance. No twinkle, no grandfatherly warmth. Just an old man speaking plainly to a young one. You are not a piece, Harry. You are the point. Everything I have done, the protections, the stone, the corridor, is designed to prepare you for what is coming. Lord Voldemort will return. Not might. Will. And when he does, you will be at the center of the storm, not because I placed you there, but because he placed you there the night he marked you. Harry touched his scar. The prophecy. You know of it? Enough. My dad researched it. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches. Born at the end of July. Marked by Voldemort. That's me. Yes. And the stone. Is that part of my preparation too? Let Voldemort's agent try to steal it, see if the boy who lived can stop him. A test run. Dumbledore's expression flickered. Not guilt, he was too practiced for guilt to show. But something adjacent to it. An acknowledgement. The stone is here because it is safe here, Dumbledore said. And because its presence draws Voldemort's attention to Hogwarts, where I can monitor the threat. If his agent makes an attempt, I intend to handle it personally. But you'd let me try first. If I wanted to. Another silence. I would not stop you, Dumbledore admitted. If you chose to face the challenge, I would not prevent it. Because you need to know, Harry, not believe, not hope, but know, that you can stand against the dark and win. That knowledge cannot be given. It must be earned. Harry looked at him for a long time. And despite everything, despite Gojo's warnings, despite the manipulation, despite the chess game thinking that treated an 11-year-old's life as a variable in a decades-long equation, Harry saw something in Dumbledore's blue eyes that he recognized. It was the same thing he saw in Gojo's eyes when Gojo watched him train. When Gojo pushed him harder than he thought he could go, not because he was cruel, but because he knew what Harry was capable of and refused to let him be anything less. Dumbledore, in his flawed and calculating and deeply problematic way, believed in Harry. Not in the prophecy. Not in the scar. In Harry. I'm going to face Quirrell, Harry said. When he makes his move. Not because you want me to. Because he's threatening a school full of people I care about, and I have the power to stop him. I know, Dumbledore said simply. And after, when it's done, we're going to have a real conversation. About the prophecy. About the thing in my scar. About whatever your long-term plan is. Full honesty. No games. Dumbledore studied him. And then, slowly, he nodded. After, he agreed. Full honesty. Harry held out his hand. Dumbledore took it. They shook, not the chess player handshake of two men jockeying for advantage, but something closer to an agreement between equals. Happy Christmas, Professor, Harry said. Happy Christmas, Harry. Harry draped the invisibility cloak over his arm and walked out of the room, leaving Dumbledore standing in front of a mirror that showed him things he'd lost and could never have again. The old man stood there for a long time after Harry left, his reflection shifting and shimmering in the enchanted glass. Then he waved his wand and the mirror vanished, ready to be moved to its final location, deep beneath the castle, behind the protections, behind the trapdoor, behind the dog. The last line of defense. And the bait. Gojo left the day after Christmas. He stood in the entrance courtyard at dawn, snow crunching under his shoes, breath steaming in the Scottish cold. Harry stood across from him, hands in his pockets, wearing Mrs. Weasley's sweater under his school cloak. They'd already done the Real goodbye the night before, quiet, on the tower, no audience, so this was the performance version. The version with witnesses. Ron and Hermione had come to see him off. They stood a respectful distance back, giving Harry and Gojo space while pretending not to watch with obvious curiosity. "Right," Gojo said. "I'm going." "Okay. Try not to destroy the castle." "No promises. If the old man gives you trouble, I'll handle it." "If anyone gives you trouble, Dad." Gojo grinned. Then, because he was Gojo, he said, loudly enough for Ron and Hermione to hear, "If anyone asks, I approved a maximum of 3 explosions per semester. For if it's for a good cause." "Goodbye, Dad." Gojo opened his arms. Harry walked into the hug. They held it for exactly 3 seconds, the appropriate duration for a tough guy goodbye between two people who were very good at pretending they weren't emotional, and Harry pulled back. Gojo's hand lingered on Harry's shoulder. "Ring works both ways. If you need me, I'm there in 60 seconds. "I know. Less than 60. 40, maybe. I've been practicing the dimensional fold." "Goodbye, Dad." "Love you, brat." "Love you too, old man." Gojo laughed, stepped backward, and vanished. No flash, no pop, no dramatic exit. One moment he was there, tall and white and taking up too much space as always, and the next the courtyard was empty except for footprints in the snow and the fading impression of someone extraordinary. Harry stood in the cold for a moment, looking at the space where his father had been. Then he turned back to his friends. "Right. Who wants breakfast?" January pressed in gray and cold, and the rhythm of Hogwarts resumed. Classes started again. Students returned from holiday. The castle filled back up with noise and chaos and the particular energy of several hundred adolescents crammed into a building designed for medieval monks. Harry felt the shift in Quirrell almost immediately. Something had changed over the break. The dark presence under the turban was louder now, not in volume but in urgency. Harry's perception picked it up in class, in corridors, in the great hall during meals. Quirrell's stammer had worsened. His hands trembled more. His eyes, when they met Harry's, held a new quality, desperation, sharp and animal, the look of a man running out of time. The parasite was pushing. Demanding. Whatever patience it had maintained through the first term was fraying, and Quirrell was bearing the cost. Harry watched and waited and trained harder. February brought Valentine's Day, which Harry ignored with the thoroughness of a boy raised by Gojo Satoru, who treated romance with the same bemused detachment he treated everything that wasn't fighting or sweets. It also brought a development that shifted Harry's understanding of the game. He was in the library, late on a Tuesday evening, reading about alchemical theory. Hermione was beside him, surrounded by her own fortress of books, investigating the history of the Philosopher's Stone with the relentless focus she brought to everything. Ron had begged off library duty. "My eyes are going to fall out, Harry, they're going to literally detach from my skull and roll across the table," and was in the common room playing chess against Percy's owl. The library was nearly empty. Madame Pants prowled the aisles like a predatory librarian, which she was. A handful of older students studied at distant tables. The only sound was the scratch of quills and the occasional whisper of pages turning themselves in the restricted section. Harry felt Snape before he saw him. The potions professor's energy signature was distinctive, dark, controlled, tightly wound, carrying that constant undercurrent of old grief. It entered the library and moved through the stacks with purpose, heading not toward Harry but toward a section near the back, restricted materials on dark magic theory. Normally, Harry would have noted this and moved on. Snape was a professor. He had access to the restricted section. His interest in dark magic was professional, not suspicious. But tonight, Harry's perception caught something else. A second energy signature, following Snape. Faint. Muffled. Deliberately concealed. Quirrell. Harry didn't move. Didn't look up from his book. He expanded his perception, a slow, careful extension of his sensory range, pushing cursed energy through the air in waves too fine for anyone without 6 eyes to detect. He felt the 2 signatures moving through the stacks, converging near a secluded corner of the library where the shelves were tallest and the shadows deepest. Then voices. Low, tense, barely audible. Harry's enhanced hearing caught fragments. Told you, Severus, I don't know what you're, save the performance, Quirrell. You and I both know why you're here. The stone is protected. You won't get past the protections. I don't know what you mean, Dumbledore trusts you. I do not. And if I find evidence that you're working for him, I will end this myself. Silence. Then Quirrell's voice, and for a moment, the stammer vanished, replaced by something cold and flat and completely unlike the nervous professor the school knew. Be careful, Severus. You chose your side a long time ago. Don't make me question your loyalty. A longer silence. Harry felt Snape's energy spike, surprise, anger, and beneath both, fear. Genuine fear, the kind that came from recognizing a threat you'd hoped was dead. Footsteps. The 2 signatures separated, moving in opposite directions. Quirrell left the library through a side exit. Snape stood alone in the restricted stacks for a full minute, his energy churning, then stalked out the main entrance without looking at anyone. Harry sat very still. 2 things. First, Snape knew about Quirrell. Snape was actively suspicious of him, actively monitoring him, and had confronted him directly. Snape wasn't on Quirrell's side, he was working against him, independently, from the shadows. Second, Quirrell had dropped the mask. Not completely, and not for long, but enough. The stammer had vanished. The fear had been replaced by command. And the threat he delivered to Snape had carried the weight of someone who was used to being obeyed. Not Quirrell's weight. Voldemort's. Harry packed up his books, touched Hermione's shoulder to get her attention, and said, very quietly, we need to talk. Room of requirement. Now. Hermione looked at his face, set down her quill without a word, and followed. In the room of requirement, Harry told them everything. Ron sat cross-legged on a cushion, chess reflexes active, processing the information with the particular intensity he reserved for high-stakes strategic analysis. Hermione paced, which she did when she was thinking hard enough that sitting still felt like a waste of energy. So Snape's not the enemy, Ron said. Snape's a lot of things, but no. He's working against Quirrell. He's been suspicious since the start. But he's also not working with us. He's operating alone. Or with Dumbledore. Dumbledore trusts him. Maybe Snape's Dumbledore's man on the inside, keeping an eye on Quirrell, reporting back. Which means Dumbledore knows, Hermione said, her pacing intensifying. Dumbledore knows Quirrell is compromised. He's known all along. He hired Quirrell knowing Voldemort was attached to him. Another piece on the board, Harry said. Ron shook his head. It's chess, isn't it? Dumbledore's playing chess with Voldemort, and Quirrell's a piece they're both using. Dumbledore's leaving the stone out there as bait, Quirrell's trying to take it, and Snape's the defensive piece keeping Quirrell in check. And I'm... Harry trailed off. You're the queen, Ron said flatly. The most powerful piece on the board, and the one both sides are building their strategy around. The room was quiet. The fire crackled. Outside the enchanted windows, the room had provided a view of the lake, because it was thoughtful like that, moonlight played on the surface of the water. So we take ourselves off the board, Hermione said. We stop being a piece in Dumbledore's game and start playing our own. Harry looked at her. She'd stopped pacing. Her chin was up, her eyes were bright, and she looked, for a moment, less like an 11-year-old girl and more like the woman she was going to become. Someone who could look at a broken system and refuse to participate in it on anyone else's terms. What are you thinking? Harry asked. I'm thinking that Dumbledore's plan requires you to face Quirrell in a controlled environment, the stone chamber, with the protections he set up, on his terms. He wants a test. A trial. If we let that happen, we're playing his game. And the alternative? We go to Quirrell first. Before he makes his move. On our terms. Ron let out a breath. That's aggressive. It's chess, Hermione said, and Ron looked at her with the kind of startled respect he usually reserved for Grandmaster-level plays. Ron, you said it yourself, sometimes the best move is the one that doesn't make mathematical sense. Dumbledore expects Harry to wait. Quirrell expects to choose the time and place. If we move first, we take control of the game. But not yet, Harry said. We're not ready. We need to know exactly what we're dealing with, what Voldemort can do in his current form, what Quirrell's capabilities are, what happens if the soul fragment in my scar reacts to Voldemort's main spirit. He paused. And I need to be sure I can protect both of you. We don't need, Hermione started. I know you don't need protection. But Voldemort isn't a troll or a dark creature. He's the most dangerous wizard who ever lived, and even in his diminished state, he's capable of things neither of you can defend against yet. I'm not sidelining you. I'm being honest about the tactical situation. Hermione subsided. Not happily, but she recognized the logic. When? Ron asked. When we know enough. When we're ready. And when the moment's right. Harry looked at both of them. In the meantime, we prepare. Hermione, I need everything you can find on Horcruxes, that's what the soul fragment is called, I think, or something similar. Any reference to soul magic, split souls, spiritual anchoring. Ron, keep watching Quirrell. You're the best at reading people. Note his patterns, where he goes, when he goes there, who he talks to. And you? Harry stood. I need to learn something new. Something I've been putting off because it's the hardest technique in my arsenal and I wasn't sure I was ready. What is it? Domain expansion. Ron blinked. That sounds ominous. It is. It's the ultimate technique in jujitsu sorcery. A pocket reality, a space where your power becomes law, where your technique is guaranteed to hit, where you control every variable. My dad can do it. Nobody else alive can match his. Harry's expression was calm, focused, and beneath the calm, burning with quiet determination. But if I'm going to fight Voldemort, the real Voldemort, eventually, not just Quirrell's shadow, I need everything. Domain expansion is everything. Can you learn it on your own? Hermione asked. Without your dad here to teach you? Harry held up his hand. The silver ring glinted. I'm never really on my own. February bled into March. The days grew longer. The snow retreated. And Harry pushed himself harder than he'd ever pushed in his life. Domain expansion was, as Gojo had once described it, the thing that separates the strong from the strongest. It was the construction of an innate domain, a barrier-enclosed space that manifested the user's curse technique at full power in all directions, guaranteeing lethal accuracy. Gojo's domain, unlimited void, trapped opponents in infinite information, bombarding their consciousness with the totality of all existence until their minds collapsed. Harry wasn't trying to replicate unlimited void. He wasn't Gojo. His Limitless was similar but not identical, filtered through wizard magic, shaped by a different mind, carrying properties that were uniquely his. His domain would be uniquely his too. The problem was that domain expansion required three things: an immense reserve of cursed energy, perfect control of your innate technique, and an understanding of your own inner world deep enough to manifest it as a physical reality. Harry had the first two. The third was the challenge. He trained in the room of requirement every morning, from 5 to 7. The room adapted to his needs, providing a space that could absorb cursed energy blasts without structural damage, manifesting training dummies that could withstand blue and red, creating a controlled environment where Harry could push the boundaries of his technique without endangering the castle. He ran through the process Gojo had described. First, establish the barrier, a thin shell of cursed energy that defined the domain's boundaries, separating inside from outside. Harry could create barriers. He'd been doing it since he was 9. But a domain barrier was different. It had to be self-sustaining, stable, and capable of containing whatever manifested inside. Second, pour your cursed technique into the enclosed space. Let it saturate the domain. Make the air, the ground, the light, everything, an extension of your ability. Third, and this was where it fell apart, the domain needed a shape. An architecture. A metaphor made real. Gojo's unlimited void was the emptiness of infinite information, a white expanse where the human mind drowned in everything. Harry needed to find his own metaphor. His own inner world. He tried. Night after night, morning after morning, he pushed cursed energy into barrier shells and tried to fill them with something. But the something wouldn't coalesce. His cursed energy and his magic swirled together inside the barrier, raw and powerful and formless, refusing to take shape. What does it feel like when you try? Gojo asked through the ring one night, his voice tinny but warm across dimensional distances. Like trying to pour water into a cup that doesn't have a bottom. The energy's there. The power's there. But there's no container for it. No shape. That's because you're thinking about it wrong. Domain expansion isn't about filling a space with power. It's about expressing who you are so completely that reality has no choice but to reorganize itself around you. My domain is void because that's what I am, infinite perception, infinite information, the overwhelming totality of seeing everything at once. What are you, Harry? Harry lay on his bed in Gryffindor Tower, staring at the canopy, Ron snoring a comforting rhythm in the background. What was he? The boy who lived. The son of James and Lily. Gojo's kid. A sorcerer. A wizard. The Limitless. I don't know yet, he said. Then you're not ready yet, Gojo said, and the directness was kind rather than harsh. That's okay. You're 11. I didn't figure out my domain until I was fighting for my life, and even then it came from knowing who I was at the absolute core. You'll get there. What if I don't get there in time? Then you'll win without it. You're strong enough, Harry. Domain expansion would make you untouchable, but you're already pretty close to untouchable. Don't let the perfect be the enemy of the ridiculously overpowered. Harry laughed despite himself. That's not how the saying goes. My version's better. Get some sleep, kid. Tomorrow's another day. The ring went quiet. Harry closed his eyes. He dreamed of a space, vast, empty, filled with starlight. In the dream, he stood at the center of it and the stars wheeled around him like the enchanted ceiling of the Great Hall, like the sky over the astronomy tower, like the universe itself spinning on an axis that was him. And in the dream, the space had a name, and the name was on the tip of his tongue, and he woke up. The name dissolved. The dream faded. But the feeling remained. A seed, planted deep, waiting for enough light to grow. March brought spring and Quidditch and an incident in Charm's class that became the talk of the school for a week. They were learning the disarming charm, Expelliarmus, which was technically a second-year spell but which Flitwick had introduced early because, he said, practical defense never goes out of season. The class was paired off, wands drawn, practicing the charm on each other. Harry was paired with Seamus Finnegan, a cheerful Irish boy with a talent for making things explode. Seamus pointed his wand at Harry and cast the charm with enthusiastic imprecision. The spell shot toward Harry and hit infinity. It didn't dissipate, it reflected. The disarming charm bounced off the infinite divide, reverse direction, and hit Seamus with his own spell, knocking his wand out of his hand and sending it spinning across the classroom. The room went silent. Flitwick, who was 4 feet tall and standing on a pile of books, made a sound like a teakettle reaching boiling point. Mr. Potter, he squeaked. Did you just reflect a spell? Sorry, Professor. That was automatic. My defensive technique redirects incoming force. I should have dropped it for practice. Don't you dare apologize. That was extraordinary. A passive defensive ability that reflects hostile magic. Do you understand the theoretical implications? The disarming charm operates through directed magical force. For your technique to reverse it, your defense must be processing the incoming spell's vector, identifying it as hostile, and applying an equal and opposite force in real time. That's, Flitwick was actually bouncing on his book pile. The class watched with the bemused fascination of students whose professor was having a scientific breakthrough in front of them. Could you do it again? Flitwick asked. Deliberately, this time. I want to observe the interaction. Harry nodded. Flitwick cast the disarming charm himself, a much stronger one, clean and precise, crackling with the kind of power that came from decades of expertise. It hit Harry's infinity and reflected, shooting back at Flitwick, who deflected his own reflected spell with a casual shield charm and a delighted laugh. Remarkable. The reflection preserves the spell's properties, it's still Expelliarmus when it returns. Your defense doesn't absorb or negate the magic, it reverses it. This is consistent with a spatial folding technique, you're creating a geometric distortion that flips the spell's vector without altering its composition. That's exactly what it is, Harry said, genuinely impressed. Flitwick had deduced the mechanism in seconds, faster than most jujitsu sorcerers who'd encountered infinity for the first time. Could this be taught? Flitwick asked. Could other wizards learn to replicate this effect through standard magical means? Not exactly. The technique requires cursed energy, which wizards don't typically have access to. But the principle, creating a spatial fold that reverses incoming force, might be achievable through a modified shield charm. You'd need to anchor the fold to a fixed point in space and maintain it as a standing construct rather than a reactive barrier. Flitwick's eyes went wide. Then he laughed, a high, clear laugh of pure intellectual joy. Mr. Potter, you have just described what I believe is an entirely new branch of defensive magic. I would very much like to explore this further, if you're willing. I'd love to, Professor. The class devolved into an impromptu theoretical seminar, with Flitwick asking questions and Harry answering them and the other students either watching in fascination or using the distraction to practice hexing each other. Hermione had her quill out and was transcribing the entire conversation at superhuman speed. After class, as the students filed out, Malfoy fell into step beside Harry in the corridor. He did this occasionally. Not with hostility, exactly, the dynamic between them had evolved beyond simple antagonism. Malfoy was too intelligent for schoolyard bullying, and Harry was too unflappable to be bullied. What they had instead was a kind of ongoing assessment, each encounter a new data point in Malfoy's attempt to understand what Harry was and where he fit in the hierarchy. That was impressive, Malfoy said. The reflection technique. Thanks. My father says your kind of power, whatever it is dangerous. Unpredictable. He says the ministry will take an interest eventually. Your father's probably right about the interest. Less right about the dangerous part. Or at least, no more dangerous than any other powerful wizard. Malfoy's jaw tightened. Harry could feel the tension in him, a boy trying very hard to maintain his father's worldview while direct evidence kept contradicting it. You're not like other wizards, Potter. Don't pretend you are. I'm not pretending anything. I've never pretended to be anything I'm not. Harry stopped walking and turned to face Malfoy. That's the difference between us, Draco. You spend all your energy trying to be what your father expects. I just am what I am. The words landed. Harry saw it in the microflinch, the brief flash of something raw and young and hurt behind Malfoy's polished exterior. For a second, just a second, Draco Malfoy looked like what he actually was, a scared 11-year-old carrying the weight of a family legacy that was crushing him. Then the mask snapped back into place. You don't know anything about my family. I know enough. And I know you're smarter than the role you're playing. When you figure that out, come talk to me." Harry walked away. Behind him, Malfoy stood in the corridor with clenched fists and a face like a thunderstorm, and the war between who he was and who he was supposed to be raged on behind his eyes. April arrived, and with it, a letter from Gojo that changed everything. Harry read it at breakfast, amid the usual cacophony of the Great Hall. It was short, unusually short for Gojo, who normally wrote long, rambling letters full of bad jokes and training advice and detailed descriptions of whatever food he'd been eating. "Harry, something's moving. Can't give details in a letter, even magical owls can be intercepted. But the dark energy signature you told me about, the one on Quirrell? I've been monitoring it from here, through the ring. It's changing. Getting stronger. More cohesive. Whatever's riding your professor is gathering power, and it's doing it faster than a passive parasite should be able to. Theory, it's feeding on something in the castle. Ambient magic, maybe, or something more specific. If I'm right, it's building towards something. An attempt on the stone, or something bigger. Trust your instincts. Trust your friends. And remember, infinity is absolute. Nothing gets through. Not curses, not spirits, not prophecies. You are the wall that cannot be breached. I'm proud of you. Always. Dad. Harry folded the letter and put it away. Across the table, Ron and Hermione watched his face and knew, without being told, that something had shifted. "Room of requirement," Harry said quietly. "After last class." They nodded. That evening, in the room, Harry shared the letter's contents. The three of them sat around a table that the room had provided, along with a detailed floor plan of the castle that Hermione had painstakingly compiled over the previous months. "He's feeding," Hermione said, her voice tight. "That makes sense. Hogwarts is one of the most magically saturated locations in Britain. The ambient magical field here is enormous, centuries of accumulated power, the ley lines, the wards. If Voldemort's spirit can tap into that. He's using the castle as a battery," Ron said. "Getting strong enough to make his move. Or strong enough to survive making his move," Harry said. "Going after the stone requires getting past the protections. That takes power. If Quirrell's body isn't strong enough, the spirit needs to compensate." "How long?" Ron asked. "How long before he's ready?" Harry closed his eyes. He reached out with his perception, extending through the castle, feeling the ambient magical field. It was different. Thinner in places, like a fabric with threads pulled loose. The dark presence was there, woven into the thinning, a hungry, patient draw on the castle's power, so gradual that the wards hadn't flagged it, so subtle that even Dumbledore might not have noticed. But Harry noticed. Because Harry could feel the castle the way Gojo could feel the world, in layers, in frequencies, in the mathematics of energy and space. "Weeks," Harry said. "Maybe less. The drain is accelerating. And there's something else, he's not just pulling ambient magic. He's siphoning from the wards. The protections on the third-floor corridor are weakening. Slowly, but consistently." Hermione went pale. "If the wards weaken enough, the protections below might be compromised." "Exactly. He's not planning to fight through the protections. He's planning to starve them until they collapse." Silence. "Then we don't wait," Ron said. His voice was steady, his jaw set. The uncertain boy from September was gone. In his place was someone who'd found his footing, who knew what he was good at, and who was ready to use it. "We stop waiting and we go. Before he's ready. Before the wards fail." "Agreed," Hermione said. "If we wait for his timeline, we're fighting on his terms. If we move first, we control the board," Harry finished. He looked at his friends. "Are you sure? Both of you? This is Voldemort. Diminished, weakened, but still Voldemort. I can face him alone." I'm not asking you to, shut up, Harry, Ron said pleasantly. We're coming, Hermione said. End of discussion. Harry looked at them, Ron, red-haired and resolute, chess mind already spinning through scenarios, Hermione, fierce and brilliant, every ounce of her considerable intellect focused on the challenge ahead. His friends. His team. His people. He smiled. Okay, he said. Here's the plan. They went 2 nights later. The timing was deliberate. Thursday night, late, after midnight. The castle was quiet. Most students were asleep. The professors were in their quarters. Dumbledore was, according to Harry's perception, in his office, awake, but occupied. Quirrell was in his rooms on the 2nd floor, the dark presence humming with the low, steady energy of focused concentration. Harry, Ron, and Hermione met in the room of requirement at 11:30. They'd prepared. Hermione had a bag with essential supplies, potions for minor injuries, reference materials on the known protections, a Muggle lighter, because Hermione was practical above all things. Ron had his wand and the quiet confidence of a boy who'd rehearsed every contingency in his head until the scenarios played out like sheet music. Harry had everything he always had, infinity, the limitless, 2 kinds of power, and the absolute refusal to lose. And the invisibility cloak. James Potter's cloak. Harry had debated bringing it, they didn't strictly need it, since his infinity could muffle sound and Hermione had gotten extremely good at disillusionment charms. But something about tonight felt like a moment that called for legacy. His birth father's cloak. His adopted father's ring. Both inheritances, going into battle together. He draped the cloak over the 3 of them. It was large enough, barely. They moved through the corridors in silence, 3 pairs of feet on stone, invisible and inaudible, heading for the 3rd floor. The castle breathed around them. Harry felt its awareness like a gentle pressure, the old magic noting their passage, tracking their movement through its halls. It didn't raise an alarm. It didn't alert the professors. If anything, Harry had the sense that the castle was, watching. Curious. As if it, too, wanted to see what would happen. They reached the 3rd floor corridor. The door was locked, the same simple charm as before. Hermione pointed her wand and whispered Alohomora, and the lock clicked open. The Cerberus was awake. 3 massive heads turned toward the door as it opened, 6 eyes gleaming in the darkness, 3 sets of enormous jaws opening in synchronized growls that shook the floor. The room vibrated with the sound. Drool cascaded from fangs the size of kitchen knives. Harry, Ron whispered. The dog is awake. I noticed. Do you have a plan for the dog? Harry pulled a small wooden flute from his pocket. Hagrid had given it to him for Christmas, a hand-carved instrument, rough but functional. Harry had done his research. He played. The notes were simple. A lullaby, actually, something Gojo used to hum when Harry was very small and couldn't sleep, a Japanese melody that Harry had carried with him through every year of his life without knowing exactly why. He played it now, soft and clear, the wooden flute's voice filling the dark chamber. The Cerberus stopped growling. One head tilted. Then another. The 3rd yawned, an enormous, cavernous yawn that blasted them with hot, meaty breath, and slowly, heavily, the great body sank to the floor. The 3 heads lowered, eyes drooping, breath evening out. Within 30 seconds, the Cerberus was asleep. Music, Hermione breathed. It really works. Hagrid mentioned it once. Cerberus guardians have an exploitable response to music. It's consistent across all mythological sources. Harry kept playing as they moved past the sleeping dog, stepping carefully over its massive paws, reaching the trapdoor in the floor. Ron pulled it open. Below was darkness. Harry stopped playing long enough to extend his perception downward. The shaft beneath the trapdoor dropped 50 feet into a chamber that was filled with, he blinked, plants. Thick, ropey vines covering every surface, warm and damp and aggressive. They radiated magical energy with the sluggish malice of a predator waiting for prey. Devil's snare, Hermione said, peering down. Professor Sprout's contribution. It constricts anything that touches it. The more you struggle, the tighter it grips. Weaknesses? Ron asked. Light and heat. It's a shade-loving plant. Expose it to sunlight or fire and it retreats. I'll handle it, Harry said. He dropped through the trapdoor first. The fall was 50 feet, nothing, with infinity. He slowed his descent automatically, touching down on a mass of thick, soft vines that immediately began wrapping around his legs with the enthusiastic persistence of a plant that had been waiting a long time for something to eat. Harry let it wrap. The vines reached his waist, his chest, his arms, and stopped. They couldn't tighten. Infinity held them at a fixed distance from his body, the infinite divide preventing the vines from making actual contact. The devil's snare squeezed and could not close the last infinitesimal gap. Harry channeled red through his palms, a gentle pulse, barely stronger than a warm breeze, but the repulsive force pushed the vines back in a circle around him, creating a clear space. He amplified the pulse, spreading it outward, and the devil's snare retreated across the entire chamber, pressing itself against the walls in a tangle of agitated tendrils. Clear, he called up. Ron and Hermione dropped through. Hermione landed neatly, having practiced cushioning charms specifically for this scenario. Ron landed on his back, said "ow," and got up. The next chamber was Flitwick's. A high-ceilinged room full of flying keys, hundreds of them, glittering and swooping through the air like metallic birds, their wings buzzing. On the far side of the room, a heavy wooden door with an old-fashioned iron lock. Broomsticks hung on the wall near the entrance. We need to catch the right key, Hermione said. The one that fits the lock. It'll be distinctive, probably old, large, silver, matching the lock. Ron was already scanning the swarm. There. He pointed. The big silver one with the bent wing. It's been caught before, see how it's flying slower than the others. Someone grabbed it and damaged it. Harry's perception confirmed it. The silver key's wing was crumpled on one side, and it was moving erratically, favoring its good wing. Someone had already been through here and handled that key roughly. Quirrell's been testing the route, Harry said. He's come this far before. The bent wing, he caught it and examined the door but didn't go through. Reconnaissance, Ron said grimly. He's been mapping the protections, just like us. Harry didn't bother with the broomstick. He extended blue, a targeted gravitational pull, focused on the silver key, and the key jerked in midair, drawn toward Harry's outstretched hand. It struggled, wings beating frantically against the pull, but blue was insistent and precise and the key flew to Harry's palm with a final, defeated flutter. He unlocked the door. They moved on. The chess room was Ron's. It was enormous, a full-sized wizard chessboard, the pieces standing as tall as people, carved from black and white stone with blank, severe faces. The white pieces stood on the far side, motionless. The black pieces flanked the door where the three of them had entered. Ron looked at the board. His eyes moved across the pieces, the positions, the geometry of the game. Harry watched the transformation happen in real time, Ron's posture changing, his uncertainty vanishing, replaced by the absolute focus of a mind operating in its element. It's a game, Ron said. We have to play across. I'm a knight. Harry, you're a bishop. Hermione, you're the castle, rook. Take your positions. Ron, Hermione started. I know what I'm doing. They took their positions. The white pieces moved first. A pawn, 2 squares forward. Ron directed the game. He moved their pieces, himself, Harry, Hermione, and the stone figures that responded to his commands, with a fluidity and confidence that transformed the deadly chess match into something almost beautiful. He sacrificed pawns to open lines. He used Harry's bishop position to control the diagonals. He positioned Hermione's rook to dominate the back rank. The white pieces fought back. They were good, enchanted with centuries-old chess logic, playing at a level that would challenge most humans. But Ron was better. Not stronger, not faster, smarter. He saw the game in dimensions the pieces couldn't comprehend, reading intention behind moves, predicting responses 3, 4, 5 steps ahead. 12 minutes. Ron checkmated the white king in 12 minutes. The pieces froze. The king dropped his crown with a clatter that echoed through the chamber, and the path to the next door was clear. Harry looked at Ron. 12 minutes. Ron's ears were red, but he was grinning. Told you. I know what I'm doing. You're terrifying. Thanks. Let's keep going. The next room was Quirrell's contribution. A troll, already unconscious on the floor, slumped against the wall, stinking of sewage and bad decisions. Someone had already dealt with it. Quirrell knocked out his own troll, Harry said. He's been through here recently. Tonight, maybe. The urgency sharpened. They moved faster. Snape's protection was a logic puzzle. 7 bottles on a table, a riddle in verse, flames blocking the exits, purple fire behind them, black fire ahead. Hermione solved it in 90 seconds, her eyes scanning the clue, her mind parsing the logic with the same precision she brought to everything. This one, she said, holding up the smallest bottle. It gets you through the black flames. But there's only enough for one person. Harry looked at the bottle. Then at his friends. I'll go alone from here, he said. Harry, the next room is Dumbledore's protection. The Mirror of Erist. And beyond that. Quirrell. He looked at them, Ron, steady and brave and the best strategist he'd ever met. Hermione, brilliant and fierce and the best mind he'd ever encountered. You've gotten me this far. Both of you. I couldn't have done it without you. Don't you dare make this sound like a goodbye, Hermione said, and her voice cracked slightly. It's not. It's a thank you. Harry smiled. I'll be back. I promise. Ron stepped forward and gripped Harry's hand. Hard. Don't die. I've only just started teaching you chess. I won't. Take Hermione back. If I'm not out in 30 minutes, use the ring, touch it and say, Dad. He'll come. Harry drank the potion. The black flames parted. He walked through. And the fire closed behind him, and he was alone. The chamber beyond was the final room. It was circular, carved from raw stone, lit by torches that burned with a cold blue light. And in the center of the room, standing on a raised platform, was the Mirror of Erist. Quirrell stood in front of it. He wasn't stammering. He wasn't shaking. He stood straight-backed and rigid, his turban slightly askew, his hands pressed flat against the mirror's surface. His reflection stared back at him, but it wasn't showing him his heart's desire, it was showing him nothing. The mirror's surface was blank, unresponsive, refusing to yield its secret. It won't show me, Quirrell said. His voice was clear. No stammer. No pretense. The stone is in the mirror and it won't give it to me. He hadn't turned around. But he knew Harry was there. I can see the stone, Quirrell continued. In the reflection. But every time I reach for it, nothing. The mirror knows I want to use it. It won't cooperate. That's because it's designed not to, Harry said. He stood at the chamber entrance, 20 feet from Quirrell, infinity at full strength. Dumbledore's final protection. The stone can only be retrieved by someone who wants to find it but not use it. You want to use it to restore Voldemort. The mirror will never give it to you. Quirrell turned. His face was pale and drawn, the face of a man being consumed from the inside. His eyes were different, wider, darker, carrying a depth that wasn't entirely his own. "You know," Quirrell said. "You've known all along. Since September. And yet you didn't tell Dumbledore." "Dumbledore already knew." A sound came from behind Quirrell. Not from Quirrell's mouth, from the back of his head, muffled by the turban. A thin, papery voice, cold as the stone walls of the chamber. "Let me speak to him." Quirrell's face spasmed. "Master, you're not strong enough, let me speak to the boy." Quirrell hesitated. Then, with the slow, defeated movements of a man who had stopped resisting a long time ago, he reached up and unwound his turban. The cloth fell away. Quirrell turned around. The face on the back of Quirrell's head was white as chalk, flat as a mask, with slitted red eyes and nostrils like a snake. It was pressed into Quirrell's skull like a carving in flesh, a parasite given form, a dead man refusing to die. "Voldemort. Harry Potter," the face said. The voice was stronger now, unobstructed, and it carried a quality that Harry recognized instantly, the same dark, rotten energy signature as the fragment in his scar, but vastly larger, vastly more coherent. "We meet at last." Harry looked at the face of the man who'd murdered his parents. The scar on his forehead pulsed, the fragment inside it responding to its source, pressing against the walls of infinity, reaching for the larger piece of soul in front of it. He reinforced the seal. The pulse subsided. "You're smaller than I expected," Harry said. The red eyes narrowed. "You are impertinent. Like your father." "I've heard that before. Usually from people who are about to lose." A thin, hissing laugh. "Brave. So very Gryffindor. Tell me, boy, do you know what you carry? In your scar. Do you understand what you are?" "I know exactly what I carry. A piece of you. Put there the night you tried to kill me and failed. It's been sealed behind my infinity since I was 8 years old. It can't reach you and you can't reach it." Silence. The red eyes studied him with an intensity that was almost physical, probing, assessing, trying to parse what stood before them. "You are unusual," Voldemort said. "Your power is not wizard magic alone. There is something else in you. Something I do not recognize. Cursed energy. A different tradition. One you never bothered to learn about. I have studied every form of magic in existence." "No. You studied every form of magic that the British wizarding world acknowledged. You never looked outside your own system. You never considered that there might be power structures you couldn't access, traditions you couldn't master. That's your blind spot, Voldemort. You think you know everything, and it never occurs to you that the things you don't know might be the things that kill you." The chamber was very quiet. The torches flickered. The mirror stood between them, its surface blank and patient. "Give me the stone, boy," Voldemort said. "Look in the mirror. You don't want to use it, your desire is pure enough. The mirror will give it to you. Give it to me, and I will answer every question you have. About your parents. About the prophecy. About the piece of me in your scar. No." The word was flat. Final. No hesitation, no deliberation, no dramatic build-up. Just a simple, absolute refusal. Voldemort's red eyes burned. "Then you will die." "No," Harry said again. "I won't." "Seize him." Voldemort screamed, and Quirrell lunged. The defense against the dark arts professor moved with a speed that was entirely Voldemort's doing, the parasite pumping dark magic through Quirrell's body like fuel through an engine, pushing the human host beyond its limits. Quirrell's hands reached for Harry's throat, fingers extended, dark magic crackling around them, and stopped. 3 inches from Harry's skin. Infinity. The convergence of an infinite series between Quirrell's hands and Harry's body, the distance subdividing endlessly, the gap that could not be closed. Quirrell's fingers pressed against nothing and could not advance. The air between them shimmered with the visible distortion of bent space. Quirrell pushed harder. Voldemort poured more power through him. Dark magic flared, killing curse energy, raw and green and terrible, slamming against infinity with enough force to shatter stone. Infinity held. Because infinity always held. Because the gap between 0 and any finite number was, by definition, uncrossable. Harry stood perfectly still, hands at his sides, watching Quirrell strain against the immovable barrier of folded space. "Are you done? Kill him!" Voldemort shrieked. Quirrell drew his wand. Avada Kedavra, the killing curse, green light erupting from the wand's tip, screaming toward Harry's face. Harry sidestepped it. Not with infinity, the killing curse was an absolute effect spell, even Gojo wasn't certain infinity could stop it. Harry simply moved. Faster than the curse, faster than Quirrell's aim, a lateral step that carried him 3 feet to the left in the time it took the green light to cross the distance between them. The curse hit the wall behind him and blasted a crater in the stone. "You missed," Harry said. Quirrell fired again. And again. 3 killing curses in rapid succession, each one aimed with increasing desperation, each one missing as Harry moved with the fluid, unhurried precision of a boy who'd spent his entire life dodging things faster and more dangerous than this. "Your problem," Harry said, stepping around the 4th curse with a slight turn of his body, "is that you're fighting me like a wizard. Wizards rely on spells. Spells have travel time. If I'm faster than your spells, you can't touch me." "Then I will touch you differently," Voldemort hissed, and Quirrell's body changed. Dark magic erupted from Quirrell like a shockwave, not a spell, not a curse, but raw magical force, Voldemort's spirit pouring everything it had into a single, devastating release. The chamber shook. The torches blew out. The mirror cracked. And in the darkness, something happened that none of them expected. Harry's scar screamed. The soul fragment, sealed behind infinity, felt its master's power and responded. Not with obedience, with resonance. The fragment pulsed, vibrated, pushed against its prison with a force it had never shown before. Pain lanced through Harry's skull, blinding, white-hot, the worst pain he'd ever felt, and for one terrible moment, infinity flickered. Just a flicker. A fraction of a second. But Quirrell saw it. Quirrell lunged. His hands made contact. The moment Quirrell's skin touched Harry's, 2 things happened simultaneously. First, Quirrell screamed. His hands burned. Not with fire, with something deeper, something that came from the interaction between Harry's dual energy and the dark magic in Quirrell's flesh. Lily Potter's sacrifice, the ancient blood protection, the thing Dumbledore had relied on when he left Harry at the Dursleys, it was still active, still woven into Harry's skin, and it reacted to Voldemort's touch with devastating force. Quirrell's fingers blistered and blackened on contact. Second, Harry felt the connection. The direct, physical link between himself and the fragment of Voldemort in his scar, bridged through Quirrell's touch. For one vertiginous instant, he saw through Voldemort's eyes, felt Voldemort's rage, his hunger, his desperate, all-consuming need to survive, and then Harry did what Gojo had taught him to do in moments of pain and chaos and sensory overload. He chose. Not to retreat. Not to shield. Not to endure. To attack. Harry seized the connection, the bridge between himself and Voldemort, opened by Quirrell's touch, and he pushed. Not with cursed energy alone, not with magic alone, but with both. The full, unified force of everything he was, channeled through the contact point, flowing into Quirrell's body like water through a broken dam. The effect was immediate and catastrophic. Quirrell's body could not contain it. Harry's dual energy, cursed energy and wizard magic, braided together, amplified by the wand core connection, supercharged by the blood protection, tore through Quirrell's system like lightning through wet sand. The dark magic that sustained him evaporated. The connection between host and parasite shattered. Quirrell's skin cracked. His eyes went wide with a terror that was entirely his own, the man beneath the monster, surfacing at the last, feeling everything. "Please," Quirrell whispered. And then he was gone. His body crumbled. Not dramatically, not explosively. It simply stopped. Like a machine with its power source removed. Quirrell fell to the ground and his flesh turned to ash, and the ash dispersed in the cold air of the chamber, and all that remained was his clothes, empty on the stone floor, and the turban, unwound, lying like a shed skin. And from the ash, something rose. A wraith. A face in smoke, Voldemort's face, those red eyes burning with hatred and agony and the absolute refusal to die. It hung in the air for one terrible moment, looking at Harry with an expression of such focused malice that the air temperature dropped 10 degrees. Then it fled. Through the wall, through the stone, through the earth itself, a spirit screaming into the darkness, broken and diminished and running. Harry stood alone in the chamber. The torches reignited. The silence settled. His scar throbbed dully, the fragment inside it quiet now, shocked into dormancy by the confrontation with its source. Harry looked at the pile of empty clothes on the floor. He looked at the cracked mirror. He looked at his hands, which were shaking, with adrenaline, with the aftermath of channeling more energy through his body than he'd ever channeled before, with the simple human response to having just ended a man's life. Quirrell had been a person. A weak person, a compromised person, a person who'd made terrible choices, but a person. And Harry had killed him. Not with purple, not with any named technique. With the raw, overwhelming force of his own power, poured through a connection that Quirrell's touch had opened. He'd killed a man and he was 11 years old and his hands wouldn't stop shaking. The mirror caught his eye. It was cracked, a long fracture running from top to bottom, but still functional. Harry walked to it, because the mission wasn't over. The stone was still inside. He looked into the mirror. And this time, the image was different. No family portrait. No future vision. Just Harry, as he was right now, disheveled, pale, trembling slightly, but standing. Alive. His reflection smiled at him, reached into its pocket, and pulled out a small red stone. And Harry felt something drop into his real pocket, something small and heavy and warm. The Philosopher's Stone. Harry pulled it out and looked at it. A small, rough-cut ruby, glowing faintly from within, radiating a warmth that seemed to come from the heart of the world. Immortality. The elixir of life. The prize that Voldemort had been willing to destroy a man to obtain. Harry put it back in his pocket. Then he sat down on the cold stone floor, put his head in his hands, and breathed. In. Out. In. Out. The shaking stopped. The adrenaline ebbed. The chamber was quiet. After a moment, Harry stood up. He wiped his face, straightened his robes, and walked back through the black flames. They'd died with the magic sustaining them, through the logic puzzle room, through the troll room, through the chess room where the pieces stood in their final positions, through the key room and the devil's snare and up through the trapdoor and past the sleeping Cerberus. Ron and Hermione were waiting in the third-floor corridor. They hadn't left. Of course they hadn't left. Hermione saw his face and went white. Ron caught his arm. Harry. Harry, what happened? I'm okay, Harry said. His voice was steady. His hands were steady. The shaking was done. Quirrell's dead. Voldemort's gone, not destroyed, but gone. Fled. The stone is. He reached into his pocket and held it up. The red gem glowed in the torchlight. Ron and Hermione stared at it. You got it, Hermione whispered. I got it. And Quirrell? Dead. Harry closed his fist around the stone. I killed him. The words hung in the corridor. The castle breathed around them. Hermione's hand found Harry's arm and held it, and Ron's grip on his other arm tightened, and the three of them stood in the dark corridor at 2 in the morning, and the weight of what had happened settled onto Harry's shoulders like a cloak he couldn't take off. "Come on," Ron said quietly. "Let's get out of here." They walked together through the sleeping castle, through the silent corridors, through the portrait hole and into the Gryffindor common room where the fire had burned low and the armchairs were empty and the world was, for the moment, safe. Harry sat down. Hermione sat beside him. Ron sat on his other side. Nobody spoke for a long time. Then Hermione said, very softly, "You saved everyone, Harry." "I killed someone." "You stopped a monster." "By killing the man it was using." Harry stared at the dying fire. Quirrell was a person. He made bad choices, but he was a person. "And you did what you had to do," Ron said. His voice was firm. Not dismissive, firm. The voice of someone who understood, instinctively, that what Harry needed right now wasn't comfort but truth. Quirrell let Voldemort in. Quirrell chose to serve him. And when it came down to it, Quirrell tried to kill you. You defended yourself. That's not murder. That's survival. Harry looked at Ron. At Hermione. At the two people who had walked into danger beside him without hesitation, who had trusted him completely, who were sitting here now in the aftermath holding him together with nothing more than their presence. "Thank you," he said. "Both of you." "Always," Hermione said. "Always," Ron agreed. The fire crackled. The castle settled. And somewhere, far away, Gojo Satoru felt a pulse through a silver ring and sat up in his apartment in Tokyo and said, very quietly, "That's my boy." And somewhere darker, somewhere colder, a wraith that had once been Tom Riddle fled through the night, diminished and furious, carrying with it the memory of green eyes and infinite power and the absolute certainty that Harry Potter was no longer a child to be underestimated. The game had changed. The game had only just begun. Chapter 4, The Art of Looking Underneath. Harry didn't sleep that night. He sat in the common room long after Ron and Hermione finally drifted upstairs, their concerned glances lingering at the stairwell before they disappeared. The fire had gone to embers, and the room was dark except for the faint glow of moonlight pressing through the tall windows. Hedwig had somehow found her way down from the dormitory and was perched on the arm of his chair, her feathery weight warm against his wrist, and she hooted softly once and then was silent, as though she understood that silence was what he needed. The philosopher's stone sat in his pocket like a heart that wouldn't stop beating. He could feel its warmth through the fabric, its steady magical pulse synchronized with the ley lines running deep beneath Hogwarts. Immortality. The prize Voldemort had been willing to consume a man alive to reach. And it was sitting in the pocket of an 11-year-old boy in a school dormitory, glowing faintly, waiting to be returned to its maker. Harry replayed the fight. Not the strategic elements, those had gone according to plan, more or less. But the moment. The specific, singular moment when Quirrell's body had crumbled to ash under his hands and the man's last word had been please. Gojo had killed people. Harry knew this without it ever having been spoken directly between them. Jujitsu sorcerers dealt in death, of curses, of curse users, of things that blurred the line between human and monster. Gojo had never hidden this from Harry. He'd never romanticized it, either. Killing was a tool. Sometimes necessary, always consequential, never free. The first one stays with you, Gojo had told him once, during a training session when Harry was 9. They'd been discussing combat philosophy, the kind of conversation Gojo buried inside physical drills so the words landed in muscle memory instead of just intellect. Not because you did something wrong. Because you did something permanent. And permanent things deserve to be felt. Harry felt it. He sat in the dark and felt the weight of a life ended by his hands, and he didn't try to push it away or rationalize it or hide from it. He just sat with it, the way Gojo had taught him to sit with difficult things, and he let it be what it was. By the time dawn crept through the windows, he'd made peace with it. Not the clean, complete peace of someone who'd processed their trauma and come out whole, that would take longer, and he knew it. But a working peace. A foundation he could stand on. He'd protected the people he cared about. He'd stopped a monster from getting the weapon it needed to return. And he'd learned, in the most visceral way possible, what his power actually meant when it wasn't theoretical. Permanent. His power was permanent. He wouldn't forget that. Dumbledore found him at breakfast. The Great Hall was half empty. April meant the Easter holidays were approaching, and students were scattered between the Great Hall and the library, oscillating between relaxation and pre-exam panic. Harry was eating toast mechanically, Ron and Hermione flanking him with the protective formation they'd adopted since last night. Neither of them had asked him how he was feeling. Neither of them had needed to. Their presence said everything. Dumbledore appeared at the Gryffindor table the way he always appeared, suddenly, quietly, as though he'd been there all along and you'd simply failed to notice. He wore robes of deep midnight blue, his expression calm, his eyes doing that twinkling thing that Harry now recognized as a carefully maintained mask. "Good morning, Harry," Dumbledore said. "I wonder if you might join me in my office after breakfast. There are some things we should discuss." It wasn't a question. Harry knew that, and Dumbledore knew that Harry knew that. "Sure," Harry said. "Ron and Hermione too." Dumbledore's twinkle flickered. "I had intended, they were there. They faced the protections. They're part of this conversation, or the conversation doesn't happen." The directness of it landed with an almost audible impact. Around them, students continued eating, oblivious. But McGonagall, at the high table, had set down her fork and was watching with the expression of a woman who recognized the sound of an unmovable object being presented to an unstoppable force. Dumbledore studied Harry for a long moment. Then he inclined his head. "Of course. All three of you." He left. Harry finished his toast. "Harry," Hermione said quietly, "are you sure you want us in there? If Dumbledore intended a private conversation, there might be things if he has things to say that he doesn't want you to hear, then I definitely need witnesses." Ron snorted. "That's the most paranoid thing I've ever heard someone say while eating marmalade. My dad taught me that trust is given, not assumed. Dumbledore's earned some of mine, but not all of it." "Not yet." They went. The headmaster's office was at the top of a spiral staircase hidden behind a stone gargoyle that responded to the password, Sherbet Lemon. The staircase moved on its own, carrying them upward in a slow spiral, and delivered them to a large, circular room that Harry's perception immediately began dissecting. It was impressive. Not in the grand, austere way of the Great Hall, but in the dense, layered way of a room that had been accumulating objects for decades. Every surface was covered with delicate silver instruments that whirred and puffed and clicked, their purposes mysterious but their magical signatures precise and specific. Bookshelves lined the walls, thousands of volumes, some radiating magic so old it had fossilized into the binding. Portraits of previous headmasters hung in gilded frames, most of them pretending to sleep while clearly eavesdropping. And in an alcove behind the desk, on a golden perch, sat a bird. Harry stopped. The bird was extraordinary. A phoenix, he recognized it from his reading, but the reality was beyond anything text could convey. Its plumage was a cascade of crimson and gold, each feather glowing with an inner light that was warm and sad and ancient. Its eyes were dark and deep and carried the particular intelligence of a creature that had died and been reborn more times than memory could hold. And its magical signature was the same as the feather in Harry's wand. "Fawkes," Dumbledore said, settling into his chair behind the desk. "My companion for many years. I believe you've already met, in a manner of speaking, the core of your wand is one of his feathers." Harry stared at the phoenix. The phoenix stared back. Something passed between them, not communication exactly, but recognition. The bird tilted its head, trilled a single note that resonated in Harry's chest like a bell struck in a cathedral, and then ruffled its feathers and closed its eyes. Acceptance. The Phoenix had just looked at Harry, assessed everything he was, and accepted him. Harry filed this away in the growing collection of things that made him feel like the universe was arranging itself around him in ways he didn't fully understand. Dumbledore gestured to 3 chairs that hadn't been there a moment ago. Harry, Ron, and Hermione sat. The office settled into the particular quiet of a room where important things were about to be said. "I know what happened last night," Dumbledore said. He said it without preamble, without gentle build-up. "I know you entered the 3rd-floor corridor, passed the protections, confronted Professor Quirrell, and defeated Voldemort's shade. I know Quirrell is dead. And I know you have the Philosopher's Stone." Harry reached into his pocket and placed the stone on Dumbledore's desk. It sat there between them, small and red and warm, glowing with the quiet pulse of absolute potential. "You can give it back to Flamel," Harry said. "I don't want it." Dumbledore looked at the stone for a long moment. Then he looked at Harry, and for the first time since they'd met, the twinkle was entirely absent. What was left was just a man. Very old, very tired, looking at a child who'd done something that no child should have to do. "Nicholas and I have discussed the matter," Dumbledore said. "The stone will be destroyed." A beat of silence. Hermione's hand tightened on the arm of her chair. "Destroyed," she repeated. "But, the elixir of life. Mr. Flamel will. Nicholas is over 600 years old. He and Perenelle have enough elixir stored to set their affairs in order. After that." Dumbledore's voice softened. "To the well-organized mind, death is but the next great adventure." Harry thought of Gojo. Of the conversation they'd had about permanence. About the weight of things that couldn't be undone. He thought of Quirrell's body turning to ash. "Good," Harry said. "It's too dangerous to exist." Dumbledore nodded slowly. He picked up the stone, turned it in his fingers, and set it aside with the careful deliberation of a man closing a chapter. "Now," he said. "We had an agreement, you and I, full honesty. After the confrontation. We did. Then I will begin." Dumbledore folded his hands. "The prophecy. You know the first lines, the one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches, born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the 7th month dies. There is more. And the Dark Lord will mark him as his equal, but he will have power the Dark Lord knows not. The scar, Harry. When Voldemort marked you, he fulfilled the prophecy. And the power he knows not, cursed energy, Harry said. Perhaps. Or perhaps something more. The prophecy is ambiguous, deliberately so, I believe. Prophecies describe potential, not certainty." Dumbledore paused. "But the relevant point is this, Voldemort believes the prophecy. He believes you are the only one who can destroy him. And that belief drives his actions. He will come for you, Harry. Again and again, until one of you ends the other. You've told me this before. What haven't you told me?" Dumbledore was quiet for a long time. The silver instrument's word. Fawkes shifted on his perch. "The fragment in your scar," Dumbledore said. "It is what is known as a Horcrux." The word landed like a stone in still water. Hermione drew a sharp breath. She'd been researching, Harry knew, and the word clearly connected to something she'd found. Ron sat very still. "A Horcrux is an object in which a dark wizard has concealed a piece of their soul," Dumbledore continued. "The process requires an act of supreme evil, murder, to fracture the soul, and a specific ritual to house the fragment in a container. Lord Voldemort created multiple Horcruxes. The fragment in your scar is one of them, an accidental one, created the night he murdered your parents. His soul was so unstable from previous fractures that the act of killing your mother caused a piece to shear off and attach itself to the only living thing in the room." "Me," Harry said. "You." The room was very quiet. "And as long as any Horcrux survives," Hermione said, her voice tight with the effort of processing the horror through an intellectual lens, "Voldemort cannot truly die. His soul is anchored to the physical world through the fragments. Correct. How many? Harry asked. I believe he created 6 deliberately. 7 fragments total, including the piece that remains in his shade form. The diary, the ring, the locket, the cup, the diadem, and... Dumbledore looked at Harry. You. Harry touched his scar. The fragment pulsed against infinity, dormant but present, a piece of the darkest wizard in history lodged in the skull of an 11-year-old boy. You knew, Harry said. Since the beginning. You knew I was a Horcrux. I suspected from the night it happened. I confirmed it when you were a year old, before you left my care. Before my dad took me. Yes. And your plan, your original plan, before Gojo, was to raise me, prepare me, and eventually. Harry's voice was perfectly steady. Let me die. To destroy the Horcrux. Dumbledore closed his eyes. No, he said, and his voice was rough. That was never the plan. It was a possibility. A terrible, unconscionable possibility that I spent 11 years trying to find an alternative to. The Horcrux in your scar must be destroyed for Voldemort to be defeated permanently. That is fact. But the destruction of the Horcrux does not necessarily require your death. Explain, Harry said. Horcruxes are typically destroyed by eliminating the container, destroying the object that holds the soul fragment. But you are not an object. You are a living being, with your own soul, your own magic, your own defenses. The fragment is not part of you. It is a parasite, lodged in the wound of your scar, separate from your identity and your essence. In theory, it is possible to destroy the fragment without destroying the host. In theory, Ron repeated. In theory. Dumbledore opened his eyes. I have been researching this for over a decade. The fragment must be destabilized, forced out of its anchor point, and then destroyed before it can reattach. It requires immense power, precise control, and a weapon capable of destroying soul fragments. Basilisk venom. Fiend fire. Or. He looked at Harry. A power that operates outside the rules of wizard magic entirely. Cursed energy, Harry said again. Your infinity has already been doing something remarkable. The fragment in your scar has been sealed, compressed, by your technique. Your father told me that your magic appears to be digesting it. Breaking it down slowly, like a body fighting an infection. This is unprecedented. No Horcrux has ever been subjected to a force like yours. Harry processed this. The implications unfolded in his mind like origami in reverse. The fragment was being weakened. His dual energy, magic and cursed energy, was attacking it from both sides, wearing it down the way water wore down stone. Not fast enough to destroy it on its own timeline, maybe. But it was happening. How long? Harry asked. At the current rate? I cannot be certain. Years, perhaps. Or it could accelerate. The confrontation with Voldemort's shade last night would have stressed the fragment enormously, forced it to expend energy, weakened its hold. Harry thought about the moment in the chamber when his scar had screamed. When the fragment had surged against its prison, reaching for its master. And then the master had fled, and the fragment had collapsed back into dormancy, exhausted. It's weaker now, Harry said. I can feel it. The seal held, and the effort of trying to break free cost it. Yes. Each confrontation with Voldemort will weaken the fragment further. And as you grow stronger, as your infinity deepens, as your control improves, the seal will tighten. It is possible, Harry, that you will be able to destroy the Horcrux yourself, through the sheer pressure of your own power, without any external weapon. Possible, Hermione said. But not certain. Nothing is certain, Miss Granger. We are in uncharted territory. Silence fell. The instruments whirred. Fawkes sang a single, low note that settled over the room like a blanket, easing the tension in the air without removing it. Harry sat with the information. 6 Horcruxes. A prophecy. A fragment of the darkest wizard alive lodged in his skull. A war that wasn't over, that had only been paused, that would resume the moment Voldemort found a way to return to physical form. And Dumbledore, sitting across from him, had laid it all out. Honestly. Completely. As promised. "Thank you," Harry said. "For telling me the truth. You earned it. What you did last night, facing Quirrell, protecting the stone, was extraordinary. Not because of your power, though your power is formidable. Because you chose to act. You could have let Quirrell take the stone and reported it to me. Instead, you went yourself. With your friends. I went because it was the right thing to do. Yes. And that, Harry, is the power Voldemort knows not. Not cursed energy. Not infinity. Not the limitless." Dumbledore's eyes, blue and ancient, met Harry's. The willingness to fight for others. The ability to love. Harry held his gaze. He could see the sincerity there, genuine, unperformed, the real Dumbledore beneath the chess player and the politician and the grandfatherly mask. An old man who had made terrible decisions and carried them like stones in his pockets and still, after everything, believed that love was the most powerful force in the world. Harry wasn't sure he agreed. Love was important. He loved Gojo, loved Ron and Hermione, loved the life he'd been given. But love alone didn't stop killing curses. Love alone hadn't saved his parents. Love needed to be protected by strength, and strength needed to be guided by love, and the intersection of the two was where Harry intended to live. "We're going to win this," Harry said. "Not because of prophecies or chosen one destiny. Because I'm stronger than him, and I have better people beside me." Dumbledore smiled. "A real one. On that, we agree completely." Harry stood. Ron and Hermione stood with him. "One more thing, Professor. The other Horcruxes, the diary, the ring, the locket, the cup, the diadem. Where are they? I have some theories. Finding and destroying them will be a task for the future, a crucial one. When the time comes, I would welcome your help. You'll have it. And Professor?" Harry paused at the door. "No more tests. No more games. If you know something that affects me, tell me directly. I'd rather face the truth than be protected from it. You have my word." They left. The gargoyle sealed behind them. They walked in silence for 20 paces before Ron let out a breath so explosive it echoed off the corridor walls. "Horcruxes," Ron said. "Bloody Horcruxes. He split his soul into 7 pieces. Who does that?" "Someone who fears death more than anything," Hermione said quietly. "He should fear Harry more." "Did you see Dumbledore's face when Harry was talking? That wasn't a headmaster talking to a student. That was one general talking to another." Harry said nothing. He was thinking about Horcruxes. About a diary and a ring and a locket and a cup and a diadem. About fragments of Tom Riddle's soul, scattered across Britain, waiting to be found. About the fragment in his own skull, sealed behind infinity, slowly being ground to dust by the pressure of 2 kinds of power working in perfect concert. He touched the silver ring on his finger. Gojo would need to know about this. All of it. Tonight. But first, he had a transfiguration exam to study for. Life at Hogwarts, Harry had learned, didn't stop for existential revelations. The conversation with Gojo happened at midnight, through the ring. Harry sat on the astronomy tower, his place, his thinking spot, the highest point in the castle where the stars were closest and the world was furthest away. The April night was cool and clear, the sky a bowl of constellations, the lake a dark mirror reflecting silver starlight. "Horcruxes," Gojo said. His voice through the ring was thoughtful rather than alarmed. "Soul anchors. He split himself apart to avoid death. 7 pieces. 6 deliberate, 1 accidental. I'm the accidental one. And Dumbledore thinks your infinity can destroy it? He thinks it's possible. The seal is already weakening the fragment. Every confrontation with Voldemort stresses it further. A pause. The connection hummed between them, silver thread spanning the gap between Scotland and Tokyo. How are you? Gojo asked. Not, how are you feeling about the Horcrux revelation, or, how are you processing the tactical implications? Just, how are you? The question a father asks. I killed Quirrell, Harry said. I know. It wasn't. I didn't enjoy it. But I didn't hesitate, either. He was trying to kill me and I stopped him, and stopping him meant he died. And Harry paused. I keep seeing his face. At the end. He said, please. Not to me. To Voldemort, I think. Or to himself. He was scared. He should have been, Gojo said, and his voice was gentle. He was a man who made a deal with the devil and the bill came due. That's not your fault, Harry. I know it's not my fault. But it's my hands. Yeah. It is. Another pause. The first time I killed someone, I was 16. It was during a mission, a curse user who'd murdered 3 civilians. He was strong. Not strong enough. I used blue, and it crushed him. And afterward, I threw up behind a building for 20 minutes. Harry blinked. Gojo had never told him this before. Nanami found me, Gojo continued. He was 14. He just sat next to me and didn't say anything for a while, and then he said, you did what you had to do. But doing what you have to do and feeling nothing about it are 2 different things. The feeling is what makes you human. And I thought about that for a long time, and eventually I decided he was right. The feeling is what separates me from the things I fight. Harry listened to the stars. You feel it, Gojo said. Good. That means you're still you. The day you stop feeling it is the day I start worrying. Thanks, Dad. Anytime, kid. Now tell me about these Horcruxes. Dumbledore said there are 6 out there. Does he know where they are? He has theories. The diary might be with one of Voldemort's followers. Dumbledore mentioned the Malfoy family as a possibility. Malfoy. That's the blonde kid's father. Yeah. Lucius Malfoy was one of Voldemort's inner circle. If Voldemort entrusted a Horcrux to anyone, it would have been someone like him. And the others? Scattered. Hidden. Dumbledore's been looking for decades. He found the ring recently. It's somewhere called the Gaunt Shack, an old family property. He hasn't retrieved it yet. Says it's heavily cursed. He should let me retrieve it. Infinity would ignore any curse. Harry smiled faintly. I'll suggest it. Do that. Now, more important question. The thing in your scar. This Horcrux of yours. How does it feel? Harry closed his eyes and turned his perception inward, examining the fragment with the same careful attention he'd give a complex spell or a difficult technique. The dark thing pulsed weakly in its prison, compressed by infinity, worn by magic, smaller than it had been a year ago. Smaller than it had been yesterday. Shrinking, Harry said. Slowly. But shrinking. The confrontation with Voldemort last night cost it a lot of energy. It tried to break free and couldn't, and the effort weakened it. Good. Keep the pressure on. Don't ease the seal, maintain it, tighten it when you can. Your magic and your cursed energy are doing something no one's ever done to a Horcrux before. They're breaking it down without breaking you. Dumbledore said I might be able to destroy it myself. Through raw power. You can. I believe that completely. But not yet. You need more control, more energy, more understanding of what you're actually doing when you compress it. It's like, Gojo paused, reaching for an analogy. Think of the fragment as a knot in a rope. Infinity is applying constant tension to the rope. Your magic is working on the knot itself, loosening the threads. Eventually, the tension will exceed the knot's structural integrity, and it'll snap. But if you force it too soon, the knot tightens. Patience. You're telling me to be patient. I contain multitudes. Also, do as I say, not as I do. Classic parenting. Harry laughed. It felt good. Real. The knot in his own chest, not the Horcrux, just the ordinary human knot of fear and responsibility and the weight of too much knowledge, loosened slightly. I love you, Dad, Harry said. Love you too, brat. Get some sleep. You've got exams. The ring went quiet. Harry sat on the tower and watched the sky and let the night settle around him like a cloak. The weeks that followed were strange. Not bad, just strange. The quality of Harry's life at Hogwarts had shifted, like a painting whose background had changed while the foreground stayed the same. On the surface, everything was normal. Classes continued. Exams approached. The weather warmed. The Quidditch season reached its climax with Gryffindor winning the cup in a match against Ravenclaw that Harry ended in 7 minutes by catching the snitch in a dive that started at cloud level and ended 6 inches from the grass. The crowd went nuclear. Oliver Wood cried. Fred and George carried Harry on their shoulders through the common room while singing a victory song of their own composition that was enthusiastic, profane, and wildly off-key. But underneath the surface, things were moving. The news of Quirrell's disappearance spread through the school with the unstoppable momentum of any good rumor. The official story, delivered by Dumbledore at a special assembly, was that Professor Quirrell had been taken ill and had left the school for treatment. Nobody believed this, but nobody could prove otherwise, and the absence of a defense against the dark arts teacher for the final term created a void that various staff members filled with varying degrees of competence. Snape, unexpectedly, was the best substitute. He taught 3 defense classes before Dumbledore found a permanent fill-in, and his lessons were sharp, practical, and devoid of the hostility he brought to potions. Harry watched him teach with genuine interest. In this context, defending against the dark arts, rather than brewing potions in a dungeon full of children he resented, Snape was transformed. His knowledge was vast. His demonstrations were precise. And his passion for the subject was unmistakable, burning through the cold exterior like heat through ice. After one lesson, Harry lingered. Snape noticed, he always noticed, and waited, wand still in hand, the remains of a defensive demonstration smoking gently on the practice dummy. Your defense classes are better than your potions classes, Harry said. Snape's expression flattened. Is that intended as a compliment, Mr. Potter? It's intended as an observation. You love this subject. Why are you teaching potions? The question was direct enough to crack Snape's composure. His jaw tightened, and something shifted behind his eyes, the same complicated grief Harry had seen before, the same tangled knot of old decisions and older regrets. Because the headmaster requires me in the potions classroom, Snape said. My reasons are my own. Fair enough. Harry paused. You were watching Quirrell all year. Protecting the stone. You knew what he was. Snape went very still. How much do you know, Potter? Everything. Dumbledore told me. A long, charged silence. Snape studied Harry's face, Lily's eyes, James's features, something entirely new underneath, and the mask slipped, just for a moment, revealing the exhaustion beneath. Then you know more than most, Snape said quietly. And I suspect you understand more than Dumbledore gives you credit for. I understand that you've been fighting this war longer than I've been alive. And that you've been doing it alone. Snape's expression did something complicated. Not softening, Snape didn't soften. But the edges blurred slightly, the hard lines of habitual hostility giving way to something more nuanced. I am not alone, Snape said. I serve Dumbledore. Serving someone isn't the same as having someone. You can be loyal and still be lonely. The words hung in the air between them. Snape looked at Harry, really looked, past the scar and the resemblance and the weight of history, and whatever he saw made him blink twice, rapidly, the way people blink when they're stopping themselves from showing an emotion they can't afford to show. Your mother, Snape said, and his voice was barely audible, would have said exactly that. He turned away, robes sweeping, and left the classroom without another word. Harry stood among the practice dummies and the lingering smoke, feeling something shift between them, not friendship, not yet, maybe not ever, but the first tentative dissolution of a wall that had stood for a decade. Progress. Slow, fragile, real. May. The world outside was green and golden and impossibly alive, the Scottish Highlands shaking off winter with the vigor of a dog shaking off water. Students sprawled on the lawns between classes, studying in the sunshine, throwing hexes at each other that were technically against school rules and practically universal. The giant squid surfaced in the lake. Hagrid's pumpkins began their annual campaign of aggressive growth. Harry spent his mornings training and his evenings with Ron and Hermione, and the days between were filled with the strange, wonderful normalcy of being a first year at a magical school. He attended classes, did homework, argued with Ron about Quidditch statistics, studied magical theory with Hermione, and occasionally remembered that he was also a jujitsu sorcerer with the power to manipulate the fundamental forces of reality, which made history of magic significantly more bearable. The Gryffindor common room had become their base of operations, at least for the non-secret stuff. Harry helped first years with Charm's homework, because Flitwick's teaching had inspired him to understand the building blocks of wizard magic at a granular level, and sharing that understanding made it stick. Ron ran a chess tournament that drew participants from all four houses, which was technically against the unwritten rules of inter-house rivalry and was therefore enormously popular. Hermione organized study groups with the organizational intensity of a military campaign, complete with color-coded schedules and progress tracking charts that she pinned to the common room notice board. They were, without quite meaning to be, becoming the center of Gryffindor's first-year class. Not through dominance or intimidation, but through the natural gravity of three people who were exceptionally good at what they did and genuinely willing to share it. Harry's quiet confidence drew people in. Ron's warmth kept them there. Hermione's brilliance gave them something to aspire to. Neville Longbottom, in particular, had bloomed. The round-faced, anxious boy who'd lost his toad on the train was unrecognizable by May. Not physically, he was still round-faced, still prone to tripping over things, still possessed of a memory that made Swiss cheese look reliable. But his confidence had shifted. Harry had been working with him in the room of requirement, not on combat or cursed energy, but on basic magical control. Neville's problem had never been power, the boy was magically strong, stronger than most of their year. His problem was confidence. Years of being told he was barely magical, of being compared to parents he couldn't remember, had built a wall between Neville and his own abilities. Harry knocked holes in that wall. Patiently, consistently, with the same focused attention Gojo had given him. He showed Neville breathing exercises. Taught him to feel his magic before trying to use it. Walked him through spell after spell until the incantations came naturally instead of fearfully. "You're not bad at magic, Neville," Harry told him during one session, watching Neville successfully levitate a chair for the first time. "You're bad at believing you're good at magic. Those are completely different problems." Neville stared at the hovering chair. Then at Harry. His eyes were shining. "My gran always said I was a disappointment," Neville said. "Compared to my parents." "Your gran's wrong. And I'm guessing your parents would have told her that." Neville didn't say anything. But the chair rose another foot, steady and sure, and the smile on his face was worth more than all the Quidditch victories in the world. The exams came in June, and Harry approached them with an attitude that drove the more traditional students slightly mad. In Transfiguration, McGonagall asked them to turn a mouse into a snuff box and graded on the quality of the transformation, the aesthetics of the result, and the precision of the spellwork. Harry's snuff box was flawless, sleek, ornate, with the mathematical precision of infinity giving his transformation an almost machine-like perfection. But he'd added something extra. The snuff box was inlaid with a tiny, intricate pattern of interlocking circles, the visual representation of infinity's layered spatial folding. McGonagall examined it with a magnifying glass, her expression cycling through professional evaluation, artistic appreciation, and the faint exasperation of a teacher who knew she was grading someone who'd surpassed the curriculum months ago. "Exceeds expectations," she said crisply. "And I believe that is an understatement." Charms was similar. Harry's levitation charm didn't just levitate the target, it suspended it in a field of manipulated space that held it stable regardless of external forces. Flitwick tried to push the levitated object down and it didn't move. He tried harder. Still nothing. He applied his full magical strength and the object hung in the air, serene and immovable, held by the same principle that stopped killing curses. "Oh, come now," Flitwick said, laughing despite himself. "That's just showing off." "A little," Harry admitted. Potions was the most interesting exam, because Snape was watching. The task was the Forgetfulness Potion, a moderately complex brew that required precise timing and careful ingredient preparation. Harry made his with the same methodical care he brought to every potion, and his result was textbook perfect. But the interesting part was what happened at the end, when Snape walked the rows to evaluate. He stopped at Harry's cauldron. Looked at the potion. Looked at Harry. And said, in a voice that only Harry could hear, "Your technique is improving." It wasn't acceptable. It wasn't grudging tolerance. It was a genuine, specific acknowledgement of growth. Small. Quiet. Almost imperceptible. But from Snape, it was the equivalent of a standing ovation. "Thank you, Professor," Harry said. Snape moved on. And somewhere in the complicated architecture of his loyalties and his grief and his decades-long war against the dark, a brick shifted. Not enough to change the structure. But enough to let light through. History of Magic was the last exam, and it was as transcendently boring as everything else Binns had produced all year. Harry finished the written portion in 20 minutes, set down his quill, and spent the remaining hour staring out the window at the lake, thinking about the future. Voldemort was out there. Weakened, bodiless, but alive in whatever sense a fragmented soul could be alive. He'd fled Quirrell's destruction and disappeared into the world, and he was out there somewhere, planning, recovering, searching for a way back to physical form. The Philosopher's Stone was destroyed, that avenue was closed. But Voldemort was resourceful. He'd find another way. The Horcruxes were out there too. 6 anchors, scattered across Britain, each one a fragment of the darkest wizard in history, each one keeping Voldemort tethered to the world of the living. Dumbledore had been searching for them for years. He'd found the ring. He suspected the diary was with Malfoy. The others remained mysteries. And in Harry's skull, behind the walls of infinity, the accidental 7th Horcrux continued its slow decline. Weaker every day. Smaller every day. The constant pressure of Harry's dual energy grinding it down like waves against a cliff. One day, it would break. Harry was certain of that. Not today, not tomorrow, but eventually. His power was growing, every day, every training session, every magical lesson added to the total force pressing against the fragment. And the fragment was not growing. It was static, sealed, cut off from its source. A besieged fortress with no supply lines. It was only a matter of time. But time was the one thing Harry couldn't control. And in the interval, in the space between now and the fragment's eventual destruction, Voldemort would return. Would seek him out. Would try to finish what he'd started in a nursery in Godric's Hollow on a Halloween night 11 years ago. Harry looked at the lake and thought, let him come. I'll be ready. The end of term arrived with the particular chaos unique to Hogwarts: last-minute packing, owl post, shouted goodbyes across common rooms, and the annual House Cup ceremony that transformed the Great Hall into a cathedral of house colors and competitive vindication. Gryffindor won the House Cup. Between Harry's academic excellence, Hermione's record-setting exam scores, Ron's chess tournament contributions, and the cumulative effect of a year's worth of house points earned through sheer force of being interesting, the red and gold banners hung from the ceiling with the confident permanence of a house that had earned its victory. The feast was spectacular. The house elves had outdone themselves. Harry sat between Ron and Hermione, surrounded by the people who'd become his world over the past 9 months: Neville, braver now, laughing at something Seamus said, Dean Thomas drawing caricatures of the professors on napkins, Fred and George staging an impromptu comedy routine involving enchanted bread rolls that performed a miniature reenactment of the Quidditch Cup final. Harry looked around the table and felt something expand in his chest. Not pride, something warmer. Belonging. These were his people. This was his place. Not because a prophecy said so, not because an old man had planned it, but because he'd walked through the door and found a home. He caught Dumbledore's eye across the hall. The headmaster raised his goblet in a slight, private toast. Harry raised his in return. At the Slytherin table, Draco Malfoy was watching him. Not with the cold calculation of September. Not with the fearful fascination of December. This was something else, something older and sadder, the look of a boy watching someone live the life he wished he had. Malfoy's friends surrounded him: Crabbe, Goyle, Pansy Parkinson, but he was alone in the way that mattered. Alone in the way that being surrounded by people who valued your name instead of yourself made you alone. Harry held Malfoy's gaze across the Great Hall. Malfoy stiffened, expecting challenge or contempt, and found neither. Harry nodded. Once. A simple acknowledgement: I see you. Not pity, not superiority. Just recognition. Malfoy looked away. But something in his expression shifted, just for a moment, before the mask snapped back. Seeds planted. Not all growth happened in a single season. After the feast, in the calm before bed, Harry found himself in the Gryffindor common room with Ron and Hermione. The fire was burning high. Other students had retreated to their dormitories to finish packing. The three of them had the room to themselves. So, Ron said, sprawled in an armchair with the boneless contentment of a boy who'd eaten approximately his own body weight in roast beef. Hell of a year. Language, Ron, Hermione said, from inside the book she was reading. I said, hell. That's barely a word. It's a perfectly good word. I'm just maintaining standards. Ron threw a cushion at her. She deflected it with a flick of her wand. Her reflexes had gotten significantly better since September, a fact that pleased Hermione enormously and worried Ron slightly, and turned a page. Harry was quiet. He was holding the chocolate frog card, the Dumbledore one Ron had given him on the train. He turned it over in his fingers, watching the tiny portrait of Dumbledore wander in and out of the frame with the absent-minded contentment of a man taking a stroll. He's going to come back, Harry said. Ron and Hermione looked at him. Voldemort. He's going to come back. Not today, not next year, maybe not for a while. But he'll come back. The Horcruxes keep him alive, and until they're destroyed, he's just waiting. Building. Looking for a way. We know, Hermione said gently. And when he does come back, it's going to be worse. Quirrell was a weak host. Voldemort will find a stronger one, or find a way to make a new body. And he'll come with followers, Death Eaters, the old guard, people like Lucius Malfoy who've been waiting in the shadows. We know, Ron said. And I'm going to fight him. Not because of the prophecy. Because he's a monster, and someone has to. But I need you both to understand, this isn't going to be safe. Being my friends isn't going to be safe. When Voldemort comes back, everyone around me becomes a target. The fire crackled. Hermione closed her book. Ron sat up. Harry, Hermione said, I have known since approximately November that being your friend would involve periodic mortal danger. I came to terms with it somewhere between the troll and the three-headed dog. I am not going anywhere. Me neither, Ron said. And honestly? My family's been fighting dark wizards since before Voldemort was born. It's practically a tradition. Mum will be thrilled. Your mum will be terrified. Yeah, but thrilled terrified. It's a Weasley thing. Harry looked at them. His friends. His constants. A red-haired strategist and a brown-haired genius, and the bond between the three of them, forged in troll encounters and chess matches and dark chambers where the air tasted like fear and fire. Okay, Harry said. But I'm training you. Both of you. Over the summer, and next year, and every year after that. If you're going to be in this fight, you're going to be ready for it. I was hoping you'd say that, Hermione said, and her eyes were bright. Does the training involve food? Ron asked. Ron. It's a legitimate question. I think better when I'm fed. The training involves food, Harry conceded. Then I'm in. Obviously. They sat in the common room as the fire burned down and the castle settled into its last night of term. They talked about the summer, Ron inviting Harry to the burrow, Hermione planning a research trip to the magical libraries of London, Harry promising to maintain their training schedule through the ring's communication link. They talked about next year, new classes, new teachers, the ongoing mystery of the Horcruxes. They talked about nothing, Quidditch, candy, the merits of various magical creatures as pets, Ron, owl, Hermione, cat, Harry, phoenix, go big or go home. They didn't talk about Voldemort again. Not because they were avoiding it, but because they'd said what needed to be said. The threat was acknowledged. The commitment was made. The future would come when it came, and they would face it together. That was enough. The Hogwarts Express left the next morning, scarlet and gleaming, steam billowing from its stack as it pulled away from Hogsmeade Station. Harry sat in a compartment with Ron and Hermione, the Scottish countryside blurring past the windows, green hills giving way to moors giving way to the flat, open landscape of northern England. Hermione was reading. Ron was sleeping. Harry was watching the world go by and thinking about the year behind him and the years ahead. He'd come to Hogwarts as Gojo Satoru's son, trained, confident, carrying power that the wizarding world had never seen. He was leaving as something more. Something bigger than the sum of his parts. He was still Gojo's son. But he was also Ron's friend and Hermione's partner and Neville's mentor and McGonagall's best student and Flitwick's favorite puzzle and Snape's reluctant fascination. He was the boy who lived and the Limitless and the kid who'd faced Voldemort in a stone chamber and walked out with the Philosopher's Stone in his pocket and ash on his hands. He was Harry. Just Harry. All of it, all at once, and he wouldn't trade a single piece of it. The train slowed as it approached London. Ron woke up, stretched, and immediately asked about lunch. Hermione bookmarked her page and began organizing her trunk with the efficiency of a military operation. Harry gathered his things, checked on Hedwig, asleep, content, and joined the queue of students filing off the train and into the bright chaos of King's Cross Station. Platform 9 3/4 was a wall of noise and color. Parents calling, children running, owls shrieking, trunks clattering on the platform. The Weasley family had arrived in force, Mrs. Weasley, round and red-haired and radiating the particular warmth of a woman who loved so fiercely it was practically a weapon, Mr. Weasley, tall and thin and already asking Hermione's parents about rubber ducks, Fred and George, immediately absorbed into the family mass, Percy, adjusting his prefect badge and looking important, and Ginny, Ron's younger sister, small and red-haired and staring at Harry with an expression of wide-eyed awe that she was trying very hard to hide. Harry, dear. Mrs. Weasley enveloped him in a hug before he'd fully stepped off the train. She was soft and warm and smelled like home cooking, and the hug was exactly the same as the sweater, given freely, without reservation, to a boy she'd never met but loved anyway because her son loved him. Ron's told us so much about you. You'll come stay with us this summer, won't you? We'd love to have you. I'd like that, Mrs. Weasley. Thank you. Mum, let him breathe, Ron said, but he was grinning. Harry said goodbye to Hermione, who hugged him with the fierce, brief intensity of someone already planning their next project, and to the Weasleys, and then pushed his trolley through the barrier between platforms 9 3/4 and the mundane world. King's Cross Station. Muggle London. The smell of diesel and coffee and the vast, indifferent bustle of a city that had no idea a magical war was brewing in its hidden spaces. Gojo was waiting by the departure board. He was leaning against a pillar, hands in his pockets, wearing a white coat that was too stylish for a train station and sunglasses that were too expensive for a Tuesday. His white hair drew stares from passing commuters. His blindfold, hidden beneath the sunglasses, hid eyes that were tracking every energy signature in a 3-block radius while simultaneously monitoring Harry's approach with the focused attention of a parent at a school pickup. Harry walked up to him, trolley rattling, Hedwig hooting indignantly at the noise. "Hey, kid," Gojo said. "How was school?" "I killed a man, discovered I have a piece of Voldemort's soul in my head, and won the house cup." "In that order?" "More or less." Gojo grinned. "Sounds like a productive year." "Hungry?" "Starving." "Ramen?" "Ramen." Gojo took the trolley with one hand and ruffled Harry's hair with the other, and they walked out of King's Cross together into the London afternoon. The sunlight was warm. The city hummed. Behind them, the magical world continued its hidden existence, full of wonders and terrors and the slow-building storm of a war that hadn't ended, only paused. Ahead of them, the summer stretched, long and golden and full of training and ramen and the particular joy of being together after being apart. They ate at a ramen shop near Paddington that Gojo had found through the mysterious process by which he located the best food in any city within 30 minutes of arriving. The ramen was exceptional. The conversation was better. "Domain expansion," Gojo said, slurping noodles. "You said you've been working on it." "Working on it and failing," Harry said. "I can create the barrier. I can saturate it with energy. But it won't take shape. It needs a metaphor, an inner world, and I haven't found mine yet." "You will. When you need it. When the moment demands it." Gojo pointed a chopstick at him. "Stop trying to force it. Domain expansion isn't a technique you master through practice. It's a technique that manifests when you understand yourself completely. All the training in the world won't help if you're not ready here." He tapped his chest. "Not his head. His heart." "Deep," Harry said. "For a man eating pork broth. I'm a deep man. Multifaceted. Like an onion." "Did you just quote Shrek?" "Shrek is cinema, Harry. Don't be a snob." They bickered and laughed and ate too much and walked back to their hotel in the soft London evening, two figures, one tall and white-haired, one shorter and dark-haired, moving through the city with the easy, unshakable confidence of people who knew exactly who they were and exactly what they meant to each other. The summer would bring training. The autumn would bring Hogwarts again. The future would bring Voldemort, and Horcruxes, and the slow grinding destruction of the fragment in Harry's scar. But right now, in this moment, there was ramen and bad jokes and the warmth of a father's hand on a son's shoulder, and the world was exactly as it should be. Harry was going home. Not to a doorstep. Not to a cupboard under the stairs. Not to the careful, calculated placement of a chess master's hand. Home. Where someone loved him. Where someone had chosen him. Where the strongest man in the world was also the best dad, and the boy who lived was also just a boy, walking through London in the last light of a summer day, carrying infinity in his bones and the future in his pocket and the unshakable knowledge that whatever came next, he would not face it alone. Never alone. Not anymore. Chapter 5, Purple Summer hit like a breaking wave. Harry and Gojo flew back to Tokyo the day after King's Cross, first class again, Gojo asleep before the seatbelt sign turned off and Harry watching England shrink beneath the clouds with the strange double vision of someone leaving one home for another. By the time they touched down at Narita, it was evening in Japan, the air thick and warm with the promise of a brutal summer, and the city was a galaxy of electric light spread across the horizon. The apartment in Shibuya was exactly as Harry had left it. Shoes piled by the door. Gojo's collection of sunglasses on the kitchen counter. The couch with the permanent indent from 10 years of Gojo sitting in the same spot. Hedwig investigated the space with the suspicious thoroughness of an owl who'd spent a year in a castle tower and found a Tokyo apartment somewhat lacking in grandeur, then settled on top of the refrigerator and went to sleep. Harry dropped his trunk in his room, small, neat, the walls covered in training notes and spell diagrams and one photograph of Ron and Hermione that Colin Creevey had taken in the common room and mailed to Harry on the last day of term. He changed into training clothes, stretched, and walked into the living room. Gojo was already there. Blindfold off. 6 eyes open. The apartment's ambient lighting caught the inhuman blue of his irises, the split pupils, the depth of perception that could parse reality at a resolution no other being on Earth could match. "You've grown," Gojo said. "Not about height." "Yeah. Show me." They went to the warehouse. The warehouse hadn't changed either. Same reinforced walls. Same padded floor. Same scorch marks from a decade of training sessions that ranged from controlled to catastrophic. The air smelled like concrete dust and old energy, and the moment Harry stepped inside, his body shifted into training mode, posture dropping, weight centering, cursed energy cycling through his system in the warm-up patterns that were as automatic as breathing. Gojo stood at the far end, hands in his pockets. "Everything you've got. No holding back. I want to see what a year at wizard school did to my student." Harry didn't hesitate. He opened with blue, a gravitational pull centered on Gojo's position, dense enough to crack the concrete floor in a perfect circle. Gojo didn't move. His infinity absorbed the technique effortlessly, the infinite divide between himself and the gravitational force rendering it meaningless. But that wasn't the point. The point was the speed, the precision, the density. Harry's blue was tighter than it had been a year ago, more focused, less wasteful, the gravitational well compacted into a smaller area with greater intensity. "Good," Gojo said. "Tighter than before. Your efficiency's improved." Harry followed with red, a repulsive blast from his right palm, aimed at Gojo's chest. The shockwave hit infinity and dissipated, but the warehouse wall behind Gojo cracked from the residual force that bled around the barrier's edges. "Stronger too. The magic's amplifying the output. You're braiding them tighter, cursed energy and wizard magic. The weave is almost seamless." "Almost? There's a lag. Microsecond level. When you switch between techniques, the transition from cursed energy to magic creates a tiny gap. In a real fight against someone at my level, that gap is death." Harry processed this. He hadn't noticed the gap, it was below his conscious perception threshold. But Gojo's 6 eyes missed nothing. If there was a flaw, it needed fixing. "Again," Harry said. They drilled. For 2 hours, in the sweltering Tokyo heat, Gojo pushed Harry through every technique in his arsenal. Blue in every configuration, single point, multi-point, sweeping pulls, targeted grabs. Red at every intensity, gentle push, medium blast, full force detonation. Infinity manipulation, expanding, contracting, selectively permitting specific frequencies while blocking others. Cursed energy reinforcement, channeling energy into his body to enhance speed, strength, durability, reaction time. And then the wizard magic. Harry pulled his wand and began integrating spells into the sequence. Shield charms reinforced with infinity. Disarming charms amplified by blue. Stunning spells accelerated by red. Each combination produced effects that were greater than the sum of their parts, and each combination was logged, analyzed, and refined in real time. Gojo didn't hold back his feedback. When something worked, he said so, briefly, specifically, without flattery. When something didn't, he was equally direct. Your shield infinity integration is solid but it's redundant, you've got infinity already, a shield on top is wasted energy unless you're expecting an attack that bypasses spatial defense. Save the magic for offense. Or, the blue disarming combo is clever but the timing's off. You're casting the spell and then applying blue, when you should be casting through blue. Let the gravitational field shape the spell's trajectory from the start. Harry adjusted, adapted, improved. This was the rhythm he'd grown up with, the constant, demanding, exhilarating process of being taught by someone who saw every flaw and believed in his ability to fix every one of them. By the end of 2 hours, Harry was drenched in sweat, his magical reserves were low, and his cursed energy was running on fumes. He stood in the middle of the warehouse, breathing hard, wand in one hand, the other hand resting on his knee. Gojo walked over. He was not sweating. He was not breathing hard. He looked exactly the same as he had 2 hours ago, because nothing Harry had done had threatened him in any meaningful way. This was the gap. The distance between Harry and the summit. It was smaller than it had been a year ago, measurably smaller, but it was still vast. Gojo Satoru existed at a level of power that made everything else look like practice. You're better, Gojo said. Significantly. The wizard magic adds dimensions I didn't anticipate. Your combo potential is insane, there are attack patterns in your repertoire that no jujitsu sorcerer has ever used, because no jujitsu sorcerer has ever had access to a second system. You're creating a new martial discipline, Harry. Something that's never existed before. But you're still fighting like me. You've learned my techniques, my approach, my philosophy. And that's made you strong, probably the strongest 11-year-old who's ever lived, in any tradition. But it's also limited you. You're a copy. A very good copy. But you'll never beat the original by being a copy. Harry straightened up. This wasn't new criticism, Gojo had been pushing him toward originality for years. But it hit differently now, after a year at Hogwarts, after facing Voldemort, after learning that the road ahead was longer and darker than he'd imagined. What do I need? Harry asked. You need to find the thing that makes you you. Not me, not your parents, not the prophecy. Your own style. Your own approach. The way Harry fights, distinct from the way Gojo fights. He paused. And you need domain expansion. Which you won't get until you solve the first problem, because they're the same problem. Who I am. Who you are. Harry wiped sweat from his face with his sleeve and looked at his father. Tall, white-haired, impossibly powerful, wearing an expression that was serious and proud and worried all at once, the face of a man who'd raised a weapon and was trying to remember that the weapon was also a child. I'll figure it out, Harry said. I know you will. Gojo ruffled his hair. Now let's eat. I'm thinking katsu curry. You're always thinking katsu curry. Because katsu curry is always the right answer. Come on. They left the warehouse, walking through the industrial district in the fading light, 2 figures casting long shadows on the pavement. Cicadas screamed in the trees. The city hummed. Summer stretched ahead of them, vast and golden and full of work to be done. The summer developed its own rhythm. Mornings were training. Every morning, 5 a.m., the warehouse. Gojo structured the sessions around 3 pillars: technique refinement, combat simulation, and what he called free work, unstructured time, where Harry experimented with new combinations, new applications, new ways of integrating his dual energy systems. The technique refinement was familiar. The combat simulation was brutal. The free work was where the breakthroughs happened. Harry discovered that he could use blue to create a localized gravitational anomaly inside a shield charm, turning the shield from a flat barrier into a gravitational trap. Anything that hit it was pulled in, slowed, and stopped, then reflected back along its original trajectory with red amplified force. He called it a mirror shield, and Gojo called it completely unfair. I love it. He discovered that his wand could channel cursed energy into spells that had no wizard equivalent, techniques that existed only in the overlap between the two systems. A beam of concentrated cursed energy, shaped by the wand's focusing properties, that moved at spell speed and hit with the force of a blue-red combination. Not purple, not the matter-erasing totality of hollow purple, but something adjacent. Something tactical. A weapon for situations where purple was too much and blue or red alone wasn't enough. He called it violet. Gojo said the color naming scheme was getting out of hand. Harry said at least he wasn't naming techniques after food like some people. Gojo pretended to be offended and then admitted that Maximum Katsu Curry Blast would actually be a terrible attack name. Afternoons were free. Harry explored Tokyo, visited the spots that had been his childhood, the park where he'd first manifested magic, the convenience store where Gojo bought his morning coffee, the rooftop where they talked about the truth when Harry was 7. He wrote letters to Ron and Hermione through Hedwig, who made the Tokyo to Britain trip with the resigned professionalism of an owl who understood that her owner's social life transcended normal postal logistics. Ron's letters were messy, enthusiastic, and full of Weasley family chaos. His mother was feeding him until he couldn't move. His father had acquired a Ford Anglia and was enchanting it to fly. Fred and George had turned the family ghoul into a dress-up doll. Ginny was apparently asking about Harry with a frequency that Ron found suspicious and weird. An invitation to visit the burrow in August was extended, accepted, and confirmed. Hermione's letters were detailed, organized, and frequently accompanied by annotated book excerpts. She'd spent the first week of summer in the magical section of the British Library. Harry hadn't known there was a magical section. Hermione had found it through sheer determination and a reluctant librarian, and had assembled a preliminary research file on Horcruxes that was genuinely impressive. Most of the information was historical, references to soul magic in ancient texts, theoretical frameworks for how a soul could be fragmented and anchored. But she'd found one critical piece of practical information buried in a 15th-century grimoire. The fragment, once separated from the main soul, develops a form of proto-consciousness, Hermione had written in her letter. It's not sentient in the way we understand sentience, but it's reactive. It seeks connection with the original soul. It resists destruction. And, this is the important part, it can influence its host. Subtle emotional manipulation. Amplification of negative thoughts. Gradual erosion of mental defenses. The grimoire describes it as a whisper that becomes a shout. Harry read this sitting on the warehouse roof after training, the letter held in both hands, and felt a cold clarity settle over him. He'd always felt the fragment. A darkness at the edge of perception, sealed behind infinity, too compressed and weakened to influence him directly. But Hermione's research suggested that influence didn't need to be direct. A whisper that becomes a shout. Subtle emotional manipulation. He thought about the night he'd killed Quirrell. The moment of decision, the instant when he'd seized the connection between himself and Voldemort and pushed everything he had through it. It had felt right. It had felt necessary. But had it also felt eager? Harry sat with that thought. Turned it over. Examined it from every angle. No. He decided no. The eagerness had been his own, the adrenaline of combat, the training response to a threat, the calculated decision of a sorcerer who saw an opening and took it. The fragment hadn't pushed him. It had been screaming, reaching for its master, focused entirely on the connection to Voldemort's wraith. It hadn't had the bandwidth to influence Harry in that moment. But the warning was valid. The fragment was in his head, behind a seal that was strong but not impenetrable. As it weakened, as his power ground it down, its influence would diminish. But until it was gone, it was a variable. A whisper that might, under the right conditions, become a shout. Harry wrote back to Hermione, good research. Critical insight. Continue pursuing the proto-consciousness angle. I need to understand the fragment's behavioral patterns, when it's most active, what triggers it, how it responds to different stimuli. Knowledge is defense. He also increased his meditation time. An additional 30 minutes each evening, focused specifically on the fragment, not compressing it further, but observing it. Mapping its rhythms. Learning its patterns. Understanding the enemy inside his own skull with the same analytical precision he'd applied to every other challenge in his life. The fragment pulsed. Weakly. Fitfully. Like a dying heartbeat that refused to stop. Harry watched it, and waited, and strengthened the walls. July brought Harry's birthday and an unexpected visitor. He turned 12 at midnight on July 31st, and Gojo woke him up by dumping a bucket of confetti on his head that had been enchanted, by Gojo, badly, using techniques he'd reverse-engineered from Harry's textbooks, to sing, "Happy Birthday," in off-key harmony. The confetti sang for 3 hours. They couldn't make it stop. Eventually Harry sealed it inside a blue gravitational well and compressed it into a tiny, still singing sphere that he put in a jar and labeled, Birthday Singularity 2002. Gojo's present was a set of training weights, wrist and ankle bands infused with cursed energy that increased resistance proportionally to the wearer's output. The harder Harry trained, the harder the weights pushed back. Adaptive resistance, Gojo explained. Your muscles and your energy circuits both benefit. You'll hate them. I already hate them, Harry said, strapping them on. They were immediately awful. Perfect. Ron sent a birthday card that shouted, "Happy birthday, mate," when opened, and then argued with itself about whether to add, "from the whole Weasley family," or, "from Ron," specifically, because the others didn't contribute. Hermione sent a book, Advanced Theoretical Frameworks for Interdimensional Energy Transfer, which was exactly the kind of thing she'd send and exactly the kind of thing Harry would devour. Hagrid sent a cake. It was rock hard and misspelled, "Happy Birthday Harry," and Harry ate a piece of it anyway, because Hagrid had made it with his own hands and sent it across the world by owl, and that meant more than any amount of baking skill. Dumbledore sent a letter. Brief, warm, containing nothing of strategic significance, just a birthday wish from an old man to a young one, signed with a flourish and accompanied by a box of sherbet lemons. Harry ate one and conceded that they were better than expected. And then, at 4 in the afternoon, someone knocked on the apartment door. Gojo answered it. Harry, in the kitchen making tea, heard the door open and then a beat of absolute silence, the particular silence that happened when Gojo encountered something that genuinely surprised him, which was an event rarer than solar eclipses. Well, Gojo said. This is new. Harry walked into the living room. Standing in the doorway was a house elf. It was small, barely 3 feet tall, with enormous bat-like ears, bulging green eyes the size of tennis balls, and a nose like a pencil eraser. It was wearing what appeared to be a dirty pillowcase fashioned into a toga. It was wringing its hands so intensely that its fingers were blurring, and it was staring at Harry with an expression of such concentrated adoration and terror that its entire body was vibrating. Harry Potter, sir, the elf squeaked. Dobby has found Harry Potter at last. Dobby has come to warn him. Harry blinked. Come in. The elf, Dobby, burst into tears. Not gentle tears. Hysterical, body-shaking, snot-producing tears, accompanied by wails of gratitude that suggested being invited into someone's apartment was the greatest kindness anyone had ever shown him. Harry Potter invites Dobby in. Harry Potter is as great and noble as Dobby has heard. Greater. Nobler. Please stop crying on my floor, Gojo said pleasantly. I just mopped. Well, I was going to mop. The intent was there. Harry guided the elf to the couch, gave him a tissue, and sat across from him. Gojo leaned against the wall, arms crossed, observing with the expression of a man encountering a new species and finding it hilarious. Dobby, Harry said. You said you came to warn me. About what? The elf's tears subsided into hiccups. He looked up at Harry with those enormous green eyes, and the terror in them intensified. Dobby has come to tell Harry Potter. Harry Potter must not go back to Hogwarts this year. Why not? There is a plot. A terrible plot. To make most terrible things happen at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry this year. Dobby has known about it for months. Harry Potter must not put himself in danger. What kind of terrible things? Dobby opened his mouth. Then he clamped his hands over it and began hitting his head against the arm of the couch with determined, rhythmic violence. Bad Dobby. Bad Dobby. Can't tell. Mustn't tell. Harry caught Dobby's head before the third impact, holding him gently but firmly. Stop. Don't hurt yourself. If you can't tell me the specifics, can you tell me who's behind it? Dobby shook his head so violently his ears flapped. Dobby cannot say. Dobby's masters, he froze. His eyes went wide with horror at what he'd almost revealed. Harry's perception was already working. The elf's energy signature was bound, magically tethered to a specific family, the servitude enchantment visible as a chain of light wrapped around Dobby's core. Harry could see the chain's anchor point, the magical signature of the family it connected to. He recognized that signature. He'd felt it at school, radiating from a blond boy with a pointed face. Malfoy, Harry said quietly. You belong to the Malfoy family. Dobby wailed. He threw himself off the couch and began banging his head on the floor. Gojo picked him up by the back of the pillowcase, holding him at arm's length like a cat. Okay, tiny friend. No head trauma in my apartment. New rule. The Malfoys are planning something at Hogwarts, Harry said. Something dangerous. And you're trying to warn me because you think I'm at risk. Dobby nodded frantically. Harry Potter is too important. Too good. If Harry Potter goes back to Hogwarts, he will be in mortal danger. Harry looked at Gojo. Gojo looked back. The exchange was wordless, years of father-son shorthand compressing a complex conversation into a glance. The Malfoys. Lucius. Death Eater. Dumbledore mentioned he might have a Horcrux. Gojo's expression shifted almost imperceptibly. Interesting. Harry turned back to Dobby. I appreciate the warning, Dobby. I really do. But I'm going back to Hogwarts. Dobby's face crumpled. I'm not being reckless, Harry continued. I'm going back because whatever the Malfoys are planning, the best place for me to stop it is at Hogwarts. I'm not going to hide from danger. I'm going to walk into it with my eyes open and deal with it. But Harry Potter could be killed, I've been told that before. I'm still here. Dobby stared at him. The adoration in those enormous eyes was almost painful in its intensity, the worship of a creature who'd been treated as subhuman for its entire existence, looking at someone who'd spoken to him like a person. Dobby will help, the elf whispered. If Harry Potter goes back, Dobby will find a way to help. Dobby swears it. Thank you, Dobby. And when this is over, when we figure out what the Malfoys are planning, I'm going to figure out how to get you free of them. The elf's eyes overflowed again. But this time, the tears were different, bright, hopeful, the tears of someone who'd been given a promise by someone they believed could keep it. Dobby vanished with a crack, leaving behind a faint smell of magic and old pillowcases. Gojo set down the imaginary elf he was no longer holding and looked at Harry. The diary. The diary, Harry agreed. Dumbledore said Voldemort might have given a Horcrux to Lucius Malfoy. A diary. If Lucius is planning to use it at Hogwarts, then there's a piece of Voldemort heading to a school full of children. Gojo's playful demeanor vanished like a switch flipping. His voice went flat and hard, the voice of the strongest jujitsu sorcerer in the world assessing a threat. We need to tell Dumbledore. I'll write him tonight. And I'll do some digging on the Malfoy family. If there's a Horcrux in play, this isn't a school problem anymore. This is a war problem. Harry nodded. The summer's easy rhythm had cracked, and through the crack, the dark current of the coming year was already visible. The Malfoys. A Horcrux. A plot at Hogwarts. But he'd been warned. He had time. And he had resources, a father who could unmake reality, friends who'd walk through fire, a headmaster who owed him honesty, and his own power, growing every day, the limitless and the magic braided together into something the world had never seen. Whatever was coming, he'd be ready. August at the burrow was the antidote Harry didn't know he needed. The Weasley family home was a tall, ramshackle house that appeared to be held together by magic and sheer force of personality. It leaned in directions that no architect would approve of. It had too many rooms, too few straight walls, and a garden full of gnomes that bit anyone who tried to remove them. It was loud, chaotic, full of people, and the most wonderful place Harry had ever visited. Mrs. Weasley fed him like she was trying to reverse 11 years of Japanese convenience store cuisine in a single week. Mr. Weasley interrogated him about Muggle technology with the intense curiosity of a man who found electricity more exciting than dragons. Fred and George recruited him as a test subject for their experimental joke products, which ended badly for everyone except the twins, who considered explosions a form of market research. Percy ignored him politely. Ginny turned scarlet every time he entered a room and then fled. Ron was Ron, the same easy, loyal, funny presence that Harry had missed more than he'd realized. They played Quidditch in the orchard, 2-on-2 with Fred and George. They stayed up late talking about nothing and everything. They de-gnomed the garden, which involved grabbing gnomes by the ankles and spinning them over the hedge, and which Ron assured him was a Weasley tradition, practically a sport. And on the third night, when the house was asleep and the summer darkness pressed warm against the windows, Harry told Ron about Dobby. They were in Ron's room, at the top of the house, the ceiling sloped so low they had to duck when they stood. Ron's walls were plastered with Chudley Cannon's posters that moved and waved and occasionally argued with each other. The room was small and cluttered and wonderful, the bedroom of a boy who'd never had much but had always had enough. Ron listened without interrupting. When Harry finished, Ron was quiet for a long time, the particular quiet of a strategist processing information. The diary, Ron said. If Malfoy's dad is going to plant a Horcrux at Hogwarts, how's he going to do it? He can't just walk in. Security's too tight, especially after last year. He won't do it directly. He'll use a proxy. Someone who can carry the diary into the school without anyone suspecting. A student. A student. Someone naive enough to trust it, vulnerable enough to be influenced by it. The diary has proto-consciousness, it'll draw the user in, build a relationship, gradually take control. Ron's expression darkened. That's targeting children. That's what Voldemort does. So we need to find the diary before it finds a victim. We need to intercept it. Or we need to know who Lucius gives it to. If we can identify the target, we can get to them before the diary does. Ron thought about this. His chess mind was working, Harry could almost see the pieces moving behind his eyes. Diagon Alley, Ron said suddenly. Mum's taking us to get school supplies next week. Malfoy's family always shops at the same time, it's a pure-blood social calendar thing, everyone goes in the same window. If Lucius is going to pass the diary to a student, that's where he'll do it. Then we watch. We go to Diagon Alley, we find Malfoy, and we watch. And if we see the handoff, we stop it. Ron nodded slowly. Right. Okay. One more thing. Yeah. Can you actually take Lucius Malfoy in a fight? Because the man's a Death Eater, Harry. He might not be Voldemort, but he's no joke. Harry smiled. It was Gojo's smile, the one that appeared right before something regrettable happened to someone who deserved it. Ron, he said, I took Voldemort himself last year. Lucius Malfoy is a politician with a wand. I could beat him in my sleep. You're terrifying. I learned from the best. Diagon Alley was packed. The preterm shopping rush filled the narrow street with hundreds of witches and wizards, all of them engaged in the annual ritual of dragging reluctant children through bookshops and robe fittings and wand maintenance appointments. The Weasley family moved through the crowd like a cheerful, red-haired avalanche, Mrs. Weasley at the front with the strategic determination of a general leading an assault on a stationery store. Harry stayed alert. His perception was fully extended, scanning the crowd for the Malfoy family's distinctive energy signatures. He'd spent enough time near Draco at school to know the flavor, old magic, refined, carrying the particular arrogance that came from centuries of inherited power. He found them at Flourish and Blots. The bookshop was hosting a signing event for Gilderoy Lockhart, a blonde wizard with a smile that had been engineered for maximum photogenic impact and an ego that could be seen from orbit. The shop was crammed with witches of a certain age who were there for Lockhart's latest book and Harry Potter-adjacent gossip, and the noise level was approaching dangerous. Harry ignored Lockhart entirely. His attention was on Lucius Malfoy. The elder Malfoy stood near the back of the shop, tall, platinum blonde, carrying a silver-topped cane with the casual menace of a man who considered himself above his surroundings. Draco was beside him, looking simultaneously bored and superior. And Lucius was scanning the crowd with an expression of thinly veiled disgust that didn't quite hide the calculation underneath. He was looking for someone. A target. Someone to give the diary to. Harry moved through the crowd, keeping his distance, watching. Ron was beside him, equally alert, eyes tracking Lucius's gaze direction. Hermione, who'd arrived with her parents earlier that morning, was deeper in the shop, browsing books with one eye on the Malfoy family. Lucius found his target. His eyes settled on a small, red-haired girl standing near the front of the shop, alone for the moment, her mother occupied with corralling Fred and George. The girl was holding a battered second-hand cauldron full of books, and she was looking at the Lockhart display with the wide-eyed uncertainty of someone about to start her first year at Hogwarts. Ginny Weasley. Harry felt something cold crystallize in his chest. Lucius Malfoy was going to give Voldemort's Horcrux to Ron's little sister. An 11-year-old girl about to leave home for the first time. The most vulnerable target in the room. Lucius began moving toward Ginny. His hand drifted to the pocket of his robes, where Harry's perception detected a small object radiating dark magic, condensed, malevolent, carrying the unmistakable signature of a fragmented soul. The diary. Harry intercepted. He didn't run. He didn't shout. He simply walked, calmly, directly, inserting himself into the space between Lucius Malfoy and Ginny Weasley with the precise, unhurried confidence of someone who had been trained to control space itself. Lucius stopped. His pale eyes found Harry, and recognition flickered, surprise, wariness, rapid assessment. "Mr. Potter," Lucius said. His voice was silk over steel. "What an unexpected pleasure." "Mr. Malfoy." Harry's voice was equally smooth. Gojo had taught him to match the register of anyone he was talking to meet formality with formality, aggression with aggression, charm with charm. "I don't think we've been formally introduced." "No. We have not." Lucius's gaze traveled over Harry, cataloging, evaluating. Behind his composed expression, Harry's perception caught the rapid pulse of someone who was suddenly aware that the person in front of them was more dangerous than they appeared. "My son has told me a great deal about you. I hope the reviews were mixed." "I'd hate to be boring." The faintest crack in Lucius's composure. A twitch at the corner of his mouth that might have been amusement or might have been the beginning of a snarl. "You have your father's confidence," Lucius said. James Potter was similarly brash. "I wouldn't know. I never met him. He was murdered by your former employer before I could." The shop went very quiet. Not everyone heard, the crowd noise was too dense, but the people nearby caught it, and the ripple of silence spread outward like a stone dropped in water. Lucius's expression froze. His hand, still in his pocket, tightened around the diary. "I don't know what you mean," he said. "Sure you do. But that's an old conversation. Let's have a new one." Harry took a step closer. Not aggressive, measured. Precise. The distance between them closed to 3 feet, and at 3 feet, Harry's perception could read Lucius Malfoy's energy signature like an open book. Fear, anger, arrogance, calculation, and beneath all of it, the faint, sick resonance of a man who'd knelt before the darkest wizard in history and was still kneeling, even now. The thing in your pocket. The one wrapped in dark magic. I can feel it from here. Lucius went white. I'd recommend putting it somewhere safe, Harry continued, his voice low enough that only Lucius could hear. Because if I see you try to give it to anyone, especially a child, I'll take it from you myself. And I won't be polite about it. The air between them was thick. Charged. Lucius Malfoy was a powerful wizard, politically, magically, socially. He was a man who'd spent decades accumulating power and wielding it with ruthless precision. He was not accustomed to being threatened by a 12-year-old boy in a bookshop. But Harry's eyes were green and steady and absolutely, unwaveringly calm, and behind them, infinity hummed with the quiet promise of a force that could not be overcome. Lucius held Harry's gaze for 5 seconds. 10. 15. Then he withdrew his hand from his pocket. Empty. You are making a mistake, Mr. Potter, Lucius said softly. There are forces in this world that you do not understand. I understand them better than you think. Give my regards to Draco. Harry turned and walked away. Behind him, Lucius Malfoy stood in the bookshop with the diary still in his pocket and the knowledge that his plan had just been read, disrupted, and dismissed by a child who shouldn't have been able to perceive it at all. Harry found Ron at the back of the shop. Ron's face was tight. Did he have it? He had it. He was going to give it to Ginny. The color drained from Ron's face, then came back in a rush of angry red. Ginny. He was going to give that thing to my sister. He didn't. I stopped him. I'll kill him. I'll actually kill him, Ron. Harry put a hand on Ron's shoulder. He still has the diary. I stopped the handoff, but I couldn't take it without causing a scene that would end with Aurors and Ministry involvement. We need to be smart about this. Smart. He tried to use my sister as a vessel for Voldemort's soul and you want me to be smart. I want you to be effective. There's a difference. Ron breathed. Hard, through his nose, fists clenched, the Weasley temper burning hot and bright. Then, slowly, he unclenched. The anger didn't vanish, it compressed, channeled into the cold place where Ron's strategic mind lived. Okay, Ron said. Okay. He still has the diary. He'll try again. Maybe not Ginny, he knows we're watching now. He'll find someone else. Or he'll find a different way to get it into the school. Mail, maybe. Or through Draco. Draco won't do it. Draco's a lot of things but he's not stupid enough to carry a Horcrux into school. He knows Harry Potter can sense dark magic. Hermione materialized beside them, book bag over her shoulder, expression sharp. I saw the whole thing from the reference section. Harry, that was incredibly risky. It worked. This time. Lucius Malfoy is a dangerous man with political connections and no conscience. You've just made yourself a target. I was already a target. Now I'm a target who's made it clear that I know what's happening. That changes the dynamic. Hermione's mouth thinned. She wanted to argue, Harry could see it in the way her shoulders squared and her chin lifted. But she also recognized the logic, and Hermione Granger never argued against logic, even when she wanted to. We need to tell Dumbledore, she said. Today. Not by owl, in person, if possible. I'll use the ring. My dad can relay the message. And we need to prepare for the possibility that Lucius finds another way to get the diary into Hogwarts. If he can't hand it to a student directly, he might enchant it to find a host on its own. Horcruxes have proto-consciousness, the diary might be able to attract a victim without Lucius's involvement. Then we search every piece of luggage, every book, every package that comes into Gryffindor Tower, Ron said grimly. And we warn the other houses, too. If that thing gets into the school, we need to find it before it finds a host. Harry nodded. The summer's golden ease was over. The war had reached into their break and reminded them that it didn't observe holidays. He wrote to Dumbledore that evening, through Gojo, through channels that Lucius Malfoy couldn't intercept. The message was concise: Lucius Malfoy has Voldemort's diary Horcrux. He attempted to plant it on a student in Diagon Alley. I intercepted. He still has it. He will try again. Dumbledore's response came within hours: thank you, Harry. I will take appropriate measures. Well done. And beneath that, in a smaller hand, a postscript: your mother would be proud. Harry folded the letter and put it with the others, Gojo's, Ron's, Hermione's, Hagrid's, Dumbledore's. A collection of voices. A constellation of connections. The web of people who mattered, spreading wider every year, each thread making the whole thing stronger. He went to bed. The summer night was warm, the burrow creaking around him with the comfortable noises of an old house full of people. Ron was snoring across the room. In the garden, the gnomes were having a territorial dispute. Somewhere downstairs, Mrs. Weasley was baking. Harry closed his eyes and reached inward, to the place where the fragment pulsed weakly behind its infinity seal. I know about the diary, Harry thought at it. Not communication, the fragment couldn't hear him, couldn't understand, couldn't respond with anything more than blind, instinctive reaching toward its source. But the thought felt necessary. A declaration. A line drawn. I'm going to find every piece of you. Every Horcrux. Every fragment. And I'm going to destroy them all. And then I'm going to find him, the main piece, the wraith, the thing that killed my parents, and I'm going to end this. The fragment pulsed. Weakly. Fitfully. Diminished. Harry reinforced the seal and went to sleep. September 1st arrived with rain. King's Cross Station was grey and wet, the platform crowded with damp families and anxious first-years and the peculiar chaos of a couple hundred magical children trying to look inconspicuous while hauling trunks full of cauldrons and owl cages through a Muggle train station. Harry moved through it with the ease of someone who'd done this before, and beside him, the Weasley family moved with the practiced efficiency of a family that had been doing it for decades. Gojo didn't come to the platform this year. He'd said goodbye in Tokyo, at the apartment, standing in the doorway with his hands in his pockets and his blindfold hiding eyes that might or might not have been wet. Second year, Gojo had said. Getting routine. You could come. I could. But you don't need me there. You haven't needed me there since you were 8. He'd grinned. Besides, I've got work. Apparently there's a cursed spirit situation in Kyoto that Nanami refuses to handle alone. Something about adequate backup and not wanting to die. Dramatic, really. Be careful. I'm me. Careful is for people who can get hurt. They'd hugged. Brief, hard, real. The ring on Harry's finger hummed with warmth. And then Harry had stepped through folded space, his own spatial technique, now refined enough for transcontinental jumps, and appeared in London in time to meet the Weasleys at King's Cross. On the train, in their usual compartment, Harry and Ron and Hermione settled into the rhythm of the journey. Hedwig slept. Crookshanks, Hermione's new cat, a flat-faced ginger beast with the temperament of a disgruntled philosopher, settled on Hermione's lap and purred like a small engine. Dumbledore responded to my last letter, Hermione said, pulling a folded parchment from her bag. He's taken appropriate measures regarding the diary, his words. He wouldn't say more in writing, but he implied that the school's wards have been reinforced with specific detection enchantments for dark artifacts. That's good, Ron said. But wards can be bypassed. Which is why we stay vigilant, Harry said. The diary is the priority. If it gets into the school, we find it. If it's already been intercepted by Dumbledore, we confirm that and move on to the other Horcruxes. Other Horcruxes? Hermione raised an eyebrow. Harry, we're 12. Even for us, hunting Voldemort's soul anchors is a bit ambitious for a school year. I'm not suggesting we go on a quest. I'm suggesting we do what we do best: research, analyze, prepare. Dumbledore's looking for the ring. If he finds it, he might need help destroying it. If he finds others, same thing. We should be ready. With what? How do you destroy a Horcrux? Basilisk venom. Fiend fire. Or something that operates outside wizard magic entirely. Harry flexed his hand. Cursed energy rippled across his knuckles, visible as a faint violet distortion. Hollow purple erases matter from existence. If anything can destroy a soul fragment, it's the complete annihilation of the container. The compartment was quiet. The train rocked gently on its tracks. Have you ever used purple on something that small? Ron asked. Something precise? It's not exactly a surgical technique. No. It's a weapon of mass destruction. But I've been working on scaling it down. Micropurple, a targeted application, focused on a single object, small enough to destroy a diary without leveling the building around it. Have you tested it? In the warehouse. I can get it down to about the size of a golf ball. Gojo says that's enough to destroy anything short of a planet. That's reassuring and terrifying in equal measure, Hermione said. That's basically my brand. Ron snorted. Hermione tried not to smile and failed. The compartment settled back into the warm, easy comfort of three friends heading toward whatever came next, together. Hogwarts rose out of the Scottish darkness like an old friend. The castle's lights blazed against the night sky, the towers and turrets silhouetted against stars, and Harry felt the wards settle around him like a second skin as the carriages passed through the gates. The magic was stronger this year, denser, more layered. Dumbledore had been working. The detection enchantments Hermione mentioned were there, woven into the existing ward structure, scanning for dark artifacts with a thoroughness that bordered on paranoia. Harry pushed his perception through the wards, deeper and deeper, feeling for the diary's distinctive signature. Dark magic, fragmented soul, the particular rottenness of a Horcrux. Nothing. The diary wasn't here. Either Dumbledore had intercepted it, or Lucius had found another way, or the diary was still sitting in Malfoy Manor, waiting for an opportunity that Harry had closed. He allowed himself a moment of relief. Then he filed the relief away and resumed full alertness, because relief was a luxury that people in war couldn't afford. The sorting ceremony was familiar, new first years, wide-eyed and nervous, being divided into houses by a hat that had seen everything. Harry clapped for the new Gryffindors, cheered for Ginny Weasley when she was sorted. She went scarlet and nearly tripped off the stool, and noted the absence of a defense against the dark arts teacher at the staff table. No. Not absent. New. Gilderoy Lockhart sat in the defense professor's chair, wearing robes of forget-me-not blue that matched his eyes, his smile so wide it was practically a topographical feature. He waved at the students with the practiced grace of a man who considered himself the most important person in any room and had arranged his hair accordingly. Harry's perception read him in seconds. Lockhart's magical signature was, weak. Not weak for a wizard, average, maybe slightly above. But weak for someone who claimed to have defeated vampires, werewolves, trolls, and various other dark creatures in a career of dashing heroism. The signature didn't match the resume. Not even close. Oh no, Hermione whispered. She'd clearly reached the same conclusion through different means. She'd read all of Lockhart's books over the summer and had been growing progressively more skeptical of his claims. He's the new defense professor. He's a fraud, Harry said quietly. You can tell. His magical signature doesn't support half the things he claims to have done. He's either lying about his achievements or he's been magically enhanced, and if he'd been enhanced, I'd see the residue. So he's lying. Spectacularly. Ron looked between them. So our defense against the dark arts teacher is a pretty boy with no actual combat experience. Great. Perfect. Exactly what we need in a year where a Horcrux might be floating around. Look on the bright side, Harry said. At least this one doesn't have Voldemort attached to the back of his head. Low bar. The lowest. Lockhart caught Harry looking at him and winked. Harry did not wink back. The first 2 weeks of term established two things: Lockhart was indeed a fraud, and something else was happening. Lockhart's classes were disasters of a particularly entertaining variety. The first lesson involved a practical quiz on Lockhart's own books. Hermione scored perfectly, Harry left it blank on principle, followed by the release of a cage full of Cornish pixies, which Lockhart immediately lost control of. The pixies destroyed the classroom in approximately 30 seconds. 2 students were hanging from the chandelier. Neville was suspended from a wall sconce by his ears. Lockhart fled. Harry dispatched the pixies with a single, concentrated pulse of cursed energy, a wave of negative emotional force that overloaded the pixies' rudimentary nervous systems and knocked them unconscious. The entire swarm dropped out of the air like blue rain. "Mr. Potter!" Lockhart exclaimed, re-emerging once the threat was eliminated. "Excellent. I was just about to do the same thing, of course, but I wanted to give the students a chance to practice, Professor Lockhart," Harry said, with the particular politeness that Gojo used when he was about to make someone very uncomfortable. "Those were Cornish pixies. Class 2 creatures. If you'd read your own Newt-level notes, you'd know they're vulnerable to focused magical saturation, not physical restraint. The cage was inadequate and the release was irresponsible." Lockhart's smile didn't waver, but his eyes went flat. "I assure you, I had the situation entirely under control. 2 students are hanging from the ceiling." Lockhart looked up. The students waved. The class dissolved. Students filed out, buzzing with the electric energy of people who just witnessed their teacher get publicly dismantled. Hermione lingered, looking conflicted. She'd admired Lockhart's books before arriving at school, and the collision between the literary hero and the reality was clearly distressing. "He really is a fraud," she said quietly. "Yeah. All those books. All those adventures. None of it's real. Some of it happened. But not to him. My guess. He finds people who've actually done extraordinary things and steals their stories. Modifies their memories, maybe. Takes the credit." Hermione's expression hardened. Memory modification was a serious crime in the wizarding world, and Hermione took institutional justice very seriously. If that's true, he should be in Azkaban, not teaching children. Agreed. But proving it is another matter. For now, he's not dangerous, just useless. We learn defense on our own. Which they did. The room of requirement became their defense against the dark arts classroom, 3 nights a week after dinner. Harry taught what Gojo had taught him, not jujitsu, not specifically, but the principles underlying all combat: awareness, positioning, economy of force, the critical importance of understanding your opponent before engaging. Ron contributed tactical theory. Hermione contributed magical knowledge, spells, counterspells, defensive enchantments, the theoretical framework that turned raw power into directed skill. And slowly, word spread. Other students wanted in. Neville was first. Then Dean Thomas. Then Seamus Finnegan, then the Patil twins, then a handful of Ravenclaws who'd heard about Harry's charms class innovations, then a couple of Hufflepuffs who were simply too brave to be intimidated by the rumors. Within a month, Harry was running an unofficial defense club of 20 students, meeting in the room of requirement 3 times a week, teaching them to fight. He didn't teach them cursed energy. That wasn't his to give, and they weren't ready. But he taught them wizard combat at a level that Lockhart couldn't approach: dueling techniques, shield optimization, spell chaining, the art of reading an opponent's intent through their wand movements and body language. He taught them the way Gojo taught him, with high expectations, genuine encouragement, and the absolute refusal to let them be less than they were capable of being. Neville became his star pupil for the second year running. The boy's confidence had continued to grow over the summer, and with it, his magical ability had blossomed. His shield charm was now one of the strongest in the group. His offensive spells had precision. And his willingness to stand up, to try, to fail and try again, that had always been there, buried under years of being told he wasn't enough. Harry watched Neville successfully disarm Seamus in a practice duel and felt the same pride Gojo must have felt watching Harry's first blue. "Not bad, Longbottom," Harry said. Neville's grin could have lit up the room of requirement on its own. The second thing that became clear in the first 2 weeks was subtler and more troubling. Something was stalking the castle. Harry felt it first as a disturbance in the ambient magical field, a cold thread running through the castle's warm tapestry, moving through walls and floors, too faint for normal perception but unmistakable to someone with his abilities. It wasn't the diary. It wasn't a Horcrux. It was something else. Something old. Something that carried the particular resonance of predatory magic, the kind of magic designed to hunt, to paralyze, to kill. He tracked it for a week, mapping its movements. It was in the walls. Literally inside the walls, moving through the castle's internal structure, the pipes, the passages, the ancient conduits that carried water and magic through the building like arteries through a body. It was large. It was alive. And it was getting closer to the inhabited areas with each passing day. On the first Saturday of October, Mrs. Norris was found petrified. The caretaker's cat was discovered hanging by her tail from a torch bracket near Moaning Myrtle's bathroom, stiff as a board, eyes glassy and unseeing. On the wall beside her, written in what appeared to be blood, were the words, "The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Enemies of the air, beware." The school erupted. Harry stood in a crowd of students gathered around the scene, reading the writing on the wall with his perception fully extended. The blood was actually paint, enchanted to look like blood, a theatrical touch that suggested someone more interested in spectacle than substance. The petrification on Mrs. Norris was complex, a magical paralysis that had frozen the cat's biological processes without killing her, a state of suspended animation that was consistent with only a handful of known magical effects. Basilisk. The word formed in Harry's mind with the cold clarity of an analysis completing. The creature in the walls. The petrification. The writing on the wall referencing the Chamber of Secrets, a legendary hidden chamber within Hogwarts, supposedly built by Salazar Slytherin and containing a monster loyal to his bloodline. A basilisk. A king of serpents. A magical snake with a gaze that killed and a voice that Harry, the boy with a piece of Voldemort's soul in his head, might be able to hear. He'd been hearing it. In the walls, late at night, on his early morning walks. A voice. Cold, hungry, speaking in a language that slithered through the air like a living thing. Kill, blood, rip, tear. Parseltongue. The language of snakes. A gift, or a curse, that Harry had inherited from the fragment of Voldemort in his scar. He could talk to snakes. And there was a snake in the walls, and it was hunting. In the room of requirement, that evening, Harry laid it all out. Basilisk, he said. That's what's in the walls. A magical serpent, bred by Salazar Slytherin, hidden in the Chamber of Secrets for 1,000 years. Its gaze kills instantly, but Mrs. Norris wasn't killed. She saw the reflection, probably in the water on the floor. Indirect exposure petrifies instead of killing. Hermione's face was ashen. She'd been researching the Chamber of Secrets since the writing appeared on the wall, and Harry could tell she'd been approaching the same conclusion. A basilisk would explain everything, she said. The cold presence you've been sensing. The petrification. Basilisks can live for centuries in a magically sustained environment, and the chamber would provide exactly that. So who opened the chamber? Ron asked. Someone who can speak Parseltongue. The chamber responds to Slytherin's bloodline, specifically, to the ability to communicate with serpents. "You can speak Parseltongue," Ron said, and immediately held up his hands. Not accusing. Just pointing out. "Through the Horcrux fragment." "Yes. And that means Voldemort can too. It's how he opened the chamber 50 years ago. Dumbledore told me that the chamber was opened once before, when Voldemort was a student. He framed someone else for it." "Hagrid," Hermione said quietly. "It was Hagrid, wasn't it? That's why he was expelled." "Yes. Voldemort blamed Hagrid's pet, an acromantula. The real culprit was the basilisk, and the real opener was Tom Riddle. And now the chamber's open again, which means either someone new has learned Parseltongue, or—" Harry paused. "Or Voldemort has found a way to act through someone again." "The diary," Ron breathed. "The diary. If it got into the school after all, if Lucius found another way, then whoever has the diary is being controlled by the fragment of Voldemort inside it. They're opening the chamber. They're commanding the basilisk. And they don't know what they're doing, the diary's proto-consciousness is overriding their will." The room was silent. "We need to find that diary," Hermione said. "Now. Tonight. Before anyone else gets hurt." Harry closed his eyes and reached out with his perception. He searched the castle, every corridor, every room, every dormitory. He searched for the Horcrux's signature, the distinctive resonance of a fragmented soul. And he found it. Faint. Muffled. Concealed beneath layers of instinctive camouflage. But there, undeniably there. In Gryffindor Tower. Harry's eyes snapped open. "It's here. In our tower." "What?" Ron went pale. "Who has it?" Harry's perception narrowed, tracking the signature through the tower's walls, through the staircases, up to the girls' dormitories, to a specific room, to a specific trunk, he stopped. "Ginny," he said. The blood drained from Ron's face. Not in anger this time. In terror. Pure, raw, Big Brother terror. "No. No, Lucius couldn't have, I watched her. I watched her the whole time in Diagon Alley, not in Diagon Alley. After. Through the mail, maybe. Or hidden in one of her second-hand books. Lucius is patient. He found another way." Ron was on his feet. His face had gone from white to a dangerous, mottled red, and his hands were shaking with a fury that Harry had never seen in him before. "I'll kill him," Ron said, and he meant it. "I'll kill Lucius Malfoy." "Ron." Harry stood and put both hands on Ron's shoulders. "Look at me. We're going to fix this. Right now. Tonight. But I need you thinking clearly. Can you do that?" Ron's jaw clenched. His eyes were bright with unshed tears, fear, anger, love, the desperate protective fury of someone whose family was threatened. He breathed. Once. Twice. 3 times. "Yeah," he said. "Yeah, I can do that." "Good. Here's what we do. I go get the diary. I bring it here. And then I destroy it." "What about Ginny?" "If the diary's been controlling her, the diary's influence is broken the moment it's separated from its host. Once I take it, Ginny will be herself again. She might be confused, might have gaps in her memory, but she'll be her." "And the basilisk?" Harry's expression hardened. "The basilisk is a problem for tomorrow. The diary is a problem for tonight." He went. Gryffindor Tower was dark and quiet. The students were asleep, the events of the day, Mrs. Norris's petrification, the writing on the wall, the fear and speculation, having exhausted them into fitful rest. Harry moved through the common room like a shadow, infinity dampening his presence to nothing, and climbed the stairs to the girls' dormitories. The enchantment on the stairs, designed to prevent boys from ascending, recognized his infinity and could not engage. The mechanism that triggered the transformation from stairs to slide required physical contact with a male-designated person. Harry's infinity meant the stairs couldn't feel him. He walked up unimpeded. Ginny's room was shared with 3 other first-year girls, all of them sleeping. Harry's perception guided him through the dark to Ginny's trunk, where the diary's signature pulsed like a black heart. He opened the trunk. Moved aside folded robes, textbooks, a stuffed animal that she'd probably packed without telling anyone. And there, at the bottom, wrapped in a jumper as if to hide it, was a small black diary. Leather-bound, unremarkable, with a name embossed on the cover in faded gold, T. M. Riddle. Harry touched it. The fragment in his scar screamed. Not with sound, with resonance. The Horcrux in the diary felt the Horcrux in Harry's skull and reached for it with the desperate, instinctive hunger of a piece seeking its whole. Dark magic flared. The diary vibrated in Harry's hand, its proto-consciousness waking fully for the first time, sensing the boy holding it, recognizing the fragment inside him. Harry clamped infinity around the diary like a fist around a throat. The dark magic hit the infinite barrier and could not pass. The reaching, grasping connection between the 2 fragments was severed by the uncrossable gap. The diary's consciousness beat against the inside of its prison, furious and terrified. Harry picked it up, closed the trunk, and left the dormitory. Behind him, Ginny Weasley murmured in her sleep and turned over, and the color returned to her face, and the shadow that had been building behind her eyes for weeks began to fade. He carried the diary to the room of requirement. Ron and Hermione were waiting. Ron saw the diary in Harry's hand and his entire body went rigid, hatred, relief, terror, all compressed into a single look. "That's it?" he asked. "That's it." Harry set the diary on the table. They looked at it. A small, black book with a fragment of the darkest wizard in history trapped inside it. Innocuous. Ordinary. A weapon designed to look like nothing at all. "You said you could destroy it with purple," Hermione said. "Is that still the plan?" "It's the plan." Harry picked up the diary and held it in front of him, balanced on his left palm. "Stand back. Both of you." They stepped back. Harry looked at the diary. He reached inside himself, to the place where blue and red converged, to the mathematical impossibility where attraction and repulsion became the same thing, where positive and negative merged into absolute zero, and he pulled. Purple was always violent. Even at this scale, micro, targeted, focused on a single small object, it was an act of fundamental destruction. The convergence of opposites, the merger of incompatible forces, the creation of a void that consumed matter at the molecular level. The diary didn't burn. It didn't explode. It unraveled. The leather, the paper, the ink, the enchantments, the proto-consciousness, the fragment of Tom Riddle's soul, all of it, everything the diary was, came apart at the seams of reality. Purple moved through it like a thought through a dream, silent and total, and when it was done, there was nothing in Harry's palm but a faint violet glow that faded into the air like smoke. The diary was gone. Not destroyed in the conventional sense. Erased. Removed from existence at a level so fundamental that no magic, no dark art, no power on earth could bring it back. One Horcrux down. Harry stood in the room of requirement with empty hands and a quiet mind, and he felt the fragment in his scar shudder, a tiny, distant tremor, like a building losing a support column. The diary's destruction had weakened the network. The remaining fragments were less stable now, the anchor points more strained. "Good. It's done," Harry said. Ron exhaled. It was a long, shaky exhale, the release of terror and rage and love compressed into a sound. He sat down on the nearest chair and put his face in his hands. "Ginny's safe?" he asked, muffled. "Ginny's safe." Ron nodded. He sat there for a moment, breathing. Then he looked up, and his eyes were red but his jaw was set. "Right," he said. "One down. How many to go?" "For that we know of." Plus the fragment in my scar. Then let's get to work. Hermione sat down beside Ron and opened her notebook, already making lists. Harry watched them, his friends, his constants, his people, and felt the particular warmth that came from being surrounded by people who didn't just stand beside you but worked beside you. Who didn't just support you but sharpened you. The diary was destroyed. The basilisk remained. The year was far from over. But they were together, and they were strong, and the darkness was one piece lighter than it had been an hour ago. Harry sat down and joined the planning. Outside the room of requirement, the castle slept, and the snake in the walls was quiet, and somewhere in the plumbing of Hogwarts, the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets waited to be found. Tomorrow's problem. Tonight, they planned. Chapter 6, Aftermath. The basilisk attacked again 3 days later. Colin Creevey, a first-year Gryffindor with a camera permanently attached to his face and a hero worship of Harry that bordered on professional grade, was found petrified in a second-floor corridor at 6 in the morning. He was holding his camera up, and the film inside had been melted. The basilisk's killing gaze had destroyed the camera's internal mechanics, but the indirect exposure through the lens had merely petrified Colin instead of killing him. Harry found him. He'd been on his morning exploration route, mapping the basilisk's movement patterns through the walls, when he felt the creature's energy signature flare and then retreat. He followed the residual trace to the second-floor corridor and found Colin frozen mid-step, camera raised, face locked in an expression of 12-year-old excitement that would never complete the photograph it had been trying to take. Harry crouched beside the boy. Colin was cold. Not dead, the petrification preserved biological function at a cellular level, suspending everything in a state of perfect stasis. But cold. And still. And wrong, in the way that a person-shaped statue was wrong, because people weren't supposed to be still like this. He stayed with Colin until McGonagall arrived. She came at a run, drawn by the alarm ward that Harry had triggered, and her face when she saw Colin went through 3 expressions in rapid succession: shock, grief, and a cold, furious determination that made her look 10 years younger and infinitely more dangerous. "Another one," she said. "The basilisk. I tracked its movement through the eastern wall pipes. It surfaces through drainage access points, the older parts of the plumbing system, pre-Victorian, wide enough for a large snake to navigate." McGonagall looked at him. The analytical detail, the calm delivery, the complete absence of panic. She'd grown accustomed to Harry's approach over the past year, but moments like this still caught her off guard. He was 12. He sounded like a combat veteran giving a field report. "You know what it is," she said. "Not a question. A basilisk. King of serpents. It's been living in the Chamber of Secrets since Slytherin's time. Its gaze kills on direct eye contact. Indirect exposure, through a reflection, a camera lens, a ghost, petrifies instead. The Chamber of Secrets." McGonagall's lips pressed into a thin line. "You're certain?" "Certain. Professor, I need to speak with Dumbledore. Today. The headmaster is, under pressure. The Board of Governors is demanding action. Lucius Malfoy is pushing for Dumbledore's suspension." Harry went very still. "Malfoy is pushing for Dumbledore's removal. He has the votes. The attacks, the lack of answers, parents are frightened. Malfoy is leveraging that fear. Of course he is. He planted the diary that opened the chamber in the first place, and now he's using the resulting crisis to remove the one person who might stop it." Harry's voice was flat. Clinical. It's elegant, in a repulsive way. McGonagall's expression sharpened. "Harry." "What diary?" Harry told her. Everything: Dobby's warning, Lucius's attempt at the bookshop, the diary's appearance in Ginny's trunk, its destruction. He left nothing out. McGonagall listened with the focused intensity of a woman who had spent decades in war councils and knew the sound of critical intelligence when she heard it. "The diary is destroyed," she repeated when he'd finished. "Completely. I used hollow purple. There's nothing left to find. Then why is the basilisk still attacking? If the diary was controlling whoever opened the chamber, because the diary isn't the only way to open the chamber. The basilisk has been awake for months. The diary woke it, through Ginny, but now it's autonomous. It's hungry. It's been sleeping for 50 years and it's been given a taste of freedom, and it doesn't need a parcel mouth to command it anymore. It's hunting on instinct. McGonagall sat down on the corridor bench. It was a very un-McGonagall thing to do. She was a woman who prided herself on never showing weakness, never yielding to the pressure of the moment. But the weight of this, a basilisk loose in a school full of children, the headmaster about to be removed, and a 12-year-old boy delivering information that should have been delivered by the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, pressed down on her shoulders like a physical force. "What do you need?" she asked. "I need the location of the chamber entrance. The basilisk is using the plumbing to move, which means the chamber connects to the castle's water system. The access point is somewhere in the pipes, a bathroom, probably, on the older side of the castle." "Moaning Myrtle's bathroom," McGonagall said immediately. "Second floor. It's been out of order for decades. The plumbing is ancient, predates the modern renovations by centuries." "That's it. That's the entrance. Harry." McGonagall's voice was careful. "You're not suggesting you go down there alone." "I'm not going alone. I'm going with Ron and Hermione. And I'm not suggesting. I'm telling you, Professor, because I respect you and you deserve to know. But that basilisk is going to keep attacking students until someone stops it, and I am the only person in this castle who can do that. You are 12 years old. I killed Quirrell when I was 11. I destroyed a Horcrux last week. Age is a number. Capability is what matters." McGonagall looked at him for a long time. He could see the conflict in her, the teacher's instinct to protect, warring with the strategist's recognition that he was right. The basilisk was a magical creature of immense power. Conventional wizard combat against it was suicidal, a single glance meant death. Harry's infinity was the only defense in the castle that could guarantee protection against the gaze. His perception could track the creature through walls. His combat training could handle the physical threat. He was, as much as it terrified her to admit it, the best option. "If anything happens to you," McGonagall said quietly, "I will never forgive myself. Nothing's going to happen to me. I promise." "Don't make promises you can't keep, Mr. Potter." "I don't." She stood. Straightened her robes. Reassembled her composure with the practiced efficiency of a woman who had been doing so for 50 years. "I will delay the Board of Governors," she said. "Dumbledore is meeting with them this afternoon. I will buy you time. But Harry, if you haven't resolved this by tomorrow, I will evacuate the school. I will not risk another child." "Understood." She left. Harry stayed with Colin until Madame Pomfrey arrived to levitate the boy to the hospital wing, and then he went to find his friends. The room of requirement. Afternoon. Rain hammered the windows that the room had provided. It seemed to match their mood today, offering a space that was warm but tense, the fire burning high, the furniture arranged in a tight circle that felt less like a planning room and more like a war council. Ron sat with his elbows on his knees, jaw tight. He'd taken Colin's petrification hard. Colin was a Gryffindor, a first year, someone Ron felt responsible for in the way that older students felt responsible for younger ones. Someone they'd failed to protect. Hermione had her notebook open. The page was covered in diagrams of the castle's plumbing system, cross-referenced with architectural plans she'd found in the library. She'd been mapping the basilisk's probable movement routes for days, and the picture was now clear enough to act on. "Moaning Myrtle's bathroom," Harry said. "Second floor. That's the entrance to the chamber." "Myrtle," Hermione said. "The ghost. She died in that bathroom, 50 years ago, when the chamber was opened the first time. Harry, she might know exactly where the entrance is. She might have seen it. Then we ask her. Tonight. The basilisk, Ron said. His voice was steady, but Harry could hear the effort it cost him. How do we fight something we can't look at? I can look at it, Harry said. Infinity protects against magical effects that require a physical medium, light, sound, contact. The basilisk's killing gaze operates through direct eye contact, which means it needs light to travel from its eyes to mine. Infinity creates an infinite distance between me and anything external. The gaze can't cross infinity. You're sure about that? Ron pressed. I tested it. Last week, in the room. I had the room generate a magical construct that simulated basilisk-level lethal gaze and aimed it at me. Infinity held. The simulated gaze couldn't reach my eyes. You tested, Hermione's voice climbed. Harry, you tested a basilisk gaze simulation on yourself? Without telling us? I needed to be sure. And I am sure. My eyes are safe. Your eyes might be safe. What about the rest of you? A basilisk is a 60-foot magical serpent with fangs full of venom and a body that can crush stone. Even without the gaze, it's a physical threat. I know. But it's also just a big snake. And I've been trained to fight things that are bigger, faster, and stronger than me since I was 6 years old. Harry looked at them both. I'm not being reckless. I'm being honest about the tactical situation. I'm the best equipped person in this castle to fight a basilisk. My infinity blocks the gaze. My perception can track it through walls. My combat techniques can hurt it. This is what I've been training for. You've been training to fight mythological serpents? Ron asked. I've been training to fight anything. The specific opponent doesn't matter. The principles are the same. Ron and Hermione exchanged a glance. The silent communication that had developed between the three of them over 2 years, a language of looks and small gestures that carried the weight of words. Ron nodded. Hermione closed her notebook. Okay, Ron said. Here's what I'm thinking. The chamber is underground, connected to the plumbing, which means it's deep, probably beneath the castle's foundation level. The basilisk lives down there, which means it knows the terrain. We don't. That's our biggest disadvantage. Go on, Harry said. We need to control the engagement. If we go down there and just wander around in the dark looking for a giant snake, we're fighting on its terms. We need to draw it out. Force it to come to us, in a space we've prepared. The entrance chamber, Hermione said, catching Ron's thread. If the chamber has an entrance, a specific point where the pipes connect to the main space, we can set up there. Use the choke point. The basilisk has to come through the entrance to reach us, which limits its maneuverability. And I engage it there, Harry said. In a confined space where its size is a disadvantage, not an advantage. With us providing support from behind cover, Ron added. Hermione and I can't look at it directly, but we can fight with our eyes closed. Stunning spells, impediment jinxes, anything that doesn't require visual targeting. Harry, you call targets. We fire blind. That's a lot of trust, Harry said. That's what we do, Ron replied simply. Harry looked at his friends. Ron, who'd been terrified of spiders since he was 3 and was volunteering to fight a monster in a dark tunnel because his people were in danger. Hermione, who'd been raised in a world without magic and was calmly discussing tactics for engaging a mythological predator because knowledge was the weapon she wielded and she wielded it without flinching. He didn't deserve them. Nobody did. They were the best people he'd ever known, and they were going into the dark with him because that's what family did. Tonight, Harry said. After curfew. We go to Myrtle's bathroom, find the entrance, and end this. Tonight, Ron agreed. Tonight, Hermione confirmed. Moaning Myrtle's bathroom was exactly as miserable as its reputation suggested. Water on the floor. Broken mirrors. A permanent gray dampness that clung to everything like depression made physical. And hovering above the U-bend of the end toilet, translucent and mournful, was Myrtle herself, a ghost of a girl about their age, with thick glasses and a perpetual expression of wounded self-pity. "Oh," Myrtle said, when the three of them entered. "Come to throw something at me?" "Everyone throws things at me. Olive Hornby threw a book at me once and Myrtle," Harry said gently. "We need your help." The ghost blinked. In Harry's experience, very few people asked Myrtle for help. She was avoided, mocked, ignored, the resident joke of the second floor, a girl who'd been unhappy in life and had found death to be no improvement. But she was also a witness. The only witness to the event that mattered. "My help?" Myrtle said suspiciously. Then she looked at Harry more carefully, and her expression shifted from suspicion to something that, on a living face, would have been a blush. "Oh. You're Harry Potter." "I am." "Myrtle, I need to know how you died." The shift was instant. Myrtle's entire demeanor transformed, from defensive to theatrical, the drama queen who'd been waiting 50 years for someone to ask the one question that mattered to her most. "It was dreadful," she said, rising off the toilet with a swirl of translucent hair. "I was hiding in here because Olive Hornby was teasing me about my glasses. And then I heard someone come in. A boy. He was speaking in a strange language, hissing, like a snake. And then I opened the door to tell him to go away, and I died." "You saw something." "A pair of great big yellow eyes. Over there. By the sinks." Harry turned to the sinks. A row of them, old and cracked, with tarnished copper taps that hadn't worked in decades. His perception scanned them automatically, and stopped on one. The tap. The one that didn't work. On its side, scratched into the copper so finely that you'd need enhanced vision to see it, was a tiny serpent. "There," Harry said. He walked to the sink and put his hand on the tap. Cursed energy flowed through his fingers, interfacing with the mechanism beneath, reading its magical structure. The sink was a door. A concealed entrance, keyed to a specific magical frequency, the frequency of Parseltongue. Harry opened his mouth and spoke. The sound that came out wasn't English. It wasn't Japanese. It was something older than both, a language of sibilance and hiss, of drawn-out consonants and liquid vowels, the tongue of serpents that Harry could speak because a piece of Tom Riddle lived in his skull. "Open," he said. The sink moved. It shuddered, groaned, and then slid apart, the entire bank of sinks rotating outward like petals of a mechanical flower, revealing a wide, dark pipe that plunged straight down into the earth beneath Hogwarts. Cold air rushed up from the opening, carrying the smell of damp stone and old water and something reptilian and ancient. "Lovely," Ron said, peering down. "After you." Harry dropped in. The pipe was smooth and wide enough for a large serpent, wide enough for a person, angled at a steep descent that carried him down through the bedrock beneath the castle. Infinity cushioned his slide, controlling his speed, preventing the kind of friction burns that an unprotected descent would produce. Behind him, he heard Ron and then Hermione enter the pipe, their muffled yelps echoing in the enclosed space. They landed in a tunnel. Dark, wet, the floor covered in the bones of small animals, rats, birds, things the basilisk had eaten over the centuries. The tunnel stretched ahead, curving gently, its walls slick with condensation and age. Harry's perception unfurled. He felt the space around them in 3 dimensions, the tunnel's dimensions, its curves, its branches. The air currents, carrying information about what lay ahead. And there, at the edge of his range, the massive, sleeping energy signature of the basilisk. "It's ahead," Harry whispered. "About 200 meters. Resting." "Eyes closed from here," Hermione said. She and Ron both shut their eyes. They'd practiced this in the room of requirement, moving, fighting, casting with eyes closed, guided only by Harry's voice and their own spatial awareness. It wasn't ideal. It wasn't even good. But it was the difference between petrification and functionality. They moved forward. Harry led, perception fully extended, tracking the basilisk signature with the same precision he used to track training partners in the warehouse. Ron and Hermione followed, one hand each on Harry's shoulders, feet finding the tunnel floor by feel. The tunnel opened into a chamber. It was enormous. A cathedral of green stone, supported by pillars carved like intertwined serpents, stretching up into a darkness that Harry's perception told him was 60 feet high. Water trickled down the walls and pooled on the floor, reflecting the faint bioluminescent glow of magical lichen that covered the pillars. At the far end of the chamber, a massive stone face was carved into the wall, a man's face, ancient and imperious, with a long thin beard and eyes that stared out from the rock with carved authority. Salazar Slytherin. The founder. The original Snake Whisperer. And at the base of the statue, coiled in a massive spiral of dark green scales, was the basilisk. It was bigger than Harry had estimated. 60 feet was conservative. The serpent was closer to 70, a living column of armored muscle and venom, its scales the deep green of old forests, each one the size of a dinner plate. Its head was triangular, blunt, with a crown of bony ridges that gave it the appearance of wearing a grotesque crown. And its eyes, closed now, the beast sleeping, were hidden behind lids that Harry's perception told him could snap open in a fraction of a second. Contact, Harry breathed. 70 feet. Far end of the chamber. Sleeping. Ron, Hermione, take position behind the second pillar on the left. It provides cover and a clear firing line. They moved. Silently, eyes closed, guided by Harry's whispered directions, they slipped behind the pillar and pressed their backs against the cold stone. Wands out. Ready. Harry walked into the center of the chamber. His footsteps echoed. The sound traveled through the still air, bouncing off the stone walls, reaching the basilisk's resting form. He felt the serpent's consciousness stir, a slow, deep awareness rising from sleep, the predator's instinct registering a presence in its territory. The basilisk's eyes opened. Harry looked directly into them. The killing gaze hit infinity and stopped. The same way Quirrell's hands had stopped. The same way every spell, every curse, every physical force in the world stopped when it met the infinite divide between Harry and everything else. The basilisk's lethal magical frequency, a wave of death energy channeled through the medium of light, encountered an uncrossable distance and could not proceed. Harry stood in the chamber of secrets, looking a basilisk in the eye, and felt nothing. No pain. No pressure. Nothing except the faint resistance of infinity processing an incoming threat and dismissing it. The basilisk felt the resistance too. Its massive head reared up, confusion evident in the way its body coiled. This had never happened before. Its gaze was absolute. Its gaze was death. Nothing living had ever looked into its eyes and remained living. Until now. Harry spoke. In Parseltongue, the hissing, sibilant language that came from the fragment in his scar, the tongue of serpents, the key to the chamber. "I'm not here to run from you," he said. "I'm here to end this." The basilisk's response was not words. Basilisks didn't speak in the way humans understood speech. But through Parseltongue, Harry felt its intent, hunger, rage, the territorial fury of a creature whose domain had been invaded. It lunged. 70 feet of serpent, moving at a speed that defied its mass, jaws opening to reveal fangs the length of swords, venom dripping from their tips in streams of greenish-black liquid. The strike was aimed at Harry's torso, a bite that would inject enough venom to kill 100 men. Harry sidestepped. Not with infinity, with pure physical speed, the product of 9 years of combat training under the strongest sorcerer alive. The basilisk's jaws slammed shut on empty air, the force of the mist strike cratering the stone floor. "Now!" Harry shouted. From behind the pillar, Ron and Hermione opened fire. Eyes closed, wands aimed at the direction of Harry's voice and the massive, obvious sound of a 60-ton snake hitting the floor. Stunning spells and impediment jinxes streaked across the chamber, not aimed at the basilisk's head, too dangerous, too close to Harry, but at its body, the massive coils that filled the chamber like a living maze. The spells hit. The basilisk felt them, not as damage, its scales were too thick for standard spells to penetrate, but as irritation. Stinging impacts that distracted, that drew its attention away from Harry for critical fractions of seconds. Harry used those fractions. He closed the distance, running along the basilisk's flank, and slammed a blue into the creature's midsection. The gravitational technique hit the scales and pulled, not enough to move the entire beast, it was too massive, but enough to compress the scales at the impact point, creating a gap in the natural armor. Red followed. A repulsive blast aimed at the gap, hitting exposed flesh beneath the scales. The basilisk shrieked, a sound so loud it vibrated the chamber's pillars, so high-pitched it crossed the threshold from sound into physical force. Stone dust rained from the ceiling. The serpent whipped around, its tail sweeping the chamber in a massive arc. Harry jumped, infinity enhanced, clearing the tail by inches and landing on top of a pillar. From his elevated position, he had a clear view of the entire fight, the basilisk coiling in the center of the chamber, wounded but furious, its body filling the space like a living labyrinth. Harry. Hermione's voice, strained but controlled. The venom. If it sprays, I know. Stay behind cover. The basilisk struck again. Faster this time, learning from the first miss, adjusting its angle. Harry dropped from the pillar, caught himself with gravity manipulation 6 feet from the floor, and redirected into a lateral slide that carried him along the chamber wall, the basilisk's fangs gouging a trench in the stone where he'd been standing. He needed to end this. The basilisk was too large, too fast, too durable for a prolonged fight. Every second increased the risk to Ron and Hermione. Every second the creature thrashed increased the chance of a stray swing catching the pillar they were hiding behind. Purple. The thought formed with the cold clarity of combat mathematics. The basilisk's skull, the brain, the source of the killing gaze, the center of its magical power. One shot. Micro-purple, targeted at the head, precise enough to destroy the brain without collapsing the chamber. Harry needed the shot. He needed the basilisk to hold still, for 1 second, long enough to form purple and aim it. Ron! Harry shouted. I need a distraction. 3 seconds. West side. Ron didn't hesitate. He burst from cover, eyes still shut, and fired a blasting hex at the chamber's western wall. The explosion was enormous. Ron had put everything he had into it, and the detonation sent chunks of stone flying across the chamber, the noise echoing off every surface. The basilisk turned. Instinct, it oriented toward the loudest sound, the biggest threat, the explosion that shook its domain. Its head swung west, away from Harry, jaws opening in a hiss of territorial rage. 3 seconds. Harry formed purple. Blue in his left hand. Red in his right. The two forces, attraction and repulsion, positive and negative, held in perfect balance by a mind that had been trained since childhood to exist in the space between impossibilities. He brought his hands together. The forces merged. The air between his palms turned violet, deep, impossible, beautiful violet, the color of oblivion, the color of a power that unmade the world. Harry aimed. He fired. Hollow purple crossed the chamber in silence. It didn't roar, didn't crackle, didn't announce itself with light or sound. It simply moved, a sphere of violet erasure the size of a tennis ball, traveling in a straight line from Harry's hands to the basilisk's skull. It hit. The basilisk's head ceased to exist. Not exploded. Not destroyed. Ceased. The matter that had composed it, bone, scale, brain, venom gland, the magical organs that generated the killing gaze, was removed from reality. Erased at a level so fundamental that there was nothing left to fall, nothing left to bleed, nothing left to prove that a head had ever been there at all. The basilisk's body collapsed. 70 feet of serpent hit the chamber floor like a felled tree, the impact shaking the foundations, sending waves rippling across the standing water. The coils twitched, residual nerve impulses, the body not yet aware that the brain was gone, and then went still. The Chamber of Secrets was silent. Harry stood in the center of it, hands still raised, the violet glow fading from his palms. His heart was hammering. His cursed energy was low, purple always cost enormously, even at micro scale. His magic was depleted. He felt hollow, scraped out, the way he always felt after channeling that much power through his body. But alive. Alive and standing and victorious. Clear, he called. It's over. You can open your eyes. Ron opened his eyes first. He looked at the headless corpse of the basilisk, the massive body filling the chamber, the clean, impossible absence where the head had been, and his mouth fell open. Bloody hell, he whispered. Hermione opened her eyes. She looked at the basilisk. She looked at the purple-tinged void where its head should have been. She looked at Harry. You did it, she said. We did it, Harry corrected. That blasting hex was perfectly timed, Ron. And Hermione, the spell fire from behind the pillar kept it off balance for the entire fight. I couldn't have gotten the shot without both of you. Ron's ears went red. Hermione's eyes went bright. And for a moment, standing in the Chamber of Secrets surrounded by the remains of a 1,000-year-old monster, the three of them grinned at each other like the kids they were supposed to be. Then Harry's legs gave out. He sat down hard on the wet stone floor, the adrenaline crash hitting him like a wall. His vision blurred. His hands shook. Purple always took a toll, the convergence of opposing forces was as taxing on the body as it was devastating to the target. He needed rest, food, and about 12 hours of sleep. Harry. Hermione was at his side instantly, her hand on his arm. Are you fine? Just tired. Purple takes a lot out of me. He blinked until the blur cleared. We need to get back. McGonagall's waiting. Ron hauled him to his feet. Harry's legs were unsteady but functional, and with Ron under one arm and Hermione hovering anxiously on his other side, they made their way back through the tunnel, past the bones, to the pipe that led back up to Myrtle's bathroom. Getting up the pipe was harder than getting down. Harry managed it by channeling the dregs of his cursed energy into a crude gravity reversal, falling upward, essentially, with Ron and Hermione clinging to him. It was graceless and exhausting, and Hermione made a sound that was half scream, half exasperated sigh, and they emerged from the pipe in a tumble of limbs and damp robes and collapsed on the bathroom floor. Myrtle, hovering overhead, applauded. That was very exciting, she said. Nobody ever does anything exciting in my bathroom. Glad we could help, Ron wheezed from the floor. McGonagall was in the entrance hall. She wasn't alone. Standing beside her, looking as though he'd arrived moments ago, was Dumbledore. His robes were travel-worn. His expression was calm. But his eyes, behind the half-moon spectacles, were burning with a quiet intensity that Harry recognized, the look of a man who'd just won a political battle and come straight to the real war. The Board of Governors has reversed their decision, Dumbledore said, by way of greeting. I remain headmaster. Lucius Malfoy has been removed from the board. A pause. I understand you've been busy. The basilisk is dead, Harry said. It's in the Chamber of Secrets. Head's gone. Hollow purple. Dumbledore's expression shifted. Not surprise, Dumbledore was past being surprised by Harry. Something deeper. A recognition, maybe, that the boy in front of him had just done something that most adult wizards couldn't have contemplated, and had done it with two friends, in the dark, at the age of 12. The chamber, Dumbledore said. You found it. Myrtle's bathroom. Pipe entrance. Parseltongue activation. And the diary? Destroyed. Last week. Hollow purple as well. There's nothing left. Dumbledore closed his eyes for a moment. When he opened them, the intensity had dimmed, replaced by something that looked almost like peace. 2 Horcruxes, he said softly. The diary and the one in your scar, weakening. That leaves 4. The ring, the locket, the cup, the diadem. Yes. Harry, Dumbledore hesitated. It was the first time Harry had ever seen him hesitate, and the effect was startling. I retrieved the ring. Harry's attention sharpened. When? Over the holidays. Before the board proceedings began. It was in the Gaunt shack, as I suspected. Heavily cursed. Dumbledore raised his right hand. The hand was blackened. From fingertips to wrist, the skin was dead, charred, shriveled, the damage clearly magical in origin. It looked like the hand of a corpse attached to a living man. The ring's curse, Dumbledore said. I was careless. The ring carried a temptation I did not expect, and in a moment of weakness, I put it on before destroying the Horcrux within it. Harry stared at the hand. His perception read the damage in real time. The curse was still active, contained but not eliminated, a slow-spreading necrosis that Snape's counterspells were holding at bay but couldn't reverse. The damage would spread. Eventually. How long? Harry asked. Severus estimates a year. Perhaps 2, with continued treatment. The entrance hall was very quiet. McGonagall's face was carved from stone. Ron and Hermione, flanking Harry, were silent. You're dying, Harry said. I am dying, Dumbledore confirmed. His voice was matter-of-fact. Not resigned, not yet, not the voice of a man who'd given up, but honest. The full honesty he'd promised. The curse is beyond current magical healing. It is spreading slowly, and it will eventually reach my heart. Harry's mind raced. A year. Maybe 2. Dumbledore, the most powerful wizard in Britain, the architect of the war against Voldemort, the headmaster of Hogwarts, had a year to live. My dad, Harry said. Cursed energy healing operates on different principles than wizard magic. If the curse is magical, infinity might be able to isolate it. Contain it. Maybe reverse it. A flicker in Dumbledore's eyes. Hope, quickly controlled. That is, a possibility I had not considered. I'm calling him tonight. He'll come. Harry's voice brooked no argument. The same flat certainty that Gojo used when he decided something was going to happen. You're not dying on a schedule that Voldemort set, Professor. Not while I have anything to say about it. Dumbledore looked at him. The twinkle returned, not the performative one, the real one. The one that came from genuine emotion, from the experience of being surprised by goodness in a world that had given him every reason to expect the worst. Thank you, Harry, he said. Don't thank me yet. Thank me when my dad fixes your hand and complains about it the entire time. The faintest smile. I look forward to it. They went to the hospital wing. Not for Dumbledore's hand, that was a project for Gojo, but for Harry, who was running on empty and needed rest before he collapsed in a corridor and gave McGonagall a heart attack. Madame Pomfrey took one look at him and went into full medical mode, scanning him with diagnostic charms that lit up his energy depletion like a neon sign. Magical exhaustion, she declared. Severe. And something else, an energy system I don't recognize. Your, cursed energy, is it? That's depleted too. Both systems at critical levels. What on earth did you do? Killed a basilisk, Harry said, climbing into a bed. With hollow purple, Ron added helpfully. I don't know what that is and I'm not sure I want to, Pomfrey said. Bed rest. 8 hours minimum. And I'm tripling your nutrient potions. She bustled off. Harry lay back against the pillows and felt the hospital wing's ambient healing magic settle over him like a warm blanket, the enchantments woven into the walls, designed to promote recovery, responding to his depleted state by increasing their output. Ron took the chair beside his bed. Hermione took the other chair. They sat there, in the quiet of the hospital wing, surrounded by the petrified students who would be revived once the Mandrake restorative draft was completed, and they didn't say anything for a while. They didn't need to. Eventually, Ron spoke. "You know what I noticed down there?" "What?" "The basilisk was scared. At the end. When you formed purple. It could feel what was coming. It tried to pull away." Harry thought about this. The basilisk was a predator, a creature that had existed for 1,000 years at the top of a food chain that included everything in the magical world. It had never encountered a threat it couldn't kill with a look. And in its final moment, it had felt something it had never felt before. Fear. Of Harry. Of the power he carried. Of the impossible violet light that meant the end of everything. It was an animal, Harry said. It didn't choose to be what it was. Slytherin made it. Riddle used it. The basilisk was just doing what its nature demanded. "You feel bad for it," Hermione said. "Not a question. A little. It spent 1,000 years in a dark chamber, alone, waking up only when someone needed a weapon. That's not a life. That's a cage. You still had to kill it. I know. I'd do it again. But I'm allowed to be sorry about it." Hermione reached across the space between their chairs and took Harry's hand. Ron, on the other side, put his hand on Harry's shoulder. The three of them sat in the hospital wing as the afternoon light slanted through the windows, connected, anchored, together. "You're a good person, Harry," Hermione said. "Don't let anyone tell you otherwise. Not the prophecy. Not Dumbledore. Not the war." Harry squeezed her hand. "I'm a good person with very good friends." "The best friends," Ron corrected. "Get it right." Harry laughed. It hurt, his ribs were sore from the physical exertion of the fight, but it was real and warm and it echoed off the hospital wing's stone walls like a bell. He fell asleep. Deeply, completely, the bone-level exhaustion pulling him under like a tide. And for the first time in weeks, the fragment in his scar was quiet. Not just dormant, quiet. Genuinely quiet, as though the destruction of the diary had taken something out of it, some vital thread of connection that had been keeping it active. The seal tightened. The fragment shrank. And Harry slept, and dreamed of a space full of starlight, and the name he couldn't quite remember was closer now, almost close enough to touch. Gojo arrived 2 days later. He came through the front door this time. Dumbledore had lowered a specific section of the wards to admit him, a gesture of trust that Gojo acknowledged by only making 3 jokes about British architecture during his walk from the gates to the hospital wing. He found Harry sitting up in bed, eating toast, looking significantly better than he had 48 hours ago. The nutrient potions and rest had worked, his energy levels were climbing back toward normal, the depletion fading as his dual systems regenerated. "You killed a basilisk," Gojo said, standing in the hospital wing doorway. His voice was level. "Yeah. With purple. Micro-purple. Targeted at the skull. At the skull. Of a 70-foot magical serpent. In an underground chamber. With your friends providing cover fire. With their eyes closed. That's an accurate summary, yes." Gojo stood there for a long moment. His blindfold hid his eyes, but his jaw was working, the micro-expression that Harry had learned to read over 12 years of watching the man who was never supposed to be surprised, never supposed to be shaken, never supposed to show anything but casual, absolute confidence. Then he crossed the room in 3 strides and pulled Harry into a hug that was tighter than any he'd given before. "I'm proud of you," Gojo said into Harry's hair. "And also I'm furious. And also I'm proud. I'm mostly proud. But the furious part is significant. I'm okay, Dad. I know you're okay. You're always okay. That's the problem. You're 12 and you're always okay, and one day you're going to be in a situation where you're not okay and you're going to be so used to being okay that you won't know how to ask for help. Harry pulled back and looked at his father. The words had landed deeper than Gojo probably intended, because they were true. Harry was used to being okay. He'd been trained to be okay, to process, to adapt, to fight through, to win. And the cost of that training was a growing distance between himself and the normal human experience of being overwhelmed. "I'll ask for help," Harry said. "I promise." "Good. Now where's the old man with the cursed hand?" Gojo's examination of Dumbledore's hand took 3 hours. They did it in Dumbledore's office, behind locked doors, with Snape present at Dumbledore's request. Harry sat in the corner and watched as the two most powerful people he'd ever met, one a jujitsu sorcerer who could unmake reality, the other a wizard who'd shaped a century of magical history, work together on a problem that neither of them could solve alone. Gojo removed his blindfold. His 6 eyes scanned Dumbledore's hand in layers of detail that no diagnostic charm could match: molecular structure, energy flow, curse propagation, cellular damage, the interaction between the curse and Dumbledore's own magic. "It's eating him," Gojo said. "The curse is a self-replicating magical parasite. It's converting healthy tissue into dead tissue, using Dumbledore's own magic as fuel. Snape's counterspells are slowing the conversion rate, but they can't stop it because the curse is adapting. It's learning to circumvent each new counterspell within weeks." "Can you stop it?" Snape asked. His voice was tight. Harry had never seen Snape look afraid before, but in this moment, watching the man he'd served for decades being slowly consumed by a curse, Snape was terrified. Gojo studied the hand. His 6 eyes flickered, processing information at a speed and depth that made the room's silver instruments look like children's toys. "I can contain it," Gojo said slowly. "Infinity can create a barrier within the tissue, an uncrossable gap between the cursed area and the healthy area. The curse can't propagate across infinity. It's stuck where it is." "For how long?" Dumbledore asked. "Indefinitely. As long as the barrier holds. But I can't maintain it remotely. Infinity requires my conscious or subconscious attention. I'd need to create a self-sustaining construct. An infinity seal embedded in the tissue itself. Can you do that?" Harry asked. Gojo looked at him. "I've never done it before. Infinity has always been my technique, personal, internal, not transferable. But theoretically." He turned back to Dumbledore's hand, his expression shifting into the focused, analytical mode that meant he was working at the very edge of his abilities. "Theoretically, I can leave a piece of my technique behind. A seed of infinity, planted in the boundary between the cursed and healthy tissue. Self-sustaining, powered by Dumbledore's own ambient magic." "The risks?" Snape asked. "If it fails, the curse resumes spreading. If it partially succeeds, it might slow the curse but not stop it. If it fully succeeds." Gojo smiled slightly. "The old man keeps his hand and his life, and I get to add miracle worker to my resume." "Proceed," Dumbledore said. Gojo proceeded. What followed was the most delicate, precise application of cursed energy Harry had ever witnessed. Gojo placed his hand over Dumbledore's blackened one and closed his 6 eyes, working by feel, by the mathematical intuition that made him the strongest. Cursed energy flowed from his fingers into Dumbledore's tissue, threading through the boundary between dead and living like a surgeon's needle. It was impossibly fine work, creating a barrier at the cellular level, establishing a self-sustaining loop of spatial distortion that would maintain itself indefinitely through the ambient magical energy in Dumbledore's body. It took 3 hours. Gojo didn't speak. Didn't move. Didn't breathe, as far as Harry could tell. He stood perfectly still, hands gentle on the old man's ruined hand, and wove infinity into flesh. When it was done, Gojo stepped back. His face was pale, actually pale, which Harry had never seen before. The effort had cost him something real. "Done," Gojo said. The seal is in place. The curse is contained. Snape cast a diagnostic charm. His eyes widened. The necrosis has stopped. Completely. The boundary is, it's stable. There's a magical construct in the tissue that I've never seen before. It's maintaining itself. Infinity, Gojo said. My gift to you, Dumbledore. Don't waste it. Dumbledore looked at his hand. The blackened skin remained, the damage already done couldn't be reversed. But the spreading had stopped. The slow march toward his heart, the ticking clock of his death, silenced. Mr. Gojo, Dumbledore said, and his voice was rough. I owe you a debt I cannot repay. You can repay it by staying alive long enough to see this war through. Harry needs allies, not martyrs. Dumbledore met Gojo's eyes. Two men, impossibly powerful, impossibly different, united by a single truth. The boy sitting in the corner of the room was more important than either of them, and they would both do whatever it took to keep him alive. Agreed, Dumbledore said. Gojo pulled his blindfold back on. Great. Now someone get me food. I haven't eaten in 8 hours and I'm about to commit acts of violence against the nearest vending machine. We don't have vending machines, Snape said. That's the most British thing anyone's ever said to me. Gojo stayed for 3 days. He checked the seal on Dumbledore's hand twice a day, adjusting the infinity construct with micro-corrections that kept it stable. He spent time with Harry, training, talking, eating enormous quantities of food that the Hogwarts kitchens produced with the bottomless enthusiasm of house elves who'd found a new favorite guest. He met with Snape privately, and whatever they discussed left Snape looking less haunted than Harry had ever seen him. He met the Defense Club. 20 students, gathered in the room of requirement, staring at the legendary figure that Harry had been trained by. Gojo gave them a demonstration that involved levitating the entire room's furniture, walking on the ceiling, and catching a stunning spell with his bare hand. Your teacher, Gojo said, pointing at Harry, is the second best sorcerer in the world. I'm the first. If you listen to him, you'll be ready for anything. If you don't listen to him, I'll find out, and I'll be disappointed. You don't want me to be disappointed. I'm very annoying when I'm disappointed. He really is, Harry confirmed. The students looked terrified. Also inspired. The two emotions were apparently compatible. On the third day, Gojo left. The goodbye was on the astronomy tower again, their place, their tradition. Night sky, stars, cold air, two figures silhouetted against the cosmic background. You're getting stronger, Gojo said. Every time I see you, the gap narrows. Not fast enough. Fast enough. The domain will come when it comes. The fragment in your scar is smaller every month. The Horcruxes are being destroyed. You're building something, Harry, a team, a network, a foundation. That's more important than raw power. Coming from the man whose entire philosophy is, be the strongest. Gojo smiled. The real one. Being the strongest is lonely. I know. I've lived it for 28 years. Being strong with people, that's what I couldn't do. That's what you're doing. You've already surpassed me in the ways that matter. Harry looked at his father. The man who'd taken him from a doorstep, raised him in a world of curses and power and unconditional love, taught him everything he knew, and was now standing on a tower in Scotland telling his son that the student had surpassed the master. Not in power. Not yet. Maybe not ever. But in the thing that mattered, the ability to be strong without being alone. Thanks, Dad, Harry said. Don't get mushy. I have a reputation. Your reputation is that you're an emotionally stunted combat prodigy who expresses love through violence and sweets. That's painfully accurate. When did you get so observant? I was raised by the strongest. Observation comes standard. Gojo laughed. Full, bright, real. He ruffled Harry's hair one last time, pressed his hand to the silver ring on Harry's finger, and stepped backward into folded space. Gone. Back to Tokyo. Back to his world. Harry stood on the tower and watched the stars and felt the ring hum warm against his skin and the fragment pulse weak behind its seal, and the castle breathed deep around him. 2 Horcruxes destroyed. Dumbledore's death averted. The basilisk slain. And the year wasn't over yet. But the hard part was done. The rest was recovery, and reflection, and the slow, steady work of building the future one day at a time. Harry went to bed. He slept deeply, dreamlessly, and when he woke, the sun was streaming through the dormitory windows and Ron was arguing with Seamus about Quidditch and Neville was feeding his toad and the world was, for one bright morning, exactly as it should be. The end of term came softly. No dramatic confrontation this year. No final battle. Just the quiet conclusion of a school year that had contained more danger and more growth than most people experienced in a lifetime. The petrified students were revived with the Mandrake restorative draft. Colin Creevey woke up asking if he'd missed anything exciting, and was profoundly disappointed to learn that he had. Mrs. Norris was restored to her usual prowling self. Hagrid, who'd been briefly arrested on suspicion of opening the chamber, old prejudices died hard, was released and returned to his hut and his pumpkins and his enthusiastic misunderstanding of what constituted a suitable pet. Lockhart was gone. He'd attempted to flee the castle during the basilisk crisis, had tripped over his own luggage on the stairs, and had accidentally obliviated himself with his own wand. He was currently in St. Mungo's hospital, happily illiterate, and the general consensus was that this was an improvement. Harry took his exams. He scored perfectly in everything except History of Magic, where he scored nearly perfectly, not because he didn't know the material, but because he'd spent the last 20 minutes of the exam thinking about the future instead of writing about the past. The House Cup went to Gryffindor again, by a margin so wide that it was almost embarrassing. Dumbledore, at the feast, gave a speech about courage and friendship and the power of choosing to do what was right over what was easy, and his eyes, as always, found Harry's in the crowd. But this year, the look was different. Not the chess player's assessment. Not the manipulator's calculation. Something warmer. Something closer to gratitude. Harry raised his goblet. Dumbledore raised his, with his right hand. The blackened hand, stable, the curse contained, the death sentence commuted by a man from another world who loved Harry enough to give a piece of his own power to keep a stranger alive. The feast was warm and loud and wonderful. Harry sat with his people, Ron, Hermione, Neville, the twins, the Defense Club members, the growing constellation of connections that was becoming something larger than friendship. Something like a movement. Something like a family. After the feast, in the common room, he wrote a letter. Not to Gojo, they'd talk through the ring tonight, as they always did. Not to Dumbledore, they'd spoken enough. This letter was to someone he'd never written to before. Dear Draco, I know this is unexpected. I know we're not friends. But I've been watching you this year, and I think you've been watching me, and I think we're both smart enough to have the conversation that needs to happen. Your father planted Voldemort's diary on a student. He used a child as a weapon. He opened the Chamber of Secrets and put every student in this school in danger, including you. And he did it for a man who would sacrifice your entire family without a second thought if it served his purposes. I'm not writing to threaten you or recruit you or pity you. I'm writing because you're not your father, even though everyone expects you to be. You have a choice, Draco. The same choice everyone has. And I think you're smart enough to make the right one, if someone gives you the chance. If you ever want to talk, really talk, not posture, you know where to find me. Harry. He sealed the letter, gave it to Hedwig, and watched her fly into the night. She was a white shape against the dark sky, growing smaller, heading for the Ollery where she'd wait until morning to make the delivery. Maybe Malfoy would read it. Maybe he'd burn it. Maybe he'd show it to his father and Harry would have made a mistake. But Harry didn't think so. He'd seen the look in Draco's eyes at the feast, the loneliness, the doubt, the slow cracking of a worldview that couldn't sustain itself in the face of evidence. Draco Malfoy was not a good person yet. But he was a person, and persons could change, and Harry had been raised by a man who believed that the strongest thing you could do was offer a hand to someone who didn't deserve it. Seeds planted. Growth takes time. The Hogwarts Express carried them home the next morning, scarlet and steaming, through the Scottish Highlands and the English countryside and into London. Harry sat with Ron and Hermione in their compartment, the same one they'd shared 2 years ago, when they were strangers on a train heading toward an unknown future. They weren't strangers anymore. They were something stronger than friends, deeper than allies, more permanent than any bond Harry had expected to find in a world he hadn't known existed until he was 11 years old. Next year, Hermione said, staring out the window at the passing fields. The remaining Horcruxes. The ring is destroyed, the diary is destroyed. That leaves the locket, the cup, and the diadem. And the fragment in my scar, Harry added. That's being handled. It's weakening every day. And Voldemort himself, Ron said. He's still out there. Still looking for a way back. Let him look, Harry said. Every Horcrux we destroy makes him weaker. Every day the fragment shrinks makes me stronger. The math is on our side. We just need time. Time and each other, Hermione said. Time and each other, Harry agreed. The train pulled into King's Cross. The platform was chaos, as always, parents, children, owls, trunks. Mrs. Weasley was waiting with open arms and a look that suggested she'd already heard about the basilisk and was going to need a very long lie down. Mr. Weasley was there too, and Ginny, who was bright-eyed and alive and free of the diary's shadow, who ran to Ron and hugged him so hard he staggered. Careful, Ron wheezed. You're stronger than you look. You're weaker than you look, Ginny shot back, and Ron laughed, and the Weasleys absorbed Harry into their midst like he'd always been there. Gojo wasn't at the station this year. He didn't need to be. The ring was warm on Harry's finger, the connection humming with the steady pulse of a bond that distance couldn't diminish. Harry stood on platform 9 3/4, surrounded by the noise and color and beautiful chaos of a world he'd chosen to protect, and he felt the summer stretching ahead of him, training, friends, laughter, preparation. The war was coming. Voldemort was out there. The Horcruxes waited to be found. But right now, in this moment, Mrs. Weasley was offering him a sandwich and Ron was arguing with the twins and Hermione was already reading a book and Ginny was smiling at him with an expression that might have been gratitude or might have been something else entirely. Right now, the world was good. Harry took the sandwich, shouldered his trunk, and walked through the barrier into the Muggle world. The sun was warm. The city was alive. And the boy who carried infinity in his bones stepped into the summer light and kept walking. Forward. Always forward. Chapter 7, The strongest. The summer between second and third year was the summer Harry learned who he was. Not the surface stuff, he'd known that for years. Son of James and Lily. Raised by Gojo. Wizard. Jiu-jitsu sorcerer. The boy who lived. The Limitless. He'd accumulated identities the way other kids accumulated trading cards, each one layered on top of the last, building a composite image that was impressive from the outside but that Harry had begun to suspect was hollow at the center. Not hollow in the sense of empty. Hollow in the sense of incomplete. Like a cathedral with stunning walls and no floor, structurally magnificent but missing the foundation that would make it a place you could actually stand. The realization crept up on him during the first week back in Tokyo, in the quiet hours between training sessions, when the apartment was still and Gojo was out on missions and Harry was alone with the hum of the city and the slow pulse of the fragment in his scar. He'd killed 2 things now. Quirrell and the basilisk. He'd destroyed 2 Horcruxes. He'd faced Voldemort's shade and forced it to flee. He'd stared down Lucius Malfoy, earned Dumbledore's respect, trained 20 students in combat, and saved a school full of children from a 1,000-year-old predator. He was 12. And he didn't know who he was when he wasn't fighting. The thought arrived at 3 in the morning on a Tuesday, while Harry was sitting on the apartment's balcony watching the Shibuya skyline pulse with neon. It arrived without drama, not a crisis, not a breakdown, just a quiet observation delivered in his own internal voice, as clear and unambiguous as a line in a textbook. You know what you can do. You don't know what you are. Harry sat with it the way Gojo had taught him to sit with difficult things. He didn't push it away. He didn't intellectualize it. He just let it be there, a fact among facts, and he waited to see what grew from it. What grew from it was a question, and the question was this: if you stripped away the limitless, the magic, the prophecy, the scar, the Horcrux, the training, the power, if you took all of that away, what was left? Harry didn't know. And for the first time in his life, that scared him more than anything Voldemort could do. He didn't tell Gojo. Not immediately. The conversation would come, it always did with them, eventually, the important things surfacing through the layers of training and jokes and shared meals, but Harry needed to sit with the question first. Needed to feel its shape, its weight, its edges. So he trained. Every morning, 5 a.m., the warehouse. The adaptive resistance weights Gojo had given him were doing their job, his physical capabilities were increasing at a rate that was measurable on a weekly basis, his speed and strength climbing in tandem with his energy reserves. His blue was sharper. His red was stronger. His infinity was so deeply integrated into his body that it operated on a level below conscious thought, a permanent sixth sense that parsed the world into layers of spatial information without any input from his waking mind. And every morning, after training, he worked on the domain. The barrier came easily now. Harry could create a domain barrier in seconds, a shell of cursed energy that enclosed a space and separated it from the outside world. The shell was stable, self-reinforcing, strong enough to contain anything he could produce. The saturation came easily too. He could fill the barrier with his technique, limitless in all directions, the air itself becoming an extension of his power, every point in the enclosed space subject to his control. But the shape. The metaphor. The inner world that would make the domain his, that would transform a generic enclosed space into a manifestation of Harry's deepest self, that remained elusive. He tried everything. He tried replicating Gojo's unlimited void, filling the domain with infinite information, overwhelming sensory input that would paralyze anyone inside. It didn't work. Harry's perception was extraordinary, but it wasn't Gojo's. The 6 eyes were a bloodline trait. Harry's enhanced perception was a fusion of magic and cursed energy that operated on similar principles but produced different results. He could see everything, but he didn't process it the same way Gojo did. The void wasn't his metaphor. He tried a domain based on his wizard magic, an enclosed space where spells were amplified, where magical intent became reality without the intermediary of wands or incantations. It formed, briefly, a shimmering space that hummed with raw magical potential, but collapsed within seconds. The magic alone wasn't enough. It needed the cursed energy to stabilize it, and the two systems wouldn't merge properly because the metaphor didn't encompass both halves of who he was. He tried combining them, a domain that was both infinite and magical, both precise and wild. It produced spectacular failures. The warehouse wall needed repairing twice. Gojo found this hilarious. Harry found it frustrating in a way that was productive, the way a puzzle that resisted solving made you sharper every time you failed. But the answer didn't come. Not in July. Not in the first 2 weeks of August. And the question that had arrived on the balcony at 3 a.m., "Who are you when you're not fighting?" sat in the back of his mind like a stone in a shoe, small and constant and impossible to ignore. The burrow in August was, as always, the antidote. Harry arrived on the 15th, stepping out of folded space in the Weasleys' back garden at 10 in the morning, startling a gnome so badly it fell into the pond. Mrs. Weasley was hanging laundry. She saw him appear from thin air, screamed, dropped a bedsheet, clutched her chest, and then immediately pulled him into a hug so tight that infinity registered it as a significant compressive force. Harry, dear. You must stop appearing like that. My heart can't take it. Sorry, Mrs. Weasley. I brought mochi. What's mochi? Japanese sweets. My dad makes them. Well, he buys them. The intent is the same. Mrs. Weasley examined the mochi with the suspicion of a woman whose definition of sweet started with treacle tart and ended with cauldron cakes, but she tried one and her expression softened into surprised pleasure. Oh. That's quite nice, actually. Arthur. Come try these Japanese things Harry brought. The Weasley household absorbed him the way it always did, naturally, completely, as though he'd always been there and had merely stepped out for a moment. Ron was in the orchard, flying. Ginny was in the kitchen, helping, or not helping, with lunch. Fred and George were in their room, from which occasional explosions and cackling laughter emerged at irregular intervals. Percy was studying for his newts with the grim determination of a man preparing for war. Harry spent the first 2 days doing nothing. Actual nothing. No training. No planning. No analysis of Horcrux locations or basilisk autopsy reports or domain expansion theory. He flew with Ron in the orchard, lazy, looping flights through the apple trees, chasing each other in widening spirals, the brooms responsive and alive beneath them. He helped Mrs. Weasley in the kitchen, learning to make shepherd's pie and discovering that cooking was a form of precision work not entirely unlike potion making. He sat in the garden in the evenings, surrounded by Weasleys, listening to their conversations, the bickering, the laughter, the constant warm chaos of a family that loved each other loudly and without reservation. He watched them. Not with his perception, he kept that dialed down at the burrow, giving himself and everyone else the gift of normalcy. He watched with his eyes, the way a normal person watched. And he saw something that cracked the question open. It was a small moment. Unremarkable. Mrs. Weasley was serving dinner, a massive spread, as always, the table groaning under the weight of enough food for twice their number, and Ron reached for the bread at the same time as Ginny, and their hands collided, and Ron said, "Oi," and Ginny said, "You snooze you lose," and Ron said, "I wasn't snoozing I was reaching," and Mrs. Weasley said, "There's enough for everyone, honestly," and Mr. Weasley laughed and Fred flicked a pea at George and George flicked it back and it hit Percy in the ear and Percy said, "Could we please?" and the whole table dissolved into laughter. Nothing special. Nothing extraordinary. Just a family, being a family, the way families were supposed to be. Harry sat in the middle of it and felt the hollow place inside him, the place where the question lived, the who are you when you're not fighting place, filled with something warm and unexpected. He wasn't the Limitless. He wasn't the boy who lived. He wasn't a weapon or a prophecy or a piece on anyone's chessboard. He was the kid at the table. The one who'd been found on a doorstep and taken home by a stranger and raised with love and taught to be strong and sent into the world to find his people. And he'd found them. Not just Gojo, Ron, Hermione, the Weasleys, Neville, the Defense Club, even Dumbledore and Snape in their complicated, damaged ways. He'd found his people, and they'd found him, and the thing that made Harry Harry, the thing at the core, beneath the power and the training and the scars, was this. Connection. Not the cold mathematical infinity of Gojo's isolation at the top, the strongest standing alone because no one could stand beside him. Harry's infinity was different. Harry's infinity was the infinite expansion of bonds, each person he cared about making him larger, stronger, more real. The Limitless wasn't just a technique. It was a philosophy. And Harry's version of it wasn't the infinity of emptiness. It was the infinity of fullness. The dinner continued. The laughter continued. And somewhere deep inside Harry, in the place where domain expansion lived, something shifted. A foundation laid itself down. A floor appeared in the cathedral. He didn't have it yet. But he could feel it forming, taking shape in the darkness behind his eyes, building itself from the raw material of every connection he'd made and every person he'd loved and every moment, like this one, right now, at a crowded table in a crooked house, where he'd felt like he belonged. Soon. Hermione arrived at the burrow 3 days before the end of August, and she brought news. She came by car, her parents drove, Muggle all the way, pulling up the Weasleys' muddy lane in a sensible Volvo that looked profoundly out of place next to the enchanted Ford Anglia rusting in the shed. She emerged from the passenger seat with her bag already open and a folder of documents already in her hand, and Harry knew from the expression on her face, focused, urgent, barely containing excitement, that she'd found something. "The locket," she said, before she'd even finished climbing out of the car. "I think I know where it is." They convened in Ron's room. The door locked, the extendable ears that Fred and George had been developing confiscated and removed, the conversation conducted in low voices with the serious intensity of a council of war. Hermione spread her documents on Ron's bed. Research notes, library references, historical records, and at the center of it all, a photograph of a heavy golden locket with an ornate S engraved on its face. "Slytherin's locket," Hermione said. "One of Voldemort's Horcruxes. The last confirmed location, based on historical records and Dumbledore's research, was a cave on the coast of England. Voldemort hid it there decades ago, protected by dark magic." "How did you find the cave?" Ron asked. "I didn't. Dumbledore did. He sent me a letter last week, not a long one, just a note saying he'd identified the locket's location and was planning a retrieval mission." Hermione paused. "He asked if Harry would be willing to assist." Harry looked at the photograph of the locket. "Slytherin's. A Horcrux. Another piece of Tom Riddle's fractured soul, waiting in a cave, protected by dark magic that Voldemort had spent years perfecting." "When?" Harry asked. "He suggested the last week of August. Before term starts." "That's next week." "Yes." Harry thought about it. A retrieval mission with Dumbledore. Into a cave designed by Voldemort. To recover a Horcrux protected by unknown dark magic. "I'll do it," he said. "I'm coming," Ron said immediately. "Ron, don't. Don't even start. If you're going into a cave full of Voldemort's traps, I'm going with you." "Me too," Hermione said. "And before you give me the tactical argument about why I should stay behind, I've been researching Horcrux protections for 2 years. I know more about Voldemort's defensive patterns than anyone except Dumbledore. You need me." Harry looked at them. His friends. His constants. The 2 people who'd walked into darkness beside him again and again without hesitation, not because they weren't afraid but because they'd decided that being afraid wasn't a sufficient reason to let him go alone. He didn't argue. He'd learned, over 2 years, that arguing with Ron and Hermione when they'd made up their minds was approximately as effective as arguing with gravity. "Okay," he said. "We go together. All of us. I'll contact Dumbledore and set it up." He used the ring to reach Gojo that evening. The conversation was brief. Harry laid out the mission, Gojo listened, and the silence that followed was the particular quality of silence that meant Gojo was making a calculation. "I'd come with you," Gojo said. "But this feels like a test." "A test?" "Not from Dumbledore. From the universe. You've been asking yourself who you are. This might be where you find out." Harry was quiet for a moment. He hadn't told Gojo about the question, the 3 a.m. balcony revelation, the hollow place, the search for identity beneath the power. But Gojo knew anyway, because Gojo always knew, because you didn't raise a child for 12 years without learning to read the silences between their words. "If you need me," Gojo said, "I'm there in 40 seconds. 30, Harry corrected. "You said you'd been practicing." 32. I rounded down for dramatic effect. "I love you, Dad." "Love you too, kid. Go find the locket. And come home." The cave was on a cliff. They arrived at dusk, Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Dumbledore, operating together to a windswept headland on the English coast where the sea hammered the rocks with the relentless fury of water that had been doing this for millennia. The sky was steel gray. The air tasted like salt and rain. And below them, cut into the cliff face like a wound, was the entrance to Voldemort's hiding place. Dumbledore stood at the cliff's edge, his robe streaming in the wind, his blackened hand, stable now, the infinity seal holding, tucked into his pocket. He looked at the cave entrance with an expression that Harry recognized, the calm assessment of a man who'd faced worse and survived. Tom was 16 when he found this place, Dumbledore said. He brought 2 children from the orphanage where he grew up. He terrified them in this cave, a young boy, already experimenting with cruelty, already learning the shape of the monster he would become. He paused. I have spent decades following the trail of his horrors. This is one of the first. How do we get in? Ron asked, eyeing the cliff face with the practiced skepticism of someone who'd grown up in a house where structural integrity was more of a suggestion than a rule. The entrance requires a blood sacrifice, Dumbledore said. A small amount of blood on the rock face opens the passage. How much blood? Hermione asked. A few drops. The magic is designed to be accessible to anyone willing to pay the price. Voldemort's protections are not about preventing entry, they're about punishing those who try. Dumbledore drew a small silver knife, pressed it to his non-blackened palm, and let 3 drops of blood fall onto the cliff face. The rock shimmered, rippled, and a narrow archway appeared, a passage through solid stone, barely wide enough for a single person, leading into darkness. They entered. Single file. Harry first, perception fully extended, infinity at maximum strength. Then Ron, wand drawn, eyes sharp. Then Hermione, bag over her shoulder, her face set with the determined calm of someone who'd prepared for this and was not going to let preparation go to waste. Dumbledore last, moving with the careful grace of a man who knew this cave and feared it. The passage opened into a cavern. It was vast. The ceiling was lost in darkness. The floor was a shelf of rock that ended abruptly at the edge of an underground lake, black water, still as glass, stretching into the darkness in all directions. The air was cold. Not natural cold, magical cold. The kind of cold that came from dark magic saturating a space so completely that it lowered the temperature as a side effect. Harry's perception mapped the cavern instantly. The lake was enormous, hundreds of feet across. At its center, barely visible in the darkness, was a small island of rock. On the island, Harry could feel a magical object. Dense with dark energy. Radiating the particular wrongness of a Horcrux. The locket. The island, Harry said. Center of the lake. That's where the Horcrux is. Yes, Dumbledore said. And the lake is not what it appears. Harry looked at the water. With his enhanced perception, he could see what Dumbledore meant. Beneath the surface, the lake was full. Not with fish or plants or the normal things that filled bodies of water. With bodies. Hundreds of them. Pale, waterlogged, motionless, dead people, preserved by dark magic, floating in the depths like leaves in a pond. Inferi. The animated dead. Voldemort's army of corpses, waiting beneath the surface for anyone foolish enough to disturb the water. That's a lot of dead people, Ron said quietly. He'd gone pale but his voice was steady. They will animate if the water is disturbed significantly, Dumbledore said. We must reach the island without triggering them. There's a boat, Harry said. His perception had found it, a small craft, hidden by enchantment, tethered to the rock shelf by a chain that was visible only to magical sight. Enchanted. It responds to the touch of a wizard. But it's designed for one person. Maybe 2. Not 4. Then we go in pairs, Hermione said. Harry and Dumbledore first. Ron and I wait here. No. Harry's voice was firm. If the Inferi activate, the shore isn't safe. Everyone goes. The boat's magic is keyed to capacity based on magical power, not physical bodies. It measures the magical output of its passengers to determine weight limits. Dumbledore and I together would overload it, our combined magical output is too high. So we reduce our output, Dumbledore said, understanding immediately. Suppress our magical signatures. Appear, to the boat's enchantments, as a single weak wizard rather than 4 strong ones. I can handle that. Infinity can suppress all 4 of our signatures simultaneously. The boat will register us as virtually nothing. Will the enchantment hold under that kind of manipulation? Hermione asked. Only one way to find out. Harry extended infinity around all 4 of them, a wider barrier than he usually maintained, encompassing the group in a shared bubble of compressed space. Inside the bubble, he dampened their magical signatures to near zero, suppressing the energy output that the boat's enchantments were designed to measure. They stepped into the boat. It sank slightly under their physical weight, but the enchantments held. The magical measurement registered a single, weak presence, far below the threshold. The boat began to move, gliding across the black water, the chain unspooling behind it. The crossing was silent. The water below them was glass still, and through it, Harry could see the inferi, dozens of pale faces staring up at the boat's hull, empty eyes tracking their passage, dead hands motionless at their sides. Waiting. The island was small. A flat shelf of rock, barely 10 feet across, with a single stone pedestal at its center. On the pedestal sat a basin, a wide, shallow bowl filled with a glowing green liquid that emitted a faint, sickly light. And at the bottom of the basin, visible through the liquid, was a heavy golden locket. The potion, Dumbledore said. It must be drunk to access the locket. It cannot be vanished, scooped, siphoned, or otherwise removed. It must be consumed. What does it do? Ron asked. I do not know precisely. But I suspect it induces psychological torment. Forces the drinker to relive their worst memories. Drives them to despair. Silence. Nobody's drinking that, Harry said. Harry, Dumbledore began. Nobody is drinking that. Harry walked to the basin and looked at the potion. Green, glowing, radiating malice. Designed by Voldemort to cause suffering. Designed to break whoever drank it, to leave them helpless and desperate, easy prey for the inferi if they stumbled into the water seeking relief. Harry put his hand over the basin. He closed his eyes. And he thought about the question, the 3 a.m. question, the one that had been sitting in his chest for weeks, the who are you when you're not fighting question, and for the first time, he had an answer. He was the kid who wouldn't let his people suffer. Not Dumbledore. Not Ron. Not Hermione. Not anyone. That was who he was. Not the Limitless. Not the boy who lived. The person who stood between the people he loved and the things that would hurt them, and who refused, absolutely, categorically, with every fiber of his being, to let the darkness win. Harry opened his eyes. Infinity, he said quietly, applies to everything. Including the space between this potion and the locket. He pushed his hand into the basin. The potion touched his skin, and stopped. Infinity, extended through his fingers, created an infinite distance between the liquid and his flesh. The potion couldn't make contact. It slid around his hand like water around a stone, parting, dividing, unable to bridge the uncrossable gap. Harry's fingers reached through the potion without touching a single drop and closed around the locket. He pulled it out. The locket was heavy. Cold. Vibrating with the dark resonance of a Horcrux, the same rotten, wrong energy as the diary, as the fragment in his scar, as every piece of Tom Riddle's fractured soul. Harry held it up, the golden chain swinging, the ornate S catching the green light. Got it, he said. Dumbledore stared. Ron stared. Hermione made a sound that was half laugh, half disbelieving exhalation. You just, Dumbledore said, and for the second time in Harry's experience, the headmaster of Hogwarts was at a loss for words. You reached through the potion. Without drinking it. Without touching it. Infinity applies to everything, Harry repeated. Including liquids. That is. I spent weeks developing strategies for consuming that potion safely. Counteragents, mental fortifications, emergency medical protocols. Dumbledore looked at Harry with an expression that was equal parts admiration and something very close to exasperation. You simply bypassed it. Was I not supposed to? Dumbledore laughed. It was a rare sound, a genuine, surprised laugh from a man who had lived for over a century and thought he'd seen everything. It echoed off the cavern walls and bounced across the black water and, somewhere in the depths, the inferi stirred. We need to leave, Harry said. The laugh disturbed the water. They moved. Back to the boat, Infinity still suppressing their signatures, the boat gliding across the lake. But the inferi were awake now, Harry could feel them rising, dozens of pale forms ascending through the dark water, empty hands reaching for the surface. The first one broke the water 10 feet from the boat. It was a corpse. Bloated, pale, waterlogged, with milky eyes and fingers that ended in ragged nails. It lunged for the boat's edge with the mindless, mechanical hunger of the animated dead. Ron hit it with a blasting hex that sent it spinning back into the lake. 2 more rose. 3. 10. They were coming from all directions now, breaking the surface in a ring around the boat, hands grasping, mouths opening in silent screams. Fire! Hermione shouted. Inferi are vulnerable to fire. She cast Incendio with a force that surprised even Harry, a roaring blast of flame that swept across the water's surface, igniting the nearest inferi and sending them sinking back into the depths with inhuman shrieks. Ron followed with his own fire spell, wider and less controlled but devastatingly effective, creating a wall of flame between the boat and the approaching dead. Harry didn't use fire. He used red. A single, massive pulse of repulsive force, centered on the boat, expanding outward in all directions. The shockwave hit the water and the inferi and the air itself, pushing everything away from the boat in a perfect sphere of force. The inferi were launched backward, thrown 50, 60, 100 feet in every direction, tumbling through the water like leaves in a hurricane. The lake's surface exploded outward in a ring of displaced water that slammed against the cavern walls with thunderous force. The boat reached the shore. They scrambled onto the rock shelf. Behind them, the inferi were regrouping, drawn back by the dark magic that animated them, pulled toward the living like iron filings toward a magnet. Run, Dumbledore said calmly. The passage will seal behind us. They ran. Through the narrow archway, through the passage in the cliff, out onto the windswept headland where the sea air hit them like a slap and the sky above was dark with coming storm. Dumbledore sealed the cave entrance with a complex ward that shimmered and faded into the rock face, hiding it once more from anyone who didn't know exactly where to look. They stood on the cliff. 4 people, breathing hard, alive. The locket hung from Harry's hand, swinging gently in the wind, its dark energy pulsing against Infinity's containment. Well, Dumbledore said. That was considerably more efficient than I had planned. Harry bypassed your entire strategy by being himself, Hermione said. I think that's becoming a theme. It is, Dumbledore agreed. And I am learning to plan accordingly. Harry looked at the locket. Then he looked at his friends. Then he looked at the sky, dark clouds, salt wind, the distant rumble of thunder over the ocean. I'm going to destroy it now, he said. Before we go anywhere else. Nobody argued. Harry set the locket on the ground. He stepped back. He reached inside himself, past the limitless, past the magic, past the training and the technique and the years of accumulated power, and he found the place where blue and red converged. The still point. The center. Purple formed in his hands. Not micro this time. Larger. The size of a fist, burning with that deep, impossible violet light, the color of oblivion, the color of a power that unmade the world at its most fundamental level. He aimed it at the locket and let go. The Horcrux had one moment to react. The fragment of soul inside it felt the approaching annihilation and screamed, a burst of dark magic, a desperate, clawing attempt to defend itself. The locket flew open and from inside it poured a vision, dark, terrible, designed to exploit the worst fears of whoever held the technique. Harry saw himself, alone. Standing in an empty world. No Ron. No Hermione. No Gojo. No one. Just Harry, in the silence, in the dark, in the infinite empty space where the strongest stood alone because no one could reach them. The vision hit him. And for one fraction of a second, it worked. The hollow place in his chest, the question, the fear, the who are you when you're not fighting, resonated with the Horcrux's assault, and Harry felt the loneliness of it like a knife between his ribs. Then Ron said, "We're right here, mate." And Hermione said, "We're not going anywhere." And the vision shattered. Because it was a lie. Harry wasn't alone. He had never been alone. Not since a white-haired man had picked him up from a doorstep in the cold, not since a red-haired boy had shared his first train ride, not since a bushy-haired girl had sat down in his compartment and refused to leave. The hollow place filled. The cathedral found its floor. And Harry's power, all of it, every drop of cursed energy and every spark of magic, unified and whole and his, surged through the purple and into the locket with the force of absolute conviction. The locket ceased to exist. Like the diary before it. Like the basilisk's head. The matter was erased, the soul fragment unmade, the dark magic dispersed into nothing. Where the locket had been, there was only scorched earth and the fading echo of violet light and the scream of a dying piece of Tom Riddle dissolving into the wind. 3 Horcruxes destroyed. Harry stood on the cliff, hands still glowing faintly, and felt something lock into place inside him. Not the domain, not yet. But the foundation. The floor of the cathedral. The understanding of who he was, complete and unshakable, rooted in the deepest truth he'd ever known. I am not the strongest because of what I can do. I am the strongest because of who I am. And who I am is the sum of everyone who loves me. The wind blew. The sea roared. And Harry Potter, 12 years old, stood on an English cliff with his friends and his mentor and the certain knowledge that the war was coming and he would win it, and for the first time in his life, the domain expansion that had eluded him for months was not a distant theoretical possibility. It was right there. Waiting. Ready. A space full of starlight and connection and infinite, unbreakable bonds, a reality built from love and defended by power, a place where nothing was alone because everything was connected. His domain. His inner world. His answer. Not yet, he thought. But soon. Very soon. The Hogwarts Express. September 1st. Rain on the windows, the countryside blurring past, the compartment warm and close with the presence of the 3 people who meant the most to him in the world. Ron was teaching Hermione chess. Not the casual way, seriously, properly, with a real board and real pieces, the bickering Japanese ones Gojo had given him, which insulted each other's strategies in rude Kansai dialect. Hermione was losing, which she hated, but she was losing less with each game, which she loved. Ron was patient and precise and occasionally brilliant, and the dynamic between them, the competitive warmth, the mutual respect, the way they made each other sharper, was something Harry could watch forever. Crookshanks was asleep on Hermione's bag. Hedwig was asleep on the luggage rack. The world outside was green and wet and alive, and the train rocked gently on its tracks, carrying them toward their 3rd year, toward the next chapter, toward whatever came next. Harry leaned back in his seat and closed his eyes. The fragment in his scar pulsed, weaker than ever, barely a whisper now, the infinity seal and his dual energy grinding it down with relentless, patient precision. The Horcrux network was damaged. 3 of the 6 deliberate anchors were destroyed. The diary, the ring, the locket, gone. The cup, the diadem, and the fragment in Harry remained. But the fragment was dying. Slowly, certainly, the way a candle died when the wax ran out. Harry could feel it diminishing, each day a fraction smaller, a fraction quieter, the proto-consciousness fading into static. One day, it would be gone. One day, Harry would wake up and the scar would be just a scar, and the last piece of Tom Riddle would have dissolved under the pressure of a power that Riddle had never imagined and could never understand. One day. Not today. But one day. The compartment door slid open. Draco Malfoy stood in the doorway. He looked different. Older, but that was expected, they were all older. Thinner, though, in a way that wasn't just growth. His face was drawn. His eyes were shadowed. He carried himself with the same straight-backed composure as always, but beneath it, Harry's perception read exhaustion, fear, and something else, a desperate, fragile determination, like a man standing on the edge of a cliff trying to convince himself that the view was worth it. Ron's hand went to his wand. Hermione's eyes narrowed. "Potter," Malfoy said. His voice was carefully controlled. "Can we talk?" Harry looked at him. Really looked, with everything he had, not just perception but empathy, the ability to see not just what a person was but what they were trying to become. He saw a boy who'd read a letter. Who'd kept it, probably hidden at the bottom of a trunk, reread in private moments when no one was watching. Who'd spent a summer in a house full of shadows, watching his father rage about the diary's failure and Dumbledore's return and Potter's impossible power, and who'd felt the walls of his inherited world closing in around him with the suffocating certainty of a life that had been chosen for him before he was born. Harry saw a boy who wanted out. "Come in," Harry said. Ron opened his mouth. Harry caught his eye and shook his head, once, slightly. Ron closed his mouth. He didn't relax, his hand stayed near his wand, his posture stayed alert, but he trusted Harry, and that trust held. Malfoy entered the compartment. He sat down in the empty seat, across from Harry, beside the window. The rain streaked the glass behind him. His hands were folded in his lap, and they were very still, the stillness of someone using all their energy to appear calm. "Your letter," Malfoy said. "Last year. You read it." "I read it." A pause. "My father was arrested this summer. For the diary. Dumbledore provided evidence to the ministry. My father is in Azkaban awaiting trial." Harry said nothing. He waited. "My mother is, managing. The Malfoy name is damaged. Our allies are distancing themselves. The political network my father spent 30 years building is collapsing." Malfoy's jaw tightened. "I am 12 years old and I am the head of my family in everything but name, and I am drowning." The compartment was quiet. The chess pieces had stopped bickering. Even Crookshanks had woken up and was watching with the inscrutable attention of a cat who understood more than he let on. "You said I had a choice," Malfoy continued. "In the letter. You said I wasn't my father. I meant it. I know you meant it. That's why I'm here." Malfoy looked at Harry, and the mask was gone. Completely gone. What was underneath was young and scared and fierce, a boy who'd been told his entire life that the world was divided into categories of worth and who was watching those categories crumble and didn't know how to stand in the rubble. "I don't want to be what he was," Malfoy said. "I don't want to kneel to a monster. I don't want to give my child a cursed diary and tell myself it's for the greater good. I don't want to be afraid of the dark and call it power." "What do you want?" Harry asked. "I want to choose for myself. For the first time in my life, I want to choose." Harry looked at Draco Malfoy. A boy he'd been told was his enemy. A boy whose father had tried to put Voldemort's soul into Ron's sister. A boy who had been raised in darkness and was asking, for the first time, to step into the light. "Everyone deserves the chance to be better than their worst day," Gojo had told him once. "Even the people you don't like. Especially the people you don't like." Because if you only extend grace to the people who already deserve it, you're not being kind. You're being transactional. Okay, Harry said. Malfoy blinked. Okay. Okay. You want to choose? Choose. You're welcome here. Not as a Malfoy. Not as a Slytherin. As Draco. Whatever that turns out to mean. Ron was staring at Harry. Hermione was staring at Harry. Malfoy was staring at Harry. Just like that? Malfoy said. Just like that. I don't hold grudges, Draco. They're a waste of energy. And I think you've been punished enough by circumstances without me piling on. Malfoy was quiet for a long time. The train rocked. The rain fell. The chess pieces whispered to each other in Japanese. I don't know how to be. Malfoy gestured vaguely. This. Whatever this is. I don't know how to be friends with people. Real friends. Not the kind my father arranged. Neither did I, Harry said. Then I met Ron on this train, and Hermione came looking for a toad, and we figured it out together. It's not that complicated. You show up. You're honest. You help when you can. That's it. That's it. That's it. Malfoy looked at Ron. Ron looked back with an expression that was complicated, distrust, wariness, and beneath both, the particular Weasley capacity for giving people chances that they hadn't earned yet. If you hurt anyone I care about, Ron said quietly, I will make you regret it. I know, Malfoy said. Good. Want to play chess? Malfoy blinked. Then, very slowly, the ghost of a smile crossed his face. Not the practiced smirk. Not the Malfoy sneer. Something smaller and more real. I don't know how, he said. Then I'll teach you. Fair warning, I'm brilliant at it and I will show no mercy. I'd expect nothing less. Ron set up the board. Hermione scooted over to make room. Malfoy sat down and looked at the pieces with the bewildered intensity of someone who just stepped off a cliff and discovered, against all probability, that there was ground to stand on. Harry watched them, Ron, explaining chess with the patient authority of a master, Hermione, already correcting Ron's teaching methodology, Malfoy, listening with the desperate attention of a boy learning a new language. 4 people in a train compartment, the rain on the windows, the world outside moving past in shades of green and gray. Not all growth happened in a single season. But sometimes, in the right conditions, a seed could sprout overnight. Hogwarts. Torchlight on stone. The great hall blazing with candles and enchanted sky and the warm, chaotic energy of a new year beginning. Harry sat at the Gryffindor table, surrounded by his people, and looked at the world he'd chosen to protect. Dumbledore rose to speak. His blackened hand was hidden in his sleeve, the infinity seal holding, the curse contained, the clock stopped. He looked out at the students with the particular expression of a man who had very recently been reminded that the future was worth fighting for. Welcome, Dumbledore said, to another year at Hogwarts. The speech was short. Warm. It mentioned the usual things, forbidden corridors, Quidditch tryouts, the new defense against the dark arts professor, who was, this year, an actual qualified teacher, a quiet woman named Professor Marchbanks who had spent 20 years as an Auror and radiated the particular competence of someone who could back up her curriculum with personal experience. At the Slytherin table, Draco Malfoy sat among his housemates and ate his dinner and spoke to no one. But his eyes, when they met Harry's across the great hall, held something that hadn't been there before. Not warmth, not yet, that would take time. But openness. The willingness to be surprised by the world. After dinner, in the common room, Harry sat with Ron and Hermione by the fire and felt the familiar, wonderful weight of Hogwarts settling around him like armor. The portraits murmured. The fire crackled. The first years were already lost, already asking for directions, already beginning the long, transformative process of becoming the people they would be. Harry touched the ring on his finger. It hummed warm. Gojo was out there, the strongest man in any world, carrying on with the casual, magnificent absurdity that defined everything he did. Fighting curses, eating sweets, being impossible. What are you thinking about? Hermione asked. My dad. What about him? Harry smiled. He told me once that being the strongest was lonely. That he'd lived his whole life at the top and it was empty up there. He said I was already surpassing him because I'd figured out how to be strong with people instead of despite them. Sounds like him, Ron said. Dramatic. Accurate. But dramatic. He's right, though. That's the thing. He's right. Power without connection is just math. Numbers in a void. It doesn't mean anything until you have something to protect. The common room was emptying out, students heading to bed, the energy of the first night dimming into the comfortable tiredness of a long day. Ron yawned. Hermione bookmarked her page. We should sleep, Hermione said. Big year ahead. The biggest, Ron agreed. Harry looked at the fire. Then at his friends. Then at the common room, the worn armchairs, the faded tapestries, the bulletin board covered in notices and schedules and the remnants of Fred and George's latest advertising campaign for products that were almost certainly illegal. Home. This was home. Not the only home, Tokyo was home too, and the warehouse, and the rooftop where he and Gojo sat and watched the city lights. But this was home in the way that mattered most, the home you chose, the home you built, the home you defended with everything you had. I'm going to figure out my domain this year, Harry said. Ron raised an eyebrow. The thing you've been working on all summer. The ultimate technique? Yeah. I know what it is now. I know what my inner world looks like. He paused. It looks like this. Like, the common room? Hermione asked. Like connection. Like the space between people who choose each other. Like infinity, but not the empty kind, the full kind. The kind that expands because there's always room for one more person. Hermione's eyes went bright. Ron's grin went wide. That's the soppiest thing you've ever said, Ron informed him. Probably. I love it. Thanks. Now go to bed. You're not allowed to have profound realizations past midnight. New rule. Harry laughed. He climbed the stairs to the dormitory, where his bed waited, where Hedwig was already asleep on the windowsill, where the Scotland night pressed dark and close against the glass. He lay down. Closed his eyes. The fragment in his scar pulsed. Weaker. Smaller. Dying. The domain stirred in the depths of his mind. Closer than it had ever been. A space full of starlight and warmth and the unbreakable threads between people who chose each other, a reality built from love and defended by the most powerful techniques ever wielded by human hands. Not tonight. But soon. Harry reached through the ring, felt Gojo's presence on the other end, warm, strong, as constant as gravity. You're not the strongest yet, Gojo had written, year ago, in a letter that Harry still carried. But you're already stronger than I was at your age. Come home, kid. Harry was home. He was always home, now. Home was wherever his people were. He slept. And in his dreams, the domain took shape, a sky full of stars, an infinite web of golden threads connecting every person he'd ever loved, a space where nothing was alone because everything was connected, where the infinite distance between any 2 points was not a barrier but a bridge. In his dreams, the domain had a name. And the name was on his lips when he woke, clear and certain and his, and he spoke it into the quiet dormitory air and the word hung there like a star. Unlimited bond. Ron snored. Neville mumbled. The castle breathed. And Harry Potter, son of James and Lily, raised by the strongest, carrying infinity in his bones and connection in his heart, smiled in the darkness and let the name settle into the foundation of who he was, and slept again, and the stars in his dreams burned brighter than they ever had before. The wizarding world was changed. Dumbledore stood at the window of his office, watching the grounds, his sealed hand steady at his side, recalculating nothing for once. Just watching. Just grateful. At the Slytherin table's empty place, a chess book lay open to page 1, a gift from Ron Weasley, unsigned but unmistakable. Draco Malfoy would find it in the morning and sit with it for a long time before opening it. In Azkaban, Lucius Malfoy stared at a stone wall and felt, for the first time, the consequences of choices made in the service of a master who would never come to save him. In a dark forest in Albania, a wraith that was once Tom Riddle drifted between the trees and felt the destruction of the locket like a blade between the ribs. 3 anchors gone. The soul network fraying. The boy, that impossible, infuriating boy, was dismantling him piece by piece, and the wraith could not stop it. Could not stop him. And in Tokyo, in a cluttered apartment in Shibuya, Gojo Satoru sat on his couch with a cup of convenience store coffee and felt the ring on his finger pulse with warmth and knew, without being told, that his son was safe, and strong, and home. Gojo smiled. The sharp one. The proud one. The one that said everything without saying anything at all. "That's my boy," he said to the empty apartment, and the city lights blazed outside his window, and the world kept turning, and the story, this story, the one about a boy who was left on a doorstep and found by the strongest and raised with love and sent into the world to be something new, the story was just getting started.